Volume 8, Chapter 350. We'll catch up with you later. Kyle's eyes narrowed as he caught sight of a faint light deep in the water. Without hesitation, he dove down, feeling the pressure of the depths surrounding him. A few bubbles escaped from his mouth, but ever since reaching the S rank, he could breathe underwater without much discomfort. Well, except for a ticklish sensation in his nose and throat. He descended deeper and deeper, gliding through the water like a nimble creature. The world beneath the surface held a mysterious allure, and after a while his eyes widened slightly as he saw a bright, glowing curtain. Kyle paused in front of the curtain, which seemed vast, almost like a dome extending in all directions. Soon, Alec appeared beside him. The blue-haired man opened his mouth, perhaps to speak, but all that came out were bubbles. Kyle resisted the urge to facepalm and instead rolled his eyes. "Just speak in my head. Why are you so eager to drink water that isn't even clean?" Alec blinked and let out a chuckle, but it got drowned in the water. "Now what's this thing? Don't tell me we need to destroy it or something. Also, I'm surprised your prediction was right. How the hell did you sense it?" Kyle's lips curled into a faint smile. He so badly wanted to whisper in Alec's ear that he has a pseudo-divine skill just to see his reaction. But with so many people around, he decided to hold back. Shrugging his shoulders, he reached out to touch the bright curtain. To his surprise, his hand passed right through it. "Huh?" Kyle blinked, and before Alec could ask anything, he entered into the curtain. He gasped when thick mana entered his mouth and nose, causing him to quickly raise his arm before his face. He was about to glance back at the curtain, realizing that the space he appeared in had no water, but before he could, his eyes were drawn to the brightness ahead of him. Kyle paused and released a shuddering breath. The space in front of him was wide, stretching deep underground. He couldn't see an end, but what shocked him were the countless glowing weeds brimming with mana in the midst of the darkness. Not only that, but the land was filled with natural mana stones, some big enough to be called boulders. "This is worth a fortune." Kyle's eyes brightened with excitement as he eagerly rubbed his hands together. "I feel like I've become the richest person on this planet." However, his expression quickly fell when Alec also entered the curtain behind him, groaning about the sticky substance. But Alec's complaint was cut short when he laid eyes on the incredible sight in front of him. He clamped his mouth shut and stared at Kyle with shock. Carcel, Regius, Giant, and Sinon soon followed, their eyes widening with shock as they took in the scene. Giant couldn't help but laugh as he patted Kyle on the shoulder. "Haha, a treasure? This is more than a treasure, it's a whole treasury." Kyle raised his brow with a smirk. Now, I know you're grateful. "Just make sure to share the next treasure you find with me, okay?" Giant nodded solemnly. Of course, a tiny treasure would be nothing in front of the sight he's seeing. Blissfully unaware, no matter how many people were with Kyle, he would be the one taking the most. After all, he had mind space. And not just any normal mind space, but one big enough to hold a whole city easily. After them, many other people followed behind and entered one by one. Aliza and Liam were bewildered. The duo glanced at each other with astonishment. The crowd stayed quiet, waiting for someone to take the first step forward. Giant chuckled and rubbed his hands. "So let's bet on who can get the most." Kyle agreed instantly. "Nice, I like that." All of them rolled up their sleeves and dove toward the weeds and mana stones, but the numbers were overwhelming. They knew it would take a lot of time to gather everything, but nobody complained because picking up treasures was everyone's favorite task, not to mention the treasures that were lying right in front of their eyes. As they got busy, Anley also stepped into the curtain. The old man groaned and muttered a curse, thinking how foolish he would be to follow the kids. But he froze when he saw what lay before him. At first he stood still, too shocked to react, but then he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "I'm rich. I mean this place is a real treasure trove." He glanced at the youngsters collecting the mana stones and glowing weeds, then looked at the curtain with a panicked expression. Immediately he raised his voice. "Wait, all of you, are you crazy? This place relies on the mana emitted from the weeds and mana stones. If you pick too many, the curtain will collapse and the water will rush in. Everything will be lost." A few of them stopped, but not many cared, just like Kyle and Giant. Alec heard his words and quickly intervened, stopping the people around him. They all instantly glared at Anley with anger. After all, the old man had interrupted their joyous moment. Nevertheless, nobody questioned his warning and reluctantly retreated. Alec rolled his eyes when he saw Giant and Kyle still engrossed. He glanced at Carcel and the duo hurriedly dragged them toward Anley. Kyle stared at the old man. Inwardly, he somewhat knew the curtain would collapse. After all, it was built naturally. But no way he would admit it slipped his mind because he was too busy with his hands. Anley sighed and looked around the area. After a minute, he smiled in a way that a businessperson would when planning to profit from their customers. "How about leaving this area to me? I'll talk to the king and he would send a lot of people to extract all of these precious herbs and mana stones. Don't worry, I'll make sure everyone gets their fair share after deducting the workers' payment." Liam scoffed at his words. Being a caring professor, he would never let his students be deceived by an old man. Why should it be you? I can do the same. I'll contact the principal and the Royal Academy will handle this place. Soon, they got into an argument. Aliza rubbed her temples beside them. They were fighting, yet the one who discovered the place hadn't even spoken up. She turned to talk to Kyle, but he was engrossed in conversation with Alec and Jayan. After the trio finished, Jayan stopped Anley and Liam. He cleared his throat with a serious expression. I know it's a challenging task, which is why Kyle and I decided that both Sir Anley and Sir Liam will take the responsibility. The duo immediately agreed, more than willing to work. Jayan nodded solemnly. All right, we'll catch up with you later. Please take care of this place for us. After that, Jayan entered the curtain to leave. Kyle also gave a nod to Liam and followed suit. Almost all the young ones went after them, though their eyes revealed some hesitation. But since they had already gained a lot of treasures in the secret realm, parting with a little wealth meant nothing to them. Aliza watched their disappearing figures and glared at Liam. What the heck are you doing? We're supposed to stop them because they're heading towards the monster lords. Liam and Amley blinked and glanced at each other. Liam's eyes widened. Wait, did they deliberately leave us behind? Aliza cursed softly and attempted to pass through the curtain, but her eyes widened when she couldn't. What's going on? She looked at the two men next to her, and Amley quickly reached out to touch the curtain. He felt a strange sensation in his hand and let out a deep breath. Did someone among them have expertise in arrays? I just sensed a low-rank array. It might be a simple one, but it's too tricky for us to force our way out or the curtain will collapse. Aliza's eyes widened. Does that mean we're stuck? Anley shook his head. No, the array will fade away in a few minutes, but I'm afraid it might be too late by then. As soon as Jayan emerged from the water, he couldn't help but smile. I had no idea it would be this much fun to fool the elders. He glanced at Kyle and instantly narrowed his eyes when he saw him holding a gorgeous lady in his arms. What the heck did I miss? In the distance, dazed, Kyle locked eyes with a pair of amber eyes. A drop of water trickled down from his hair and gently landed on Yue's face. He swore it was just instinctual. He thought she had slipped, which is why he grabbed her. But now he felt a weird sensation because their bodies were too close. He carefully removed his hand from her waist and took a step back. Yue's pointy ears twitched, her neck flushed, but seeing Kyle's passive expression left her feeling a bit disheartened. Kyle blinked and immediately apologized. Yue gave him a quick nod and glanced at Lara and Mia. The girls had already grown a lot closer to their partners. Why does it feel like it's going to take us at least 100 years just to get to the next stage? After spending time with him in the secret realm, she knew she liked him, but he was a little too dense to notice. Well, it's not bad. With his behavior, I don't have to worry about any other girl getting close to him. Chapter 351, The Majestic Lord. Kyle cleared his throat with a twitching brow as Jayan shot him a side-eye. Guys, let's get moving. The symbols I left will disappear in just a minute or two. He started floating and everyone followed him. They ventured deeper into the dark forest, heading south. Bia let out a yawn and started flying beside Kyle in her smaller form. Due to their numbers, the sky was filled with numerous figures, which captured the attention of the slumbering monsters deep within the forest. Kyle let out a sigh when he spotted a few monsters eyeing them from below. In a swift motion, he raised his hand and drew symbols to conceal everyone's presence as much as possible. After about half an hour, they halted a few meters away from an open area surrounded by tall trees. All eyes were drawn to the open area, which was teeming with an overwhelming number of low-rank and high-rank monsters. Amidst them, a colossal two-horned lynx was sitting on a makeshift throne of rocks, its towering height casting a shadow over the entire area. The creature's eyes gleamed with arrogance as it stared at a few monsters, causing them to hurriedly scatter in different directions. Its body was adorned with iridescent scales that shimmered in the light. Alec let out a breath he didn't even know he was holding and approached Kyle with a serious expression. So what's the plan? I mean, we have a good number of people, but most of the monsters around the Monster Lord are at least S rank, and I even sensed a lot of SS rank ones. Kelvin glanced at Jayan, who had been the most excited about all this, but now seemed to be the quietest among them all. He bumped into Jayan with a dry smile. What's scared now? Jayan arched his eyebrow with a grin. He would be lying if he said he wasn't taken aback, but he had experienced countless encounters with monsters in the realm. Or more specifically, he had been chased around so much that it had become second nature to him. Nope, I am ready to fight. He raised his hand in the air and wanted to shout, but Ja clamped his mouth shut. The fox demi-human glared at him with furious eyes. If you so badly have a death wish, I'm always ready to toss you out in front of the monsters. Shut up. Jayan blinked and nodded shyly. If it were someone else, he would have never agreed, but well, she was beautiful, so it's all good. As everyone whispered about how to handle the monster lords as quietly as possible, Kyle blinked and looked at Bia, who sat silently on his shoulder. A shiver ran down the phoenix's back because she was all too familiar with those two innocent eyes. Stop, don't look at me like that, I'm getting goosebumps. Kyle raised his brow as he grabbed her before she could fly away. Bia shook her head, but Kyle didn't even glance at her. He focused his gaze on Alec with a serious expression. First, Bia will go and talk to the Monster Lord. She's a legendary beast too, and since the Monster Lord has already reached the highest rank, I believe it has enough understanding to communicate. If that doesn't work, I'll go and lure the other monsters, and the rest of you will have to take down the Monster Lord. No, I don't agree. Kyle paused and then let out a sigh. You can fly, and I don't think the Monster Lord would be idiot enough to immediately attack a fellow legendary beast. Plus, your presence is superior to his. Just try to talk to him and lead him away from the other monsters, or if that doesn't work, run away. I'll take care of the monsters that try to follow you. Bia stopped and instantly started checking her chances of getting away with an intact body. She saw Kyle's expression and knew she didn't have any other choice. After grumbling for a few seconds, she agreed with an angry look that screamed she wouldn't talk to Kyle after all this. In front of the duo, Alec thought for a minute and furrowed his brow. We can handle the Monster Lord, but would you be okay with so many monsters chasing you? Kyle's lips trickled upward into a smile. Now, if I want, I can teleport almost outside the dark forest. Do you really think they have the ability to capture me? Alec blinked and then let out a chuckle. Well, even I am not confident enough in that area. Kyle nodded at the others and gestured for them to be ready. The moment the Monster Lord is alone, they have to distract it in a different direction and take it out of the picture. In the next second, Bia increased her size with a grumble and soared above the open area. Kyle blinked and vanished behind her. A bunch of flying monsters spotted Bia's presence and immediately flew up to circle her. Bia cursed in her mind, but she could feel that Kyle was only a short distance away. His presence was probably hidden due to the artifact. Her wings fluttered gracefully in the air, catching the attention of the huge Monster Lord sitting on a makeshift throne of rocks. It raised its head and narrowed its glowing eyes. The flying monsters around Bia made faint noises, trying to figure out who she was. Who are you? A deep, unpleasant male voice sounded in Bia's head. She looked down at the tall Monster Lord who had stepped down from his throne. She cleared her throat and silently wished that after spending so much time with Kyle, her acting would be as good as his. I'm Bia, the majestic lord of this area. Who the hell are you, disturbing my peaceful slumber? The Monster Lord blinked and his long tail perked up with interest. But then his eyes turned arrogant, shining with a sense of superiority. Majestic, you say? I'm getting a weird feeling from you, but how come I have never seen you before? Nevertheless, you need to bow down in front of me like everyone else. After all, in a flash he leaped into the air and the surrounding monsters backed off slightly to make enough space. I am stronger and more powerful. Bia's eyes dilated as a huge figure overshadowed her body. She immediately flew back to maintain a proper distance. Oh, I believe we should have a one versus. One to decide who should sit on the throne. The Monster Lord let out a hearty laugh and fixed a piercing gaze on her, raising an eyebrow. Why should I? I'm already the supreme ruler. I don't need to prove my strength, but I have a feeling you'll soon submit to me. The air trembled and all the flying monsters around them zoomed in toward Bia with lightning-fast speed. The phoenix let out a startled shriek and immediately flapped her wings, sending a sea of fire in all directions before retreating in a different direction. Kyle, it didn't work. The Monster Lord's too intelligent. Kyle, who had been watching them from behind a tree branch, let out a groan. He rubbed his temples and watched the Monster Lord, who didn't even flinch from his spot. What infuriated Kyle even more was that the Monster Lord seemed to be relishing the moment as he glanced at the phoenix. Not only is he intelligent, but he's also arrogant. Just leave and take the flying monsters with you, no need to come back. The phoenix's eyes widened. You promised to take care of those who followed me. How can you break your word? Kyle clicked his tongue and vanished, only to reappear behind Bia. His eyes glimmered with a faint glow, and in a flash the air crackled with sparks. Countless bolts of lightning descended from the clear sky. The monsters chasing Bia cried out, but the bolts were too swift for them to dodge. They struck them with lightning-fast speed. Instantly, numerous bodies dropped to the ground, and Kyle raised his hand, engulfing the area around him with blue flames. The flames dispersed in all directions, and a chilling aura spread out. However, when they dissipated, both the phoenix and the human were nowhere to be found. In the distance, the Monster Lord lifted its head, bewildered. What the hell just happened? An arrogant scoff echoed in his ears, and he snapped his head up. Bia peered down at his body with a glint in her eyes, her booming voice echoing in all directions. Submit, who do you think you are? If you've got the guts, come and try to catch me first. A vein bulged on the Monster Lord's head as he let out an enraged cry. How dare you? As a powerful being, you're siding with a human. Kyle blinked and glanced at Bia, who was floating midair beside him. The corners of his eyes trickled upward with mirth, and an even louder voice echoed in the air. So what, do you have a problem with that, or are you jealous? The Monster Lord laughed, and a tremor shook the entire area around him. Very well. Everyone, hear my command. Go and tear that human and phoenix into hundreds of pieces for me. Kyle raised his brow with suspicious eyes. It was odd. After he and Bia had angered him, the monster lord should have pursued them relentlessly. Yet for some reason, he didn't dare to leave the space above his throne. Kyle let out an evil smirk. There's something under his throne. Instantly, the air around him trembled. Countless monsters under the monster lord's command leaped into the air, while those unable to fly roared and jumped into the trees, aiming to capture the phoenix and the human. Kyle cursed as he saw a barrage of skills being thrown at him. He glanced at Bia, and the duo immediately sped up in the opposite direction. Fighting against so many opponents was out of the picture. Kyle knew that even if he managed to kill a lot of them, he would probably exhaust his mana before it was over. He wanted to use instant teleportation, but, well, he was a bait for now, and Bia would curse him a lot, so he didn't dare to use it. Chapter 352. Now it's my turn. Giant covered his eyes with his hand because he couldn't bear to see the sight. He so badly wanted to laugh, but he knew when to control himself, or else he would probably be the first to get beaten up before they even reached the monster lord. He cleared his throat and glanced into the distance. Kyle and Bia swiftly dodged the countless attacks. The duo was completely successful in their task, so much so that it was almost pitiful to watch. The many people around him also watched with stunned expressions. The ones who knew about Kyle's history of getting chased around by monsters finally found out that he had a natural talent for it, and the ones who didn't stare at him with respect. After Kyle and Bia's figures vanished into the distance, Alec and Carcel glanced at the monster lord. There were still a few monsters around the monster lord, but unlike before, the open space now felt empty. The duo glanced at each other, and Carcel took out his weapon before glancing at the people behind him. He was using the same blue spear he got from Kyle. For some reason, he liked this one better than his own. Now I believe we can win the battle without much trouble, so get ready. After all, we can't let all the hard work that Kyle and Bia put in go to waste. All the individuals in front of him nodded seriously, and they quickly prepared their weapons. With a gesture from Alec, they left the concealed space. Suddenly, the monster lord snapped his head towards them, snarling. His eyes widened in shock as he saw the number of people emerging from the shadows. Instantly, he let out a boisterous laugh. So it was all a trick. Did that human think his puny people could take me out? Sinan's wings fluttered behind his back and he flashed a grin. He glanced at Giant, who was eager to unleash his high-rank skills on the monster lord. The winged demi-human raised his hand and spoke up. Let's see who can land more hits on him. Whoever manages to strike the monster lord once will receive 1 mana stone from the others. Of course, no one would refuse free mana stones. They all agreed and immediately went on the offensive against the few monsters surrounding the monster lord. The monster lord let out a cry and unleashed his most powerful skill, but Mia stepped in. She raised her hand, and a majestic shield materialized in front of her, causing his attack to dissipate upon impact. The monster lord cried out and called for his underlings who were chasing after Kyle, but to his dismay, the human and Phoenix had led them quite far away. Alec, Giant, Carcel, and the rest of the individuals surrounded him from all directions, and his eyebrow twitched violently as a foreboding feeling crept into his heart. The first one to attack was Alec. He unsheathed his sword and lunged at the monster lord. Immediately, his blade clashed against the monster lord's defenses, creating sparks that illuminated the area. The others swiftly joined in, their weapons and skills combining in a fierce assault. The monster lord growled in frustration. He raised his paws and attacked back with furious roars, but soon he saw the gravity of the situation. After his few underlings died, he was practically alone against so many people. He again tried to call for reinforcements, but his underlings were nowhere to be found. Sinan raised his hand. Carcel, who was beside him, thought he would use a strong skill, and that's why the prince gave him enough space. Regius also noted the winged demi-human stance, but his eyebrow twitched when he saw Sinan attack. A waterfall materialized above the monster lord, glistening with radiant droplets that cascaded down upon him. However, the effect was merely enough to dampen his scales. Carcel glanced at the demi-human, speechless. If you were going to use such a skill, it would have been better if you didn't use it at all. Nevertheless, as a good person, he refrained from voicing his opinion. Sinan knitted his brows when he noticed a few individuals giving him strange looks. He had been practicing his water-type skills ever since he found out through Kyle that they were quite useful, but it seemed he wasn't naturally suited for them. Due to their relentless assault, the monster lord grew more desperate. Ignoring the mounting injuries, he opened his mouth and unleashed a powerful shockwave that reverberated in all directions. The force of the shockwave pushed back almost everyone nearby. A few individuals who were of S rank gasped and clutched their ears, unable to withstand the impact. The ground beneath the monster lord fractured and shattered into numerous pieces. Dust and debris filled the air as he attempted to escape amidst the chaos. However, his injured body prevented him from making any significant movements. That's why he wanted to scare the people attacking him by eliminating half of them with his skills. Alec noticed the monster lord's glowing eyes through his hazy vision and raised his voice. Mia, use the shield. Mia didn't question him, and instantly a shield materialized in front of the monster lord. In the next second, a terrifying beam of light shot through the space and collided with the shield with lightning-fast speed. The shield held for 2 seconds before crumbling, but it bought Alec enough time to regain control of the situation. He clenched his sword and unleashed a mighty swing with it. The blade glowed with a vibrant aura as mana tremors rippled through the air. The sword force was incredibly powerful, cutting through the air with an unstoppable force. As his sword traveled toward the monster lord, a majestic glowing sword materialized behind him. Instantly, a deafening clash resonated through the battlefield. The monster lord cried out in pain, his body faltering as he staggered back. Alec let out a deep breath, sweat trickling down from his forehead. Carcel gave him a signal and spun his spear in the air. Instantly, he lunged forward with his spear. The unassuming weapon gleamed and sliced through the air with incredible speed. As the spear closed in on the monster lord, a surge of energy coursed through it, causing the tip to emit a brilliant glow. With a resounding thrust, Carcel's spear pierced through the monster lord's defenses, eliciting a cry of pain. The impact of his attack sent shockwaves through the battlefield, causing the ground to tremble. Giant's eyes twinkled with awe. Now it's my turn. He moved forward, ready to unleash his most powerful skill. However, it seems he was destined to not get what he wanted because Kyle's figure appeared above the growling monster lord. Chapter 353. It's cute. Kyle furrowed his brows with a loud sigh. You all still haven't killed him. All right, I'll give the finishing blow. Alec's eyes widened. His mission would fail if he let anyone else kill the monster lord. He lunged forward to stop Kyle, panic written all over his face. Just like him, Giant's eyes also trembled, but for a different reason altogether. How could he let his prey be stolen right before his eyes? He also lunged at Kyle with a loud no. The people around them stared in astonishment as the duo grabbed hold of Kyle's arms before the latter could unleash his attack. Kyle blinked, clearly confused. What? Giant stared at him with a deadpan expression. Let me. Kyle let out a chuckle and gave him a nod. Okay, look, the monster lord's secretly trying to run away, so kill him before he's gone. Giant nodded enthusiastically, but Alex stopped him with a righteous expression. Wait, let me kill this one. I'll give you an A-rank skill core. A solemn expression appeared on Giant's face, but in the next second he raised his hand with an OK sign and retreated. Kyle looked at the red-haired man dumbfounded. He couldn't believe Giant benefited because of him. Wait, I was the one who stopped my actions, so why is Alec giving the skill core to Giant? He wanted to ask the question, but he got distracted when he noticed a pair of concerned eyes. Kyle blinked and floated over to Yue. What happened? Yue raised her eyebrow, surprised that he noticed. She was worried when she saw him being chased by so many monsters, but he didn't have a single scratch on his body. She hummed and looked around. Where's Bia? Kyle stared at Alec as the latter used his sword to kill the monster lord. She'll be here soon. I used teleportation, so I arrived first. The crowd around them cheered with excitement. They had done it. They had killed a monster lord on their own without the help of any elders. Just a few years ago, if someone had told them they would do this, they would have called that person crazy. After Alec killed the monster lord, he received the reward for his mission. A bright smile appeared on his face. He immediately checked the monster lord's body for any skill cores, but he didn't find any. Instead, he found a strange, pulsating crystal in place of the monster's heart. What's this? He grabbed the crystal and everyone's attention shifted to it, but before anyone could look at it properly, a roar echoed through the air. It's mine, Bia's eyes sparkled, and amidst the stunned onlookers, she swiftly snatched the crystal from Alec's hand. The blue-haired man stared at his empty palm and then glanced at the phoenix soaring above with a wry smile. Alec shrugged his shoulders and looked at the people around him. She took it. If anyone wants to fight for the crystal, they should go talk to the phoenix. Instantly, the crowd dispersed in different directions, searching the other lifeless bodies. Knowing Bia's temperament, no one dared to challenge her for the crystal. Kyle glanced at the furious phoenix with a chuckle. Is the crystal useful to you? Bia huffed at him, her eyes narrowed. Despite her anger, she replied. It's the monster lord's heart. Only monsters with immense physical strength have their hearts turned into crystals, so it's pretty rare, no, almost impossible to come across one. And yeah, it's useful to me. Kyle gave her a quick nod and stared at the makeshift throne of rocks. I need to check what's beneath the throne. He looked around and saw that everyone was busy examining the bodies of the monsters they had killed. Kyle glanced at Yue. She had been floating beside him. Don't you want to check? She shook her head. Not all of them have skill cores, and the ones that do aren't useful to me. Huh. How do you know that? I have a skill, but it's a low-ranked one, so it's only useful on dead monsters. Kyle let out an "Oh, what a useful skill." He started floating towards the throne, and Yue glanced at him with a questioning look. She didn't ask anything, but he told her anyway. I'm going to check underneath the rocks. Want to come with me? Yue nodded, and the duo approached the throne. A few people noticed them, but Jian stopped them with a grim expression. No one understood his words, but he tried his best to signal them that the couple needed some alone time. Kyle landed above the rocks. He stared around for a few seconds, but then used the scent perception skill to sense if something valuable was present in his surroundings. He frowned when he didn't sense anything valuable, but instead he sensed a small life behind the throne. Kyle's eyes narrowed, and he went behind the throne where many rocks were stacked together to form a small round burrow. He bent down and started removing the rocks one by one. Yue sat down on her heels beside him. After he removed the rocks, a pair of brilliant, pale blue eyes stared at him. Kyle grabbed the growling little monster's neck and stared at it with curious eyes. It was very similar to the monster Lord Alec just killed. A young lynx, don't tell me we killed its father or maybe mother. The little monster stared at him with round eyes. It blinked cutely and tentatively licked his arm with a low whimper. Kyle stared at the saliva dripping down from his wrist and had the urge to just toss the monster away, but he paused when he sensed Yue staring at the lynx with sparkling eyes. He thought for a second and then moved the monster toward Yue. Do you want to cook it? The size is short and won't fill Bia's huge stomach, but well, I guess we don't have a choice. It looks quite delicious. As if sensing the impending doom, the monster cried out in surprise and tried to wriggle out of his grip. After countless failed attempts, it stared at Yue with teary eyes. The elven girl was speechless at Kyle's words, and when she noticed the wriggling monster staring at her, she let out a sigh. No, I won't cook it. It's too young to understand what's happening, so why don't you form a bond with it? Instantly, Kyle shook his head with a solemn expression. No way, one is enough, you know she eats a lot. Also, I just somewhat killed its only parent, so what if it attacked me in my sleep? That's why it's better to cook the monster. The monster didn't understand Kyle, but for some reason a chill ran down its spine. It gathered all its strength and leaped toward Yue with a pitiful expression. Kyle wanted to grab it again, but Yue stopped him. He furrowed his brow, but his brows relaxed when she gave him a bright smile. It's cute, so if you don't want it, you can give it to me. In return, I will cook you something good next time. Kyle stared at her face for a second and agreed, yet for some reason he felt irritated when the monster curled up on her lap cutely. What cute, it's too ugly. Chapter 354, It's Impossible. As the youngsters cheered for their victory against the Monster Lord, the moment the Monster Lord died, the monsters attacking the other two borders of Kingdom Tertia became confused. The fighters at the borders noticed the change before. The monsters charged at the borders without caring about their own lives. But now, if their lives were threatened, they started retreating. Moreover, the monsters who were inside the forest and getting ready to make a move scattered in different directions. How could they not? After all, the one who controlled them, the Monster Lord, was now dead. Din, the old elf, stood up at one of the borders in the south. Just 2 hours ago, he received the news that his one and only grandson, Regius, went to hunt a Monster Lord. Not just any monster, but a Monster Lord. The old man was so furious that he almost attacked the person who brought him the news. He and his wife were overjoyed when Regius returned from the realm unharmed, but now the rascal had the audacity to go and put his life in danger once again. It's all because of that silver-haired kid. Just wait till I get my hands on him, I'll teach him a lesson. How dare he lead my grandson astray? Din also noticed the monster's peculiar behavior, his clothes stained with blood and wrinkled. Surrounding him were several elderly individuals, their eyes meeting in silent understanding. After a long pause, the old elf rubbed his temples and let out a dry chuckle. No way, it's impossible. Did those rascals really kill the Monster Lord? Din's eyes widened at his own words, and he vigorously shook his head. He couldn't believe it. The task they couldn't accomplish was done by a group of youngsters. He remained in denial for a moment, but eventually laughter escaped his lips. His shoulders shook with amusement as he gazed into the depths of the forest. That rascal, now I don't know whether to punish him or praise him. Haha, I think I'll leave that decision to his grandmother. He shook his head and closed his eyes briefly, savoring the joy. In just a week, many lives were lost, but they also saved many by slaying the Monster Lord. These kids deserve rewards for such a monumental achievement. I should go and ask the king. However, just 10 minutes later, Ira delivered another shocking news to him. She said that because of the kids, Anli had discovered a massive underground layer filled with countless mana stones and mana weeds. The upper layer alone was enough to rival an entire kingdom's economy. Din was on the verge of losing his composure. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. He sat down on the border to gather himself. After a few minutes, he let out a loud curse, startling the few old elves floating midair around him. You rascal, if you found something good, why the heck did you give the responsibility to that leecher Anli? Din huffed, and after calming down, looked at the monsters still present at the border. He stood up, gripping his weapon tightly. He raised his voice and jumped towards the monsters. Let's finish this and go home for a well-deserved rest. The news about the monster's behavior spread like wildfire and reached the ears of the Elven King. Instantly, the communication crystal of Regius, Sinon, Niam, Faith, and all those from Kingdom Tertia buzzed like crazy. The moment they answered, they were bombarded with hundreds of questions. After the questions, they were praised for their achievement. Regius let out a heavy sigh and wiped the sweat off his forehead after he closed his communication crystal. He felt like crying because his grandfather had warned him about the impending doom that awaited him due to his angry grandmother. But his attention was quickly diverted when he noticed a little monster in Yue's arms. The sight of the monster left everyone gasping in shock as they stared at Yue. Regius looked at the monster and gave a wry smile. Yue, how did you find it? Did you form a bond with it? Yue nodded. She had formed a bond with the adorable little monster right away. She felt a little guilty because she did it without their knowledge, but she didn't want to give it to someone else. Regius sighed at his fate. Deep down, he held on to the belief that someday in the future, he too would come across a small monster possessing immense talent and form a bond with it. Just like him, many others had similar dreams. Mia and Lara both stared at the little monster and started petting it. However, they stopped when Bia's eyes glowed with anger. The phoenix swore to kill the monster if it received more attention than her. No way, no one can take her place. Kyle noticed the fury in Bia's eyes and secretly praised himself. If he had bonded with that little lynx, Bia would have pecked him to death. No, she would have first skinned or maybe grilled the little monster. After everyone recovered their mana, Kyle began floating in midair. He sniffed the air, trying to sense the presence of the second monster lord. Their task was far from over. They still needed to defeat the second monster lord, the one responsible for the attacks on Kingdom Escalante. Giant gave him a weird look, but what else could he do? He needed to smell the countless scents to locate the other monster lord. Kyle glanced at Alec, who had disappeared suddenly and only just arrived back. He blinked and raised an eyebrow. How did he jump from SS plus rank to SSS plus rank in such a short time? Alec had a wide smile on his face as he approached Kyle. So what's our next destination? I believe we're all ready now. Kyle grinned and gave Alec a thorough once-over. If it weren't for his scent perception skill, he would have never detected Alec's rank. With a slight smile, he tapped Alec's shoulder twice. Congrats. Now you're stronger than me. Alec stared at him for a moment before fully comprehending Kyle's words. Indeed, he had surpassed Kyle in strength, but how did Kyle know about it? Kyle's words shocked many, especially Carcel and Giant. The duo had an unofficial competition with Alec to see who would reach the SSS rank first. They exchanged a glance and let out a sigh together. It seemed they had lost. However, Kyle's next words made them question if they were hearing things. Reaching SSS plus rank at such a young age is an impressive feat. Kyle smirked as Alec stared at him with a blank expression. Maybe the blue-haired man was still processing Kyle's words. It was clear that Kyle had just revealed his rank in front of the crowd. Alec let out a dry laugh, unsure whether to thank Kyle or not. After all, now he would have to deal with the consequences of being hailed as the youngest SSS plus rank on the planet. My life is about to get a bit difficult from now on. Alec shook his head and swatted away Kyle's hand. Kyle chuckled and pointed his finger eastward. He felt a bit concerned because while they were battling, the second monster lord had approached dangerously close to one of the borders of Kingdom Escalante. Don't tell me it sensed when we killed the monster lord, and now it's preparing to attack the nearest kingdom in advance. Kyle furrowed his brow and began floating towards the location of the second monster lord. The others followed closely behind. As they raced towards their destination without pausing, Alec suddenly remembered something. He blinked and glanced at Kyle. I've gotten a lot stronger now, not a whole rank, but definitely much stronger. So perhaps, Alec narrowed his eyes and opened up the system window. In an instant, a panel materialized before him. After taking a deep breath, he decided to use the system appraisal function on Kyle. Please show something this time. Only after a second, a few panels flashed in front of his eyes. Name Kyle Ohan, race human, loading, rank SSS specials, loading, bloodline, special, have a bloodline rank. Celestial unknown error, trying to find the cause, loading, error, talent loading. Talent confirmed, celestial, no more information provided. To know further information, host needs to be a whole rank higher than the target. Alec's breath hitched the moment he laid eyes on the special bloodline. Wait, I remember I received a mission in the past that was related to a bloodline, the celestial bloodline. So it was Kyle all along. He took a deep breath when he witnessed Kyle's talent. Haha, B rank, who the hell said he had B rank talent? Alec's lips curled into a smile. He wasn't sure about his own talent after reaching SSS plus rank, but seeing Kyle's made him realize that the latter would likely surpass him. I hope we stay friends for a long time. At the same time, Kyle felt an intense gaze on his back, but when he turned around, he saw no one. He furrowed his brow. Did I make a mistake? Chapter 355, He Attracts Bad Luck. The eastern border of Kingdom Escalante was a site of chaos and danger. Ritrick fell to his knees, his body trembling after defeating another S+ rank monster. His breathing was uneven and George quickly rushed to his side, helping him stand. The principal chuckled and shook his head. I am fine. Go help the others. But George refused to leave. Suddenly, countless large bats with crystal-like eyes emerged from the forest. George clenched his weapon, gritting his teeth as he swiftly took down several bats trying to grab a young man. These bastards, what's happening? Why the hell did they suddenly start attacking with full force? He cursed under his breath, his words loud enough for those around him to hear. Ritrick shook his head. Watch your language, George. You're the vice principal of the Royal Academy and many of our students are fighting behind you. What would they think if they heard your words? George jumped into the air and killed more bats, his brows furrowed in frustration. The situation was growing dire. Just an hour ago, he and the others had celebrated their victory over the initial wave of monsters attacking the second border of Kingdom Escalante. However, little did they know that an even larger swarm of monsters had descended upon the eastern border. That's why those who knew about arrays had teleported everyone to the east border. George wiped his forehead, exhaustion evident in his tired sigh. After all this is over, I want a big vacation. Another elderly figure joined in. Elder Hand's eyes lit up despite being covered in blood. I want one too. How about a 20-year break? Someone wants to marry me. She thinks we're getting too old and might die alone. Haha. In the middle of his laughter, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His mana was depleted and his legs were trembling. It took all his strength just to float midair. Ritrick and George's eyebrows twitched when they heard his words. George scoffed. This old fogey really knew how to piss him off. Ritrick stood up on his feet and killed another monster that jumped out from the forest. Survive first, then we can talk about vacations. Just a heads up, only one of you can get it, so figure it out amongst yourselves. The principal smirked as he observed the duo's gloomy expressions. He glanced at Duke Evan and Valenza, who were on the verge of collapse but refused to retreat. How could they? Countless lives would be lost if they gave up. Many powerful individuals were floating above or standing around the duo, but like them, their conditions didn't appear much better. As Ritrick killed another monster, the land beneath his feet started trembling. He and many others raised their heads, and their eyes dilated as two towering inferno cats walked out from the forest. The cats' eyes glowed with a faint light, and their heads were crowned with two horns each. In an instant, one of the cats gazed at the principal, her eyes filled with mirth. Then she opened her mouth, and a fire tornado swirled out from her jaw. Ritrick and George screamed at the people nearest to the cat. Leave, both of them are SS+ rank, go to safety. The principal jumped toward the cat, raising his fist to stop the fire tornado. But the other cat threw him back with her tail. His body was flung backward, crashing into a few individuals with a loud bang. Blood oozed from his mouth, nose, and even his head. His consciousness started to fade as the people around him shouted, but his ears buzzed with a loud ringing sound. But before the fire tornado could land on the countless people and burn everything, a golden-haired figure clad in silver armor appeared in front of the cat. King Cedric raised his hand and his eyes narrowed. In the next second, a towering earth wall appeared in front of the cat. The cat cried out and the fire tornado crashed into the wall. The wall started crumbling with a loud rumble, but it was enough to give Cedric enough time. He raised his spear and swung it forward. His figure traveled with lightning-fast speed, and he flung one of the cats back into the forest. The other cat also attacked, but Cedric turned around and thrust his spear forward. Instantly, countless spears rained from the sky, and he kicked the other cat back into the forest as well. The king calmed his breathing and gazed at George with a hard expression. I will fight them, you go take care of Ritrick. George nodded at him and hurriedly moved back. The king figure stood imposing in front of the two inferno cats, who walked out from the forest again with angry eyes. A lot of people cheered, but hidden from the crowd, Cedric's hands were trembling. He had just broken through to SS+ rank a while ago and rushed to the border after receiving the news. Yet it took all his strength just to send the cats back into the forest. I would never let anything happen to my people, so I'll fight until the end. He started floating and raised his spear again before facing off against the two inferno cats. However, his body was accumulating numerous injuries, and he knew he couldn't defeat the cats alone. Eventually, he summoned all his strength and kicked the cats back into the forest. Their massive bodies crashed above the tall trees, putting them at a safe distance from the crowd. Cedric groaned as he entered into a fierce battle with the cats. He believed that if he could eliminate the pair, they would be safe for a while. But his eyes widened in shock when he noticed two pairs of red eyes peering at him from behind a few trees. No way, is this some kind of joke? The king's body trembled. The air buzzed with countless voices as two towering wild boars emerged from the forest. The trees quivered and the land shook violently. The boars let out piercing screams and unleashed shockwaves that crashed into the people fighting nearby. Instantly, the people were thrown backward, and within moments, many innocent lives were lost. The border behind the soldiers began to crumble from the impact, causing panic among the mages standing above it. In the midst of the chaos, two familiar figures fought valiantly alongside the soldiers against the monsters. The duo raised their weapons, displaying great bravery. If Kyle were here, he would have immediately recognized them. Ray and Neon exchanged glances as they were pushed back by the shockwave. Neon coughed up blood, his armor torn in various places. He looked at Ray, who grabbed him with a worried expression. A sigh escaped Neon's lips as Ray fought the monsters and tried to protect him. However, Neon could see the severe injury on Ray's shoulder. He shook his head. "I'm fine, I can." "Keep fighting," he coughed again, and Ray glared at him with anger in his eyes. "Shut up and drink a potion, or else I'm going to beat you up. Remember, we left home just to help the soldiers. We need to go back and apologize to the old man, or he'll cry his eyes out." Neon chuckled and wiped his mouth, then grabbed his knees and staggered back to his feet. "Kyle. That rascal entered the academy and went to such a dangerous place without a care. I want to beat him up once, so don't worry, I won't fall so easily." The duo's eyes widened when a few large bats attacked them with countless shards of earth. Neon groaned as one of the shards embedded itself in his shoulder. He wanted to cry out in pain, but a pair of pale golden eyes appeared in front of him. Nine sighed as he stared at the duo and kicked one of the bats back. "If I had been a little bit later, forget about monsters, Kyle would have completely destroyed this whole place. It's a good thing I have enough money to travel so quickly." Neon and Ray glanced at each other, then looked at the brown-haired man who appeared before them. The first and last time Nine visited them, they were in a coma, so they didn't recognize him. However, when they heard Kyle's name, their eyes lit up. But before they could ask the brown-haired man anything, a rumble shook the land beneath their feet. In the distance, the land blasted and dust and debris scattered everywhere. George shouted as he stared at Elder Han, who was within range of one of the boar's attacks. In an instant, the atmosphere became chaotic. Elder Han's eyes widened. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. In the end, he raised his hand and many symbols materialized around him, forming a sturdy shield. Regardless, he knew the shield wouldn't last against such a huge monster. The old man prepared himself for the impact, but it never landed on his shield or body. He let out a surprised gasp and raised his eyes to stare at the familiar silver-haired man floating midair in front of him. Kyle wiped his forehead and cursed under his breath. While they were traveling toward the border, Giant accidentally roused a pack of monsters sleeping deep within the forest. That's why they were stopped, or they would have arrived half an hour ago. In the end, Kyle sensed a lot of blood and arrived first after using instant teleportation. "I don't know why, but he attracts a lot of bad luck." Kyle clicked his tongue. The blue flames surging in front of him dispersed in all directions. The boar's eyes narrowed and it raised its leg to crush the land beneath, but before it could, a kick landed on its jaw and it was flung back into the forest with a cry. Kyle glanced back at the old man and instantly grabbed a healing potion from his mind space. "Master, are you all right?" Chapter 356. "The one with silver hair, is it Kyle?" Elder Han looked at the vial of green-colored potion offered to him and his lips curved into a smile. "I just saw my life flashing before my eyes." He sighed and a similar vial appeared in his hand. He shook the vial in front of Kyle. "Did you forget that potions are one thing your master never lacks?" Kyle raised an eyebrow but then shrugged his shoulders. The potion in his hand disappeared and he waved his hand at the old man. "Go rest, I can sense you're running low on mana. I'll take care of things here." Han chuckled and moved back with a nod. Kyle's eyes traveled downward, observing the countless people engaged in battle with the monsters. As a few eyes stared at him, he vanished into thin air. In the next second, his figure reappeared behind the second wild boar, which had paused after he kicked the first one into the forest. "Fear," he mumbled under his breath, causing the boar and all the surrounding monsters to freeze in place as if sensing a dangerous enemy. In an instant, the air trembled and countless ice spears materialized in the sky, almost overshadowing the land below. Kyle's eyes glowed with a faint light, and before the boar and the other monsters could break free from their frozen state, the spear shot out with lightning-fast speed, piercing through the air. The people fighting in front were startled when they saw the number of spears raining down from the sky. But as they blinked, the spears pierced through the bodies of each monster who was under the fear skill, one by one. The monsters wanted to cry out, but only muffled cries rang out on the battlefield as their bodies dropped to the ground, with a loud thud. The one who screamed the loudest was the wild boar, as many spears penetrated its body from all directions with their razor-sharp tips. The boar's eyes closed, and it dropped to its knees as it took its last breath. In an instant, the air turned cold as the ice spears scattered into many fragments and dispersed in all directions, harming the other monsters nearby. Kyle floated around. He raised his leg and kicked the already dead wild boar's body back deep into the forest. The boar's body crashed into the trees and tumbled backward at a fast speed. The other boar who was coming out froze in its tracks as it looked at its companion's body. For a few seconds, a deadly silence enveloped the air as the monsters and all the fighting individuals stared at the silver-haired man floating midair. Nine let out a chuckle. He started floating and clicked his tongue. "Show off." Kyle's ears twitched. He turned around and glanced at the familiar face he hadn't seen for a while. He raised his brow and his lips curled into a smirk. "How about you kill the other wild boar? It's coming out." His sentence was cut short because Nine turned around and disappeared into the crowd without looking back. Kyle blinked, and his figure vanished again, only to reappear behind the other wild boar. A chill ran down the boar's spine. It cried out and many earth spikes appeared behind its back. However, after hearing no voice for a few seconds, it turned around and glanced back, but the human was nowhere to be seen. The boar let out a growl, but then it looked down at the bloodied tip of the sword sticking out from its chest, its eyes dilated. Blood oozed from its mouth and its eyes rolled back. Kyle grabbed the sword handle and yanked it back, raising a small dust cloud in the sky as the boar's body dropped to the ground. He furrowed his brow as he waved his precious sword to clean the blood off it. "I don't know if I'll find any more high-rank weapons, so it's better if I take utmost care of this one." He sighed and vanished from his spot again. In the distance, King Cedric breathed out as he stopped another attack from one of the inferno cats. He panicked a little when a figure materialized beside him. A sigh escaped the king's lips as he saw Kyle. He had seen how the silver-haired kid fought and killed two strong monsters so easily. The two inferno cats froze in their spots when the duo saw the silver-haired human who had killed the boars. They glanced at each other, and before Kyle could attack them, the duo ran away in different directions. Kyle stared at their backs. He could have easily caught them, but it's probably best if he didn't venture too far from the border, not until the others arrived. He turned around and glanced at the injured golden-haired man who looked a lot like Carcel. With a nod, he offered a healing potion. Cedric chuckled and shook his head. "My storage ring is filled with these things, save it for the future." Kyle blinked and stared at the potion bottle. He couldn't help but think that maybe something was wrong with the potion. That's why no one was taking it from him. Secretly, he placed the particular potion vial away from the others in his mind space and vanished from his spot again. His figure appeared in the middle of the crowd, and blue flames scattered in all directions. The flames didn't harm the humans and other soldiers, but only enveloped the many monsters attacking the border. The monsters cried with panicked eyes as their bodies turned into ice sculptures. The air that had been cold turned even colder when the flames appeared. In the next second, the ice sculptures crumbled into bright particles and vanished into thin air. Kyle wanted to use instant teleportation again, but a familiar voice echoed in his head. He raised his head and saw Bia's huge figure soaring in the sky. "You really had the guts to leave me with that little monster, huh? It would have died in my hands if not for you stopping me in time." Kyle chuckled, and many eyes traveled towards the phoenix soaring through the air. They watched with awe as the beautiful fire phoenix flew across the sky. After Bia, Alec also appeared in the sky. He glanced down and let out a sigh. In the next second, his figure flashed and he landed beside Kyle. "It seems you cleared the most dangerous monsters." Kyle nodded. "It's safe for the time being, but the monster lord hasn't shown up yet. Anyway, did you all take care of the pack of monsters who attacked us?" Alec's lips trickled upward in an evil smile. "If me and the others had stopped to take care of all of them, it would have taken me more time to arrive. So we all decided to leave Giant behind to handle the mess he created." Kyle smiled at his words and pointed at the monsters, indicating that they had a lot of work to do. Alec nodded and the duo immediately jumped into battle. The crowd was stunned because, just like Kyle, Alec also killed countless monsters with a single attack. The phoenix soaring in the sky also joined the battle. After only a minute, Yue, Regius, Lara, Mia, Carcel, and all the others except Giant arrived as well. The battlefield quickly became even more chaotic as the new arrivals swiftly took care of the monsters. In the distance, Nine smirked as he watched them fight. He turned back when someone tapped his shoulder slowly. Neon stared at his face with a curious expression. "The one with silver hair, is it Kyle?" The corner of Nine's eyes trickled upward with mirth. Maybe," he laughed when Neon's face fell. Ray, who was standing behind Neon, grabbed his shoulder with a smile. "How could you not recognize your little brother? It's definitely Kyle." Neon let out a groan. "I know. But it's unbelievable. He has gotten so strong in such a short time. Also, what happened to his hair and eyes?" The two brothers conversed about Kyle's appearance when Nine joined in. "Don't worry, the change won't harm him. I don't know the reason, but I guess it's related to the special flames he's using." Neon blinked, gazing at the blue flames around Kyle's body, and nodded. Nine hummed. He suddenly noticed Ray's injured shoulder and extended his hand. "Let me cure your injury. I have a healing skill. It's better than a potion." Ray nodded and Nine placed his hand on his shoulder. Nine's eyes glowed for a second and a thread of mana emerged from his hand. After a few seconds, the injury on Ray's shoulder vanished into thin air. Nine smiled and wanted to retract his hand, but he froze when a few images flashed at the back of his head. The golden threads in his eyes trembled violently, and both Ray and Neon panicked when blood started pouring from his eyes and mouth. But Nine raised his hand to stop them with a horrid expression. "I'm fine. But Kyle is in danger." Chapter 357, I don't feel like fighting. Ray and Neon were stunned as Nine dropped to his knees. Nine's last words kept replaying in their minds, especially his warning about Kyle being in danger. Ray quickly grabbed Nine's arm and urgently called out to Neon. "What are you waiting for? We need to help him. Let's find a safe spot first, quick." Nine's eyes blurred and his consciousness started to fade. He heard the countless voices around him, Neon and Ray's worried remarks as they cleared the path and dragged him away from the battlefield. He closed his eyes and did his best to clear his mind, but he knew he had used too much power again. Sometimes he hated the fact that he couldn't control his strength. He raised his head towards Ray and a few incoherent murmurs escaped his mouth. "Kyle, ask him to go to a safe place, that man." With golden pupil, Nine couldn't make sense of his own visions. He saw everyone happy, but then what happened? Suddenly, a sharp pain stabbed at the back of his head, making it hard for him to stay conscious. Ray glanced at Nine as he slumped on his shoulder. He cursed quietly to himself. Nevertheless, he knew the best thing to do was to find a safer place for Nine. In the meantime, the chaotic battlefield quickly started to calm down as the new arrivals effortlessly killed the monsters. Carcel wiped his plain-looking spear and glanced at the golden-haired man floating beside him. "So, how's my mother doing?" King Cedric scoffed and stared at the spear in his hand. "Just worried about your mom." Carcel blinked and checked him out from head to toe before looking at where his brother was fighting. "I can see you and Casper are totally fine. So I'm asking about the one who's not here." King Cedric clicked his tongue. "So many years have passed, but you're still the same. About your mom, she wanted to come along, but someone had to take care of the castle, so I made her stay. Go see her once we're done here." Carcel nodded and moved away to kill another monster. On the other side, Alec raised his head and stared at the forest where the monsters were pouring out. The numbers had gone down, and they had wiped out all the monsters at the border, except for a few low-rank ones. But the monster lord hadn't shown up yet. He hummed softly but frowned when he saw Kyle stop for a few seconds with a perplexed expression. Alec narrowed his eyes and quickly noticed the hesitation in Kyle's movements. He would pause every few minutes, but then shake his head as if he zoned out. Alec started floating and quickly approached him. "What happened?" He stopped because Kyle got startled when he called out to him. The latter blinked and stared at him. "Did you say anything? Sorry, I got distracted." Alec nodded, wanting to ask what happened, but Kyle started stretching his neck with knitted brows as he glanced toward the forest. "I don't feel like fighting for some reason." However, then he shook his head and clicked his tongue. "I'm getting frustrated because of the monster lord. Why hasn't it shown up when it's just hiding nearby?" Kyle glanced at Alec and tapped his shoulder with a smirk. "How about we force it out if it's not going to come out?" Alec stared at him for a few seconds, but the duo got distracted when a loud curse echoed through the air. Suddenly, a familiar man with red hair appeared, and it was none other than Giant. He fixed his angry eyes on Alec. Giant burst into laughter, a vein bulging on his forehead as he pointed an accusing finger at Alec. "You. How could you abandon me? Do you even care if I died out there?" "I know, haha, it was your idea to leave me behind." He rolled up his sleeves and zoomed in toward Alec with lightning-fast speed. Alec's eyebrow twitched, and before Giant could catch him, he flew away in a different direction. Giant arrived in front of Kyle, an evil smirk appearing on his face. He ran his hand through his hair and glanced at Kyle with a deadpan expression. "Bro, help me kick him and I'll give you one A-rank skill core." Kyle raised his brow interested. "The offer is not bad at all." Alec's eyes widened in the distance. He couldn't believe Giant was asking the one who ran away first to beat him for the same reason, and the payment was only one skill core. "Wait. I gave Giant an A-rank skill core just a few hours ago. Don't tell me he's using the same one just to get back at me." He paused when the ground beneath his feet started quivering, and a massive tremor shook the trees opposite him. Countless monster cries rang out in the air. Alec looked up, his gaze fixated on the towering figure that appeared in the sky, casting a shadow over the land as it approached from the distance. The colossal bat's eyes shimmered like crystal as it stared down at the border and the many small figures below. Its fur was a deep obsidian black, adorned with intricate patterns that glowed with an eerie light. Its wings spanned the length of several trees, a magnificent sight to behold. The air grew silent as all eyes were drawn to the monster flying above the trees and its crystal-like eyes. Alec couldn't help but let out a curse. "So the second monster lord is an obsidian bat." His words hung in the air as the bat unleashed a deafening screech that echoed through the land, causing a massive amount of dust to rise. In the next moment, strong monsters that had been lurking around the monster lord jumped out from the forest with lightning-fast speed. The land crumbled beneath their weight and the trees were torn apart. It was a truly terrifying sight. But things took a turn for the worse when another wave of low-rank monsters joined in. Kyle blinked and vanished from his spot, his voice echoing loudly through the air. "Guys, let's take down the strongest one first." As soon as his words fell, everyone floating midair around him sprang into action and engaged the most powerful monsters in a fierce battle. Those on the ground did their best to fend off the onslaught of countless low-rank monsters pouring out from the forest. Kyle furrowed his brow when he noticed that the soldiers and many other fighters were already exhausted. If the situation kept going, they wouldn't last much longer. Alec raised his sword and joined the fight, but he paused for a moment when Kyle's voice echoed in his head. "Go, confront the monster lord. We will do our best to handle everything here. As soon as someone is free, they will join you." Alec nodded and quickly glanced at the monster lord. Once the other monsters emerged from the forest, the monster lord remained motionless, simply observing the chaotic scene with its crystal-like eyes. Kyle took down another monster and glanced at Alec, who had taken the forest route to avoid drawing too much attention from the other monsters. "Bia, reduce your size and go help him." The phoenix, who had been fighting alongside Mia and Yue, flapped her wings and the fire around her disappeared. She grumbled a bit but quickly reduced her size and followed behind Alec. Due to her small size, she easily maneuvered past the monsters. Kyle quickly used his instant teleportation and in the next second he appeared at the boundary of the forest, where the monsters were emerging from. "I hope this goes better than last time." He took a deep breath and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet trembled, and numerous fire skeletons emerged from the earth. The skeletons had glowing, hollow eyes, but Kyle noticed with a frown that their movements were not properly coordinated. "Why do I feel like my control has gotten worse for some reason?" he sighed, knowing that the skeletons wouldn't last long, but at least their bodies would serve as a decent shield for the hundreds of people behind him. Just as Kyle was about to vanish, he noticed two familiar inferno cats stepping out from the forest. The cats let out hungry growls, their eyes filled with glee as they surveyed the chaotic scene. One of them opened its mouth, ready to unleash a fire tornado on the individuals fighting nearby, but blue flames suddenly appeared around her body, causing the cat to jump back to a safe distance. The second cat also jumped back as soon as it saw the flames. The two of them looked around, and then a voice that sent chills down their spines echoed from above. Kyle waved his hand in the air and clicked his tongue. "Almost had one of you this time, but you're both pretty good at escaping." Chapter 358, "We have got a lot of work." Kyle rubbed his hands as he hovered above the cats. A few nearby monsters attacked him, but he quickly finished them off. One of the inferno cat's eyes darted around. She wanted to escape because she had seen the human fight before. He would just disappear and reappear out of thin air. Kyle chuckled when he saw panic in their eyes. The duo truly knew when to retreat. He hummed and vanished again. The moment he disappeared, the cats panicked. One of them jumped off toward the forest, ready to escape, but it froze in its tracks when the same human landed in front of her. He cracked his knuckles with a frustrated expression and ran his fingers through his hair. "How about fighting without a weapon? It's been a while," the cat cried out and raised her paw to attack. The other one also jumped toward Kyle, but the duo froze when dread crept into their hearts. They stared at the human with dilated eyes as he ran toward them and punched one of them with all his strength. Kyle opened his fists with a groan and waved his hand as he watched the inferno cat flung backward midair. "Fear skill is good, but using my fists is a little painful. Let's finish this as quickly as possible." He sighed and vanished again. Sinan was in the middle of a fierce battle with an S+ rank monster when suddenly, a furry body was flung towards him from the forest. His eyes widened in surprise, and without hesitation, he unfurled his wings and swiftly jumped back midair. The massive body crashed onto the monster he was fighting, causing it to cry out in pain. The winged demi-human wiped his forehead with a sigh of relief and glanced at the inferno cat's body before turning his attention to the forest entrance, where Kyle stepped out with knitted brows. Sinan blinked and the silver-haired man vanished from sight. Damn, did he use his fists to kill something that huge? The wings fluttered behind his back as he shook his head with a chuckle, not even daring to imagine how badly the inferno cat had been beaten up. Kyle reappeared a few meters away from Carcel, who had been locked in combat with a group of S+ rank winged hurricanes, a type of monster with 2 horns and colorful wings. A cold wind swept through the air as blue flames materialized around Kyle. He burned his mana to make the flames spread across the sky, almost enveloping everything around Carcel and the winged hurricanes. The crowd and the surrounding fighters watched as the flames grew colder with each passing second. Kyle stepped into the flames and paused beside Carcel. The two of them gazed at the panicked group of birds before the flames gathered, engulfing everything around them. Painful shrieks filled the air, but Carcel realized with a sharp breath that the flames didn't even touch him. Carcel glanced at Kyle, who wore an emotionless expression that he hadn't seen in a while. Thanks, but where is Alec? I haven't seen him for a while. Kyle blinked and the flames scattered in all directions, leaving behind bright particles. His fingers brushed past the moving particles and he felt a faint, cold yet soothing sensation. How strange, he had never felt cold before. He rubbed his fingers and pointed towards where the towering bat had been watching everything. I asked Alec and Bia to confront the monster lord, but Bia told me they were stopped in the middle by a group of monsters. He looked back at Giant, who had been throwing down skills and casting spells left and right, doing everything he could to take out as many monsters as possible and protect as many people as he could. Kyle frowned as he surveyed the battlefield. The situation didn't look good. He knew they could hold on for a while, but once their mana ran out, the border would fall. His gaze shifted to George and Retrick, who had joined the fight despite their injuries, and then to Elder Han. He thought for a few seconds and vanished once again, only to reappear beside Elder Han, who was fighting alongside a group of elderly men to clear out some monsters near the soldiers. Master, Elder Han quickly killed his opponent, his forehead glistening with sweat. He glanced at Kyle, breathing heavily. What's going on? Why are you here? Several old men around him immediately stopped the monsters in front of him when they saw Kyle, allowing him to talk with the silver-haired man who had displayed incredible strength since his arrival. Kyle reached into his mind space and pulled out a book. In a matter of seconds, he flipped through many pages before stopping at a particular symbol. He tore out the page and handed it to Elder Han, who looked at him with confusion. I need your help. Draw this symbol on the border beneath the mages. The more symbols, the better. It doesn't matter where you draw them, I just need a large number. Gather as many people as possible who can draw symbols. Elder Han stared at the page, which only had one symbol. He recognized it. It was used in one of the lower-ranked arrays that could increase someone's mana if they stood above it. However, the array consumed a lot of resources and could potentially harm the user's body if they were lower than S rank, as the mana would forcefully fill their body within a few seconds. The old man wanted to question Kyle, but he had already vanished. Elder Han let out a sigh and rubbed his temples, gazing at the symbol before grabbing one of the old men fighting in front of him with a serious expression. Come on, we've got a lot of work to do. The duo floated towards the border, and Elder Han took out his communication crystal, asking George to send as many individuals as possible who could draw arrays. George cursed because Han closed the communication crystal the moment he asked, why? The vice principal stared at the crowd around him with frustration. How the hell am I supposed to gather people who can draw array symbols in the middle of this chaos? He punched a nearby monster before floating towards the area where students from various academies were fighting, searching for individuals who could draw array symbols. Chapter 359, We're going to burn the forest. Kyle appeared behind Mia, who had been floating above the border with a few other mages. He looked around and noticed the pale faces of the people standing above the border. Mia, the people floating in front of him were startled, and Mia paused for a second when she heard the familiar voice. She swiftly cast another spell to take down a monster attacking a soldier, then she turned around to look at him. What happened? Kyle, Yue, Lara, and Niam, who were floating beside Mia, glanced at him. Jian, who had just joined the mages, was also startled by his voice. Kyle took a deep breath and pointed his finger towards the forest entrance. If I give you enough mana, can you construct a shield big enough to cover the entire area in front of the forest? Mia blinked, not quite sure what he meant. Nevertheless, she nodded without hesitation. I can do it as long as I have a large amount of mana in my body, but how? Kyle looked at her with a serious expression. Mana isn't the problem, but the process is going to be a bit painful. So, are you sure? Mia nodded and clenched her fists. She believed she could do it. If Kyle had a good plan, they could save a lot of lives. Yue frowned, wanting to speak up and question why Kyle didn't ask her, considering she was stronger than Mia, but she stopped when Kyle turned around and stared at her. Yue, I remember you have a powerful fire skill, right? And Jian too. He glanced at Jian, who floated towards him with a nod. After Mia is done, I want both of you to use your fire skills. I want it to be as big as possible. He paused for a second and gazed at the duo. Would you do it? Jian and Yue glanced at each other, and then the red-haired man let out a chuckle. You think we won't? Of course we would. A little pain is nothing. Kyle let out a faint smile as he nodded. Yue gazed at him with crossed arms. So do we use the fire skill on the monsters, but if the fire is too big, I don't think we would be able to control it properly. What if it harms the people fighting with the monsters? Kyle shook his head. No, we're going to burn the forest. Jian stared at him with stunned eyes and let out a dry laugh. If they burned the forest, it wouldn't just stop at a mere fire. The fire would spread quickly, destroying the trees, plants, and wildlife. You're joking, right? Kyle met his gaze with a serious expression. No, I'm not. However, I can assure you that the scenario you're imagining won't happen. Jian approached him and flashed him a grin. Don't worry, bro, I trust you. And not just me, the others do too. Let's finish all this and go eat something good. Kyle raised his brow. I like the offer, but I already have plans with someone else who promised to cook for me. So maybe some other time. He tapped Jian's shoulder, who stared at him and vanished, only to reappear at the border in the next moment. Yue stared at Kyle's figure from a distance and then glanced at Jian, who had a look of disbelief on his face as if he had just experienced the worst betrayal of his life. Yue's lips curled up into a beautiful smile. She thought Kyle would have forgotten her words considering the situation, but he remembered. She glanced at the little lynx sitting on Lara's shoulder and started floating to attack the monsters once again. Unbeknownst to her, a pair of suspicious eyes had been observing Kyle and her interaction for a while now. Lily raised her brow when she saw the smile on Yue's face. What a beautiful smile. Are they in a relationship? Lily blinked and stared at Yue for a few seconds before tilting her head back to gaze at the silver-haired man running above the border. Ah, they don't seem to suit each other. Well, I think I should lay low for a while until everyone forgets about the fact that I am the Dark Mage's daughter. Kyle peered at the glistening symbols beneath his feet. The mages around him were startled by his sudden appearance above the border, but he ignored them and kept on drawing symbols. He was so fast that they couldn't understand what he was doing. All they noticed were the shiny symbols he left behind. After 10 long minutes, Kyle vanished and reappeared in the sky, fixing his gaze on the opposite end of the border. Elder Han and a few others were trying their best to draw as many symbols as possible. It's not enough. I need more symbols. The more, the better. Kyle jumped into the battlefield, and in the next second he appeared amidst the soldiers fighting the monsters on the land. His eyes glowed, and everyone around him gasped as blue flames scattered in all directions. The flames engulfed numerous low-rank monsters and vanished into countless bright particles. However, before anyone could notice his presence, Kyle vanished and reappeared beside King Cedric and Retrick. The duo had been struggling against 3 powerful SS+ rank bats, trying to keep them away from the crowd. Kyle glanced at the bats and drew his sword, then looked at the 2 men who paused upon his arrival. He asked them to focus on the low-rank monsters and clear the land. The duo glanced at each other and nodded. The king looked at Kyle with a smile and gave his shoulder a shake. Young man, I'll reward you once all of this is over. You have done a lot not just for us but for the whole continent. Kyle blinked and nodded politely. No way he would admit that he was only helping because of his friends. After Retrick and the king left, Kyle started fighting the bats. It wasn't much of a fight, more like a one-sided beating. Bia, can you hear me? I can, but we are unable to get near the monster lord. There are too many monsters surrounding it, and every time we try to get close, they all jump at us from all directions. Kyle sensed with a frown that Bia's breathing was irregular. Tell Alec to come back, change of plans, we're going to take care of the monster horde first. What? There are so many, how are we gonna do it? Bia asked a few questions, but since she didn't get a proper response, she agreed with a click of her tongue. Chapter 360. Is it mocking me? Bia's figure soared across the sky, quickly maneuvering through the swarm of bats to approach the border. Alec followed closely behind, cursing under his breath when a monster tried to bite his leg. He kicked it back into the forest with an exhausted expression. His eyes traveled toward the large bat, watching them with its crystal-like eyes from a distance. A vein bulged on his forehead as he noticed the mirth dancing in the bat's eyes. Haha, is it mocking me? Alec rolled up his sleeves, ready to dive towards the monster lord once again. But his actions halted when Kyle appeared a short distance away. Alec's gaze met the silver-haired man who grabbed his shoulder and pulled him towards the border. Come with me, we have a lot of work to do. Despite his confusion, Alec quickly followed. Just like him, Kyle called Carcel, Regia, Sinanja, and a few other strong figures he knew. He pointed towards the land. Guys, I want you all to focus on the area in front of the border. Kill as many monsters as possible and clear the space. Also, if possible, get everyone away from the forest entrance quickly. The eyes staring at him looked a bit confused, but with a quick nod, everyone dove toward the ground and started slaying as many monsters as they could. Amidst the chaos, they shouted orders for everyone in front of the forest entrance to slowly retreat towards the border. Kyle took a glance at the surroundings and closed his eyes for a moment. If everything went as planned, they would soon defeat the monster lord. He snapped his eyes open and focused on Alec, who was taking down some bats in the distance. Alec, you have a powerful wind skill, right? His voice echoed inside Alec's head, who killed the bats and appeared beside him. I do have one. Do you need me to do something? Just get ready to unleash your strongest wind skill. You need to blow the flames and make them spread faster. Alec nodded, his eyebrows furrowed in concentration. Wait. What? He blinked and stared at Kyle, who floated towards the border, and in the next second Mia appeared in front of Kyle. What are they up to? Alec massaged his temples and hurriedly made his way towards the silver-haired man. Kyle took a deep breath, and suddenly the mana around him trembled violently. A faint round symbol appeared in the air, growing wider and brighter until it encompassed the entire sky. Elder Han and the others who were still drawing symbols on the border paused as their symbols began to float in the air. The old man gasped in shock and snapped his head toward Kyle. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The kid had already learned so much about arrays, what else would he teach him now? Wait, I can teach him about potions. Ritrick and King Cedric both looked up in astonishment, their eyes fixed on the sky filled with countless symbols gathering in a circle. The symbols glowed brightly, and with a gust of wind the surrounding mana flared up and moved toward the symbols. The crowd stood in awe, witnessing the spectacle in the sky, but they couldn't fully appreciate its beauty as they had to focus on defeating the many monsters in front of them. Kyle narrowed his eyes, staring at a faraway place where he sensed a sharp gaze. It seems the monster lord became alert because of his actions, but who cares? The arrogant bat's eyes told him it was only mildly amused, not enough to come and fight mere humans and soldiers trying to stay alive. Let's see how long you can watch. Kyle smirked, glancing at the symbols that dimmed with each passing second. He let out a sigh. I want compensation for the resources I'm going to waste. He clicked his tongue and suddenly thousands of mana stones appeared around him, but the moment they appeared, they were sucked up by the symbols. More, Kyle massaged his temples and soothed his aching heart before a pulsating flower appeared in his hand. The flower petals shimmered constantly, shifting colors with a soft light. In an instant, many monsters turned their heads towards the flower, as if sensing something otherworldly. Not only the monsters, but even the humans were drawn to the flower. However, before anyone could understand the reason, Kyle tossed the flower up towards the symbol. Alec's mouth hung open as he watched how the symbols effortlessly devoured the flowers. Instantly, his hand grew sweaty, and he glanced at Kyle with a blank expression. Please tell me you had no idea that the flower was a divine grade 1, Kyle stared at him and blinked. He did know it was a divine grade 1, considering he had stolen it right under the nose of the dark race leader. I do know, but I just didn't want to waste more mana stones. Alec let out a laugh, unsure of where to direct his regret. He knew that flower wasn't his, but it was a divine rank herb. He paused as the glowing symbols in the sky suddenly brightened like the sun, and the air around him fell silent. A crackling voice echoed in the air as Kyle moved closer to the symbols and called out Mia's name softly. In an instant, a beam of light shot out from the symbols and zoomed under the stunned eyes of the crowd, heading straight for the woman with blue hair. Mia's body trembled as the light descended on her shoulders. It was as painful, but she patiently allowed the mana to seep into her veins. Only after a few seconds, her body was filled to the brim because her mana skyrocketed to almost triple her original capacity. Mia shook her head as her vision got a bit blurry from the overwhelming mana flowing through her. Kyle controlled the array and gestured toward Alec, who raised his sword and unleashed one of his most powerful moves to push the countless flying monsters further away from the border. As soon as Alec finished, the light on Mia's shoulders vanished. She clenched her teeth and utilized all her mana to swiftly create a massive shimmering shield. The air trembled as the shield descended in front of the forest entrance with a resounding bang. Dust and debris scattered everywhere as the area between the forest and the border became separated by the shield. The crowd and monsters, all of them, gasped in shock. The shield was tall and wide enough to cover a large space in front of them. The countless monsters pouring out from the forest halted in their tracks and immediately started pounding the shield with all their might. Mia started sweating, knowing she couldn't maintain the shield for long with the relentless pounding of monsters. She clenched her fists, pouring all her strength into preserving the shield as long as possible. Kyle glanced at Mia and called out Jian and Yue's names. Two familiar beams of light shot toward the duo as they stood by Mia's side. In just a few seconds, the sky turned crimson with flames as Yue and Jian unleashed their strongest fire skills towards the forest. The flames spread with lightning speed, igniting the tall trees and eliciting cries from the countless monsters. The pressure on Mia intensified as the flames descended behind the shield she had created, separating them from the forest. She shook her head and dug her nails into her palms. Now, if the shield crumbles, countless lives will be lost. I won't let it happen. The monsters in the forest wanted to jump out, but the shield forced them to retreat deeper. The monster lord, who had been watching from a distance, moved. It flapped its huge wings and closed in toward the border with panicked eyes. Kyle grinned and glanced at Alec, who finally understood which flames he needed to blow with his wind skill. Alec let out a dry laugh, wiped his forehead, and nodded at Kyle. A beam of light descended on his shoulders, and he moved forward to unleash his strongest wind skill. Instantly, the surging flames shot backward with frightening speed. The monster lord froze as it watched the flames consume the monsters and trees. It quickly moved back when the flames approached. Countless pain cries filled the air as it grew hotter by the second. The mages, soldiers, fighters, and academy students watched with bated breaths as the few youngsters floating midair unleashed such devastation in just a minute. Kyle glanced at the array above him. He thought it would require more resources, but after using the divine flower he didn't need any more. It's good. Alec, Carcel, and Yue, along with everyone around him, looked panicked when they saw Mia grabbing her knee with a pale expression. They knew she wouldn't last long and it would be devastating if they didn't stop the flames before the shield crumbled. Kyle furrowed his brow. Just a few more seconds. Chapter 361. Now it's your turn. As soon as Kyle's words fell, a small crack appeared in the middle of the shield. Then, like a spiderweb, the crack spread across the entire surface. Immediately, everyone floating around him or standing beneath him panicked and used every protection skill or spell they had to shield themselves from the flames. Kyle's forehead turned sweaty when the effect of the enchantment pill he had taken a minute ago finally kicked in. "I'm gonna beat that dwarf if I saw him again." He said it wouldn't be painful, but it's hurting like hell. A vein flared up on his neck, and his strength shot up with incredible speed. He vanished from his spot, only to reappear amidst the shining symbols above him. The symbols trembled and zoomed toward his body with lightning-fast speed. Kyle clenched his fists when an even sharper pain coursed through his entire body. Yet he stubbornly absorbed every drop of mana that came his way. The chaos and noises ringing in his ears disappeared, and everything around him became quiet for a split second. At that moment Mia lost her balance, but before she could fall, Carcel grabbed her waist with knitted brows. She closed her eyes with a gasp on his shoulder, not even daring to look at the shield. The crowd's hearts raced as they fixated their gaze on the shield. Some even started running backward toward the border. But just as the shield was about to crumble into countless pieces, the symbols around Kyle disappeared and he whispered under his breath, "Ice domain!" A drop of blood oozed from his mouth as a tremendous amount of mana left his body and traveled towards the shield. The air grew extremely cold, and a translucent dome materialized out of thin air, enveloping the shield and the surging flames in a chilly embrace. The dome shook a little due to the amount of heat radiating from the flames, but countless icicles formed in the air, and thick clouds gathered in the sky to pour ice on the fire. The monster lord, watching everything from the other side, retreated further back with dilated eyes as he witnessed the ice melting into water, extinguishing the once domineering flames. Clouds of black smoke rose to cover the sky in a dark blanket, and the cold air became humid. The crowd snapped out of their reverie when the icy dome dropped down with a loud bang, and the remaining ice scattered into mesmerizing ice flakes that floated gracefully in the air. Kyle raised his hand and an ice flake landed on his finger. His lips curled into a snarl as he locked eyes with the monster lord through the smoky curtain. Anger, frustration, and a multitude of troubling emotions filled the monster lord's gaze. It was no surprise, considering the latter had witnessed its entire army crumble before its eyes. "Now, it's your turn." Kyle wasn't sure if the monster lord heard him because his body went limp from exhaustion. The enchantment pill's effect would vanish after an hour, and he mentally prepared himself to endure the same exhaustion for a whole day. Nevertheless, putting aside the pill's side effects, it's unbelievable that the West Continent possessed such a powerful object and never shared it with the other continents. Kyle closed his eyes and let his body fall. Well, he still had a little bit of mana to make himself float before he crashed into the ground, but he hummed when he felt Bia's presence underneath himself. The phoenix clicked her tongue and soared through the sky when his body landed on her back. "Geez, you know you always overdo things." Kyle chuckled at her words. "I just want to finish it as soon as possible. Let's find Ray and Neon after we are done with the monster lord. I saw them with Nine for a brief second, but I do not know where the trio went afterward." The phoenix frowned a little when she felt Kyle's body temperature. It was way too cold, even colder than his usual temperature, but maybe it's because he exerted so much strength in such a short time, so she just brushed it off. "Okay. Okay, just rest for a while or else you will faint even before you find them." Kyle sensed another familiar presence floating above him and opened his eyes to see Yue's face, looking at him with a worried smile. He stared without blinking. She had her hand crossed on her chest, and her long hair was flowing down towards his face. Yue tilted her head and began speaking in a soft voice that only the two of them could hear. "You scared me when you dropped down so suddenly." "Are you all right?" Kyle smiled and closed his eyes. "I'm fine. What about you and the others? You all also used the array." He felt her gaze lingering on his face, but he didn't say anything. Then a warm finger landed on his forehead. "If you're fine, why are you knitting your brows? I noticed you've been doing it for a while now." Kyle grabbed the finger on his forehead and Yue blinked in surprise. Normally, she would have noticed Kyle's temperature, but she got distracted when he pulled her and patted the spot next to him with his other hand. "Stop floating above me and sit down." "I'm getting dizzy." "Oh, okay." She sat down beside him and gazed at his face again, completely unaware that a certain phoenix was grumbling inside Kyle's mind, speaking about how others shouldn't be allowed to sit on her back. Bia grumbled for a while but stopped when she sensed Kyle's peaceful mood. "Well, just this one time is fine." Kyle's ears twitched when he heard Alex's loud voice calling for others to surround the monster lord who tried to escape after it realized it was alone. From Alex's shouts, Kyle was certain that the monster lord would suffer twice as much as they did. Chapter 362, I'll bet on Kyle. After some time, Kyle opened his eyes and propped himself up with his elbows. He couldn't just sleep now because once the pill's effect wore off, he knew he wouldn't be able to do anything. Yue was startled by his sudden movement. She turned her face away and started floating to create some distance between them. Kyle stared at her back, fully aware that she had been staring at him since the moment she sat beside him. His eyes couldn't help but be drawn to her exposed neck and ears, which had a subtle hint of crimson. He was taken aback for a moment, then let out a soft sigh. Bia, I know it might be a bit random, but do you think she likes me? You just noticed almost everyone knows except you. The phoenix burst into laughter when she sensed Kyle's emotions. He had been troubled for a while and the reason was unclear. But now his mood seemed to have returned to normal, or maybe even better than normal. I thought you were clueless about this and it would take you a long time to accept it, but you're actually quite natural. Shut up. And why do you know so much about all this? Kyle ignored the phoenix's reply and started floating. He gazed into the distance, where Alec, Carcel, and many strong individuals were busy fighting the monster lord. Yue glanced at him and pointed toward the monster lord. I'm going to join them, come over when you're fine. Kyle tried to reply, but she hurriedly left before he could say anything. He shook his head and let out a faint chuckle. Bia got smaller and landed on his shoulder, giving him a piercing look with narrowed eyes. You like her as well, right? Well, I'm not sure, but I don't dislike this feeling. Maybe it's because I've known her for a long time and that familiarity makes me comfortable around her. Right now, I can't even protect myself, so first I'll find a way to remove the artifact from my body. Only then will I consider getting involved in someone else's life. Tusk, you're too self-absorbed. She's pretty. Don't you think she might find someone better? Kyle's eyebrow twitched. He wanted to toss the phoenix away, but he ignored that impulse. Instead, he stretched his stiff body midair and looked down, feeling the gaze of countless people upon him. He knew it would become a hassle in the future with all the attention he was getting. At first, he chose to join the fight for his friends, but then he continued because of the debt he owed to Kingdom Tertia. If it were up to him, maybe he wouldn't have joined the battle against the monster lords. After all, it's not his duty to protect them. He's not like Alec, who has a motto to assist anyone in need. I'm feeling restless again. Kyle spotted a few monsters lingering near the border, but their numbers were manageable. He was confident that the soldiers would quickly take care of them in no time. He raised his hand with a smile and waved when he saw a familiar face in the crowd. Neon shouted back and waved, but Kyle knitted his brows when he noticed the dread etched on Neon's face. What happened? Kyle wanted to go check, but he was stopped by a familiar voice. He turned around to see Giant approaching with a sweaty forehead. Hey bro, you okay? I wanted to go check on you, but Carcel stopped me when he saw Yue coming your way. I'm fine, just used too much strength. Giant nodded and grabbed his arm. Come on, Alex trying to steal my kill. He said I could take down the second monster lord, but I am sure he's going back on his word. No matter what, I can't let him steal my prey this time. Kyle raised his brow, counting in his head. He still had time before the pill's effect wore off, so if he didn't use his skills, he could fight for a while. Hold on a sec. He glanced back to see Neon, but the latter had disappeared from his original spot. Where did he go? Giant grabbed his arm, urging him with pleading eyes. No way, he couldn't let Alec take all the credit. He needed to kill at least one monster lord. Kyle nodded and followed him. As the duo floated, Kyle glanced down at the devastation he and the others had caused. A huge area of the forest was gone, replaced by barren land filled with water, burned trees, and monster bodies. The air still held a hint of smoke, even though the smoke clouds had vanished. The moment they arrived in front of the scene where the monster lord was getting beaten up, Kyle's eyes narrowed at Sinon and Regius. A speechless expression appeared on his the moment they arrived in front of the scene where the monster lord was getting beaten up. Kyle's eyes narrowed at face, because the duo was placing bets on who would hit the monster lord more. The monster lord's painful cries echoed in the air as Alec, Carcel, and a few others attacked it repeatedly. Kyle's eyebrow twitched when he saw Han, Retrick, George, and King Cedric standing behind Sinon, placing their money on the kids to reward those who were performing exceptionally. Are we really fighting a monster lord? I think it's the first time in the history of the East Continent that a monster lord has been beaten so badly that no other would dare to emerge for the next hundreds of years. He shook his head and cracked his knuckles before glancing at Giant, who nodded at him with a smirk. Instantly, the duo dove towards the huge bat. Giant laughed and caught everyone's attention. Many people waved at Kyle, relieved to see him doing well. Elder Han smiled and quickly placed a big bet that Kyle would kill the monster lord. King Cedric raised his brow at the old man and instantly put money on his sons, not backing down even slightly. George smiled and bet on Alec and Jayan. Ritrick shook his head at their childish behavior. What are you three doing? Make way, he paused and grabbed a pouch from his storage ring, placing it above everyone else's money. I'll bet on Kyle. The old principal cheered and waved his hand to support Kyle, leaving everyone around him speechless. Chapter 363, Don't Speak. He's become strong in such a short time, and it's not just him, the kids around him, they all have promising futures. A calm voice resonated through the air as a pair of golden eyes observed the battle against a bat-like monster. The person in the purple robe floated midair, their gaze fixed on the silver-haired man who burst into laughter when the red-haired person beside them began to cry for some reason. It's strange. When I first saw him, I didn't sense anything extraordinary. The golden eyes remained devoid of emotion as they continued to witness the unfolding scene below. What a pity. Just blame yourself that out of all the people on this planet, you were the one I picked as the host for the soul-eating crystal. He shook his head and reached out to retrieve the nail-sized crystal from the other person's body. After spending so many years on this hidden planet, he had healed his injuries. He wanted to leave 2 years ago, but then, like that strange tower, the kid ended up in another mysterious place where his presence couldn't be detected. The man thought that perhaps the divine bead was lost, but the moment Kyle emerged from the secret realm, he once again sensed the presence of the divine artifact. It was the same artifact that would help him increase his divine strength, the strength that had been stagnant for the last 50 years. There wasn't even a bit of hesitation in his eyes when he ordered the bead to tear the young man's soul into pieces and devour it completely. I know that with your soul devoured, you will never be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation, but I hope your consciousness rests in peace. He raised his head to stare into the distance. Above the clouds, a vast shield covered the planet in its protective embrace, but then a tiny crack appeared on its surface. I need to leave, they are here. Well, at least they won't pursue me for a while because they'll be busy with this beautiful planet. The monster lord was flung backward by Carcel, but then Alec appeared in front of him. He had a deadpan expression as he stared at Jayan, Carcel, and Kyle, who were determined to deliver the finishing blow to the monster lord. Alec widened his eyes when Yue, Lara, and Mia joined the trio. In the next second, everyone else also joined, all wanting to be the one to kill the monster lord. Alec raised his hand and stopped them all in their tracks. Guys, let me kill this one, I promise. His sentence was cut short because Jayan, who had been weeping beside Kyle, raised his head with a furious expression. You think I'll trust you this time? No chance. I'm the one who's gonna finish off the monster lord no matter what. The red-haired man raised his chin and crossed his arms over his chest before looking at Kyle, who sighed with a faint smile. Well, just let him do it. It's not a big deal. After Kyle spoke, Carcel shrugged his shoulders and took a step back. In the next second, almost everyone else stepped back with a sigh. Now that the strongest person had spoken up, who would dare to disobey? Alec fixed his eyes on Kyle with a serious expression. You sure you won't interfere and Jayan will be the one to kill it? Kyle blinked, not sure why Alec was asking, but he nodded nonetheless. Alec hummed and turned his head towards Jayan. All right, let's make a deal, Jayan scoffed. You think 1A rank skill core would make me change my mind? No way, and why the heck do you want to kill it so badly? Just let me handle it. Alec smirked and raised an eyebrow as a round core materialized above his palm. How about an S rank skill core? Jayan's eyebrow twitched. You think I'll agree? Kyle looked at Jayan, along with everyone else, surprised that he was rejecting such a valuable offer. But they were all left speechless when Jayan stepped forward and snatched the core from Alec's hand, sporting a smirk. Of course I'll agree, who wouldn't? The monster lord, who had been watching everything from behind, wanted to cry. It couldn't believe they were fighting over who would end its life. The bat, sensing an opportunity, began crawling in the opposite direction, ready to escape. But its large size caught the attention of countless eyes, all fixated on it with a deadly glare. Jayan gave Alec a pat on the shoulder, sporting a serious expression. Go for it, dear, it's all yours. The people around them burst into laughter when Alec almost lost his balance midair upon hearing the word dear. The blue-haired man regained his composure, swatted Jayan's hand away, and raised his sword to swiftly finish off the monster lord. The creature let out a final cry, its eyes closing with a hint of regret. Alec grinned when he got another notification from the system. It said he had acquired a divine skill. He closed his eyes for a moment, and all the details about the skill rushed into his mind. They all cheered for their victory, but their celebration came to a halt when they heard a loud voice. All eyes turned towards George, who had a bunch of pouches, a pile of mana stones and gold coins in front of him. I won. George raised his fist in the sky, sporting a smirk, and glanced at Elder Han, who wore an unpleasant expression. Ritrick and Cedric also had solemn faces, having lost their bets. To make sure nobody could go back on their words, George swiftly stashed everything in his storage ring and hurried over to the kids to congratulate them on their incredible victory against such a formidable opponent. George gazed at the many individuals floating in front of him, and his eyes lit up with happiness. All of them turned around to face him, floating together as a group. Ritrick, Han, and a few more elderly individuals floated behind King Cedric, who had arrived in front of the youngsters to praise them. However, Han noticed with a blink that Kyle hadn't moved from his spot for quite some time. Almost everyone had gathered in front of the king, but Kyle had his back turned towards them. He floated midair at the same spot where Giant had left him. "Kyle," Han called out slowly and furrowed his brow when Kyle didn't respond. After Han, Yue also tried to get Kyle's attention, but he remained silent. Alec moved to grab Kyle's shoulder when a piercing scream echoed through the air. "Kyle!" All eyes instantly turned towards the two men with black hair who just emerged from behind a boulder, completely soaked and covered in dirt. It was evident that the duo had traveled on foot to reach this place. Elder Han instantly recognized the new arrivals. How could he not? He had visited them a few times before. "Neon and Ray, why are you two here?" His voice echoed through the air, but instead of replying, the duo stared at Kyle with fear written all over their faces. "Kyle," Neon called out, and a sense of foreboding filled everyone's hearts. Alec quickly grabbed Kyle's shoulder, but he and everyone around Kyle were pushed backward when a dark red aura enveloped his body. Kyle lost his balance and plummeted towards the ground at lightning speed. Bia, who was sitting on Mia's shoulder, looked at him with wide eyes. She didn't sense anything, it was too sudden. The phoenix cried out and swiftly flew towards him. However, before she could reach him, Yue and Giant grabbed Kyle. They called out his name repeatedly, but his eyes were unfocused, as if he couldn't comprehend what was happening around him. The red energy surrounding him grew more intense with each passing second. The trio landed on the ground and Neon and Ray rushed over to Kyle. Bia's eyes were filled with tears when she landed beside his neck, gently nuzzling her beak against him. "What happened, Kyle?" "Kyle, wake up!" Kyle blinked as a warm tear fell on his cheek. Through the pain, he saw a few blurry figures. He felt Bia's presence beside his neck, a gentle touch behind his head and a hand holding his hand. Amidst the clamor of voices, he sensed a liquid being poured into his mouth, probably a healing potion. Kyle reached out his hand and caressed the little bird that was crying by his neck. I'm fine. Just a little slee." His eyes cleared up a bit, but the dark red aura around him became even more noticeable. He wanted to scream, but he stopped when he saw the beautiful elf sitting beside him, eyes filled with tears and his brother's worried expression. Elder Han was shouting, holding multiple glass vials in his hand. Giant, Alec, Carcel, Mia, Lara, and nearly everyone gathered around him from every direction. Another tear dropped onto his cheek, and he let out a soft sigh before weakly raising his other hand to wipe Yue's eyes. "I'm fine." Yue's eyes widened and she shouted at him with a faint sob. "Don't speak." Chapter 364, his soul, not just Yue, Ray also shouted at him, telling him to be quiet. Kyle blinked, unsure of what was happening, but he noticed they were staring at him with a horrified expression. "What?" He felt something wet, not tears, something else. The hand that tried to wipe Yue's tears paused as it reached beneath his eyes. He lifted his fingers and examined them. They were red, completely soaked in blood. Oh, it seems his eyes were bleeding. Kyle closed his eyes, but then Neon slapped his chest and urged him to stay conscious no matter what. Kyle let out a chuckle. "You're still getting the better of me." Another potion was poured into his mouth, but nothing seemed to work. Kyle glanced at Yue and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Don't cry, you look ugly when you cry." Yue paused, blinking in disbelief. She wanted to give him a piece of her mind as he seemed to be joking in such a serious situation. But before she could respond, a familiar sentence echoed in her mind. She tried to recall the blurry memory, but suddenly a tearing sound filled the air. Her gaze shifted to Kyle, realizing that the sound was coming from his body. Kyle's eyes dilated, and he finally let out a piercing scream that sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. All the people around him froze in their tracks, and the air turned eerily silent. Instantly, the red aura around his body gathered above his chest, and with a faint ripping sound, a small dark red crystal sprang out from his chest. The crystal pulsed with a sinister energy, emanating a faint golden light along its edges. When Alec laid eyes on the crystal, his eyes widened and he let out a terrified shout. After all, unlike others, he could see everything about the crystal because the system window showed him the details. Alec reached out to grab the crystal. However, as he tried to grab it, a powerful blast of energy was unleashed, causing everyone around Kyle to be forcefully thrown back as if their strength meant nothing. Kyle's body lifted off the ground when the crystal moved. Amidst the chaos, faint voices called out to him, but he shut his eyes as a numbing, heart-wrenching pain consumed him. It felt like a part of him was swallowed by darkness. Deep down, he knew this moment would come someday, but he couldn't help but question why now and why so soon. His body dropped to the ground with a soft thud and the crystal zoomed towards something above in the clouds. Yue, Neon, Ray, and a few others rushed to his side, but Kyle wasn't responding anymore. The phoenix cried out loudly when the connection she had with Kyle broke. She couldn't sense anything from him anymore, nothing at all. Alex screamed at Giant and a few others to follow the crystal, but they froze in their tracks when a pair of emotionless golden eyes appeared in the sky. In the next second, a bone-crushing pressure weighed down on their shoulders. Not just them, even Cedric, Retrick, and the many older individuals around Kyle felt the same pressure on their shoulders as they dropped to their knees. Alex stared at the man with bloodshot eyes. "Why the hell did you do it? How dare you?" He used his newly acquired divine skill on the man. The man in purple robes was taken aback for a moment. However, instead of fighting back, he grabbed the crystal and vanished before Alex's skill could even reach him. Alex's eyes widened. He couldn't believe he had let the man slip through his fingers so easily. He froze when a notification popped up, telling him that the mission to kill the man who was harming the planet's core had failed. So, he looked back at where Yue and the others were trying to wake up Kyle. Then, Retrick shouted and asked everyone to take Kyle to the academy for better treatment, but Alec knew no one could treat Kyle now. His eyes welled up with tears and he raised his head to hold them back. His soul, Giant, who had been beside him, started shouting with anger. He promised to find the man who harmed his friend. But just as the situation calmed down, a loud rumble shook the entire sky. Huh, Alec looked up, and not just him, everyone around the planet raised their heads to stare at the sky. It cracked like fragile glass, breaking into countless fragments. No way, Alec let out a disbelieving laugh. He couldn't believe he had failed so badly. He wasn't able to save his friend, nor was he able to stop the destruction that awaited the planet, even if only for a few months. At the far end of the planet, as the cracks emerged, a pair of astonished eyes peered inside, gazing at the world through the fissures. Huh, another hidden planet. The woman let out a soft sigh, and the black three-petal flower engraved on her forehead glimmered faintly. She glanced back at the man floating beside her, a wicked grin spreading across her face. Hey, tell me, how long do you think it would take for the 4th Shadow General's army to arrive and conquer this planet? Hey, the man with pointy ears pondered the question. He had been oblivious to the planet's existence for so many years. Despite his concealed presence, a hoarse voice escaped his lips as he responded. I'm not sure about the 4th General, but a portion of the 3rd General's army is on planet Azure. It's pretty close, so I think it would take a week or two, maybe. The pink ears on top of the woman's head perked up slightly as she narrowed her eyes with mischief. Let's have some fun, shall we? We haven't found the man who stole the General's divine artifact and ran away. Plus, I didn't receive any recognition when I reported back about the universe projection. So why not take credit for discovering this planet? Maybe it'll help lighten our punishment. Hay hummed and nodded in agreement. You're stronger, Diora. As always, I'll follow your lead. Diora, the demi-human, burst into laughter. She wiped her eyes and smiled at Hay, batting her thick lashes. You know, I sensed a few divine presences on this planet, but they're not very strong, almost like fragments of their consciousness. How about we go and take them out first? Okay, the duo locked eyes for a moment before leaping into the planet through the cracks. Diora took a deep breath and the corners of her eyes lifted. Ah, the air is so fresh. I don't like it one bit, and you know what? If I don't like something, I'll change it to my liking, right? In an instant, a whip materialized in her hand and a dark aura enveloped her. The aura extended towards the lush trees below, causing them to wither and the land to dry up. Chapter 365. The Uncown Enemy. The moment the cracks appeared in the sky, strong individuals from each continent started floating to investigate. After finding nothing, they contacted the other continents to see if they had any information. Eventually, they all gathered together because no one could figure out the reason behind the cracks. Just then, their communication crystals buzzed, and they received unbelievable news from the East Continent. The same continent they had ignored for the past few months. Cedric and the other kings from the East Continent personally delivered the news that the planet was in danger. They lacked proof to support their claims, relying solely on what Alec, a young man who claimed to have found many secrets in the ancient realm, had told them. However, when the cracks appeared in the sky, they knew something was wrong. That's why they did their best to spread the word and urged everyone to gather together to prepare for the unknown enemies that would soon attack. All the continents reacted differently to the news. Some people believed, but the majority didn't. Instead, they scoffed and ignored the absurd warning given by the East Continent. It was a shock when the sea continent suddenly cut off all contact with the land and disappeared deep into the sea. They even called back all their people and closed off all their entrances without saying a word. As time passed, the cracks in the sky grew wider and the signs became undeniable. Slowly, skepticism turned into fear, and those who had dismissed the warning began to realize the gravity of the situation. But it was too late because, before they could even prepare, the West Continent, which had been the safest of all, was attacked by a strange woman and a man. The enemy's number was only 2, but the duo managed to destroy one of the biggest cities on the continent in just a single day. The West Continent was the most developed compared to the other three, but its vast collection of arrays and weapons became useless in the face of the sudden attack. The woman, named Diora, who led the attack with her companion, was incredibly powerful. Instead of targeting the weak, she sought out the strongest guardians of the continent and mercilessly killed them in front of a horrified crowd. Diora wanted to destroy the Tower of Opportunity, which stood tall in the center of the West Continent, but she failed. That's why her anger increased. Within a short time, news of Diora and Hay's actions quickly spread to the east and central continents. King Astalion, who had been secretly plotting to capture the Fire Phoenix, slumped into his chair with a solemn expression. He may have been a bad person, but he knew that if the West Continent collapsed, the Central Continent would be the next to fall. That's why he immediately dispatched his strongest soldiers to aid the West Continent. Astalion wanted to join the soldiers as well because he knew he was the strongest in his continent. But then, the shadow hiding behind his back materialized and stared at him with an emotionless expression. I don't care about the people who die, but I know if you fall, I'll also suffer the consequences. No, maybe the remnant of my consciousness will completely disappear from this universe. That's why let me give you some advice. Instead of fighting head-on, first secure your own place. I believe you have a lot of array masters. Call upon them and construct something that could save you when the real enemy attacks. The two people who are attacking the West Continent are nothing in front of the army that will soon come knocking at your door. Astalion's eyes widened as he stared at the shadow. He paused and after a few seconds, nodded and quickly contacted all the array masters and every capable individual he knew. He ordered them to first construct a sturdy shield with countless arrays around his kingdom and then around the whole central continent. He didn't care about the resources and emptied his treasury to ensure immediate results. Amidst the chaos, Astalion forgot about the phoenix he was supposed to capture for the shadow. In the East Continent, Cedric and the other kings gathered their strongest soldiers and sent them to the West Continent to help. They didn't receive help when they needed it the most, but how could they just let their fellow people die at the hands of some evil individuals? Yet the news of failure arrived earlier than they expected. Afterward, Alec, Jayan, Carcel, and many others stepped forward to fight the two individuals who were causing havoc in the West Continent. King Cedric was reluctant to send the kids, but he knew he had no other choice. That's why he agreed and sent them with a large group of people. He wanted to join as well, but Alec told him that more enemies would arrive soon. That's why he stayed behind to gather Retrick and all the array masters so they could construct a shield that could protect his people if more enemies were to attack. Alec and Jayan were furious about what happened with Kyle. That's why they used everything they had to fight against Diora and Hay. However, the power difference was too great and they were pushed back, almost losing their lives. Fortunately, a short dwarf with brown hair and eyes suddenly appeared and saved them. The dwarf had a large bag on his back as he rubbed his chin, wearing a serious expression. I had a feeling something was wrong, but how could this happen? He glanced at Diora and Hay, who wore unpleasant expressions on their faces. You two are killing mortals when you're clearly much stronger. Do you think I would let that happen? Jayan stared at the dwarf, or rather at the storage rings on the dwarf's fingers, his eyes filled with shock. The red-haired man raised his finger with a gasp. Those rings, aren't they mine and Kelvin's? He shouted without caring about his injuries. The dwarf moved forward and grabbed Hay's neck with his hand before tossing him aside as if he were nothing more than a piece of clothing. Hay's body was thrown backward, crashing into a tall building. Diora's eyes widened. She gritted her teeth and retreated because she knew that the dwarf in front of her was not someone she could fight. The dwarf raised his eyebrow and turned back to stare at Jayan, who had his jaw dropped to the ground in astonishment. Kid, these rings are mine. How could you accuse me of theft when I just saved your life? Chapter 366. Now I like the air. Jayan snapped out of his daze and stared at the rings. There was no way in hell he would forget those rings. The same rings he and Kelvin lost when they came out of the Tower of Opportunity. He wanted to argue with the dwarf, but suddenly blood oozed out from the dwarf's mouth. The dwarf raised his hand and wiped his lips. I am too old to exert so much strength. I don't think I can help you kiddos for much longer. I will hold off these two people until I can. You better get ready because I know the planet's location has been revealed and more enemies will be arriving soon. The dwarf landed beside Jayan, removing his storage rings and the big bag from his back. He placed them beside the stunned red-haired man. All right, I admit I stole them. Now don't give me that glare, okay? But in return, I gave you a divine artifact, didn't I? And now I'm giving this all back as well. The dwarf scoffed and rolled his eyes at Jayan. It seemed that even after experiencing so much, Jayan still had no idea that he had a divine artifact with him. How can someone be so clueless? Then he turned his gaze to Alec, who had an angry look on his face as he stared at Diora and Hay. Hey, I can sense that you also have a divine artifact. So don't just jump into danger without thinking about the consequences. You all have a lot to achieve, so don't risk your lives as if they mean nothing. He started floating and waved at the kids with a sigh. Stop staring and leave, take the others with you too. I knew this day would come someday, but I never thought it would come so abruptly. If only I had enough mental power, I could have realized that something was wrong with the planet's core. Alex stood up and glanced at the dwarf's back before he and Giant helped everyone around them. The dwarf watched their fading backs, his heart aching as he saw how Giant dragged the bag filled with his lifelong earnings. That brat, doesn't he know that it took me 100 years to gather this much money and wealth? He wanted to go and knock some sense into Giant's head, but he had other business to take care of. The dwarf glanced back at Diora and Hay, cracking his knuckles, but then groaned in pain. He shrugged it off and rolled up his sleeves. Well, the kids didn't ask, but let me tell you about myself. I'm Xeron, the last divine guardian of this planet. I stayed behind to steal, I mean protect this place until the others return. He let out a chuckle and launched an attack on the duo with all his might. Diora and Hay were pushed back, but the dwarf's movements became sluggish with each passing minute. Diora's ears twitched atop her head and she let out a mocking laugh. You think you can stop us? Well, maybe for now. Let's see what you will do when the third Shadow General's army comes and destroys this lovely planet. She raised her chin high, and the whip in her hand trembled, emitting black smoke. Xeron clicked his tongue and fought with them for a day. But then Diora retreated in frustration because, although the dwarf couldn't kill them, he was strong enough to stop them. She clicked her tongue and raised her head, gazing at the sky. Just a few more days. I'll be back, old man. You'll see me again soon. She grabbed Hay's arm and lifted him before quickly disappearing in the opposite direction. Xeron gazed at their fading back, wanting to follow, but his body didn't obey his instructions. He let out a soft sigh and looked up at the sky as he slowly landed amidst the broken buildings. His knees gave out and blood trickled down his jaw. I overdid it again. I don't think I can fight anymore. He closed his eyes, and when he sensed the duo had gone far away, his body started to crumble into countless golden particles. He had used up all his strength to fight them head-on. After spending so many years, he had grown old and his strength had stagnated. At least the planet has a few more days. I wonder where that kid is. Did he die? At first, I wanted to give him the divine artifact, but I stopped because I sensed something sinister hidden inside his heart. His voice faded as the golden particles drifted away with the wind. Yet a sly smile appeared at the corner of his lips after all that drama. His soul won't scatter because he has already reached the transcendent rank. It will take some time, but he knows he will be able to reconstruct his body again. I haven't finished my lifelong quote yet. No way I am gonna die so easily. Ho ho. Alec, Giant, Carcel, and the others returned to their continent, but they couldn't rest for even an hour before being called back to their own kingdoms. The kings realized the impending threat was powerful enough to destroy them, so no one wanted to take any chances. Yue wanted to check on Kyle one last time, but her father arrived with Ira and forced her to go back. Not just her, but Regius, Sinon, Faith, and everyone from the Elven Kingdom. Ira drew a teleportation array in front of the Kingdom Escalante Royal Castle and instantly asked the kids to step inside. Yue gazed back toward the castle before stepping into the teleportation array. After Kyle didn't wake up, Bia lost control and went into a frenzy. She destroyed the nearby trees and ground in her anger. In the end, King Cedric ordered Elder Hand to bring Kyle to the castle where the best healers could treat him or maybe help him wake up. But even after so much time, they weren't able to find out what happened to him. Kyle's body turned extremely cold, enough to freeze anyone who dared to touch him, and his hair lost its brilliant color. Yue raised her head to hold back the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. She knew that even though his heart had stopped beating, as long as he continued to breathe, there was hope that he would wake up. After them, Giant and Kelvin also departed with the people from their kingdom. Alec looked at Carcel, Mia, and Lara. The four of them were assigned by the king to assist the array masters in constructing the shield around the kingdom. They all worked tirelessly with no time for rest. However, when the enemies arrived, the destruction that followed was beyond anyone's wildest dreams. The borders and shield, constructed with all the resources the East Continent could gather, crumbled in just a week. And it wasn't just the East Continent. The Central Continent was also left half destroyed. An army of countless individuals belonging to different races descended upon the planet through the cracks. The cracks that shattered into countless bright particles, leaving the planet vulnerable to the prying eyes of those who sought to conquer it. The individuals in the Third General's army had different appearances. Some were elves, some were demi-humans, some from the dark race, and some had horned and lizard-like features. There were even those who called themselves demons. However, they all shared a common symbol, a one-petal flower engraved in the middle of their foreheads, representing their allegiance to darkness. Leading the army were none other than Diora and Hay, A sinister, dark aura wrapped around the entire planet, embracing it tightly. Diora took a deep breath, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Ah, now I like the air. It reminds me of our home planet. She looked back at Hay and the few people floating behind her, wearing a sweet smile. How about we go find that old dwarf? I promised him I would visit him again. I really want to give him a scare and see if his old bones can handle it. But after 2 days, she let out a scream of frustration because the old dwarf had vanished into thin air. Not only that, she wasn't able to destroy the towers that stood in the middle of each continent. Chapter 367, Where is his body? The air was thick with the scent of smoke and dust, a haunting reminder of the battle that had raged through the land. Amidst the broken buildings, crumbling houses, and countless screams, Alec knelt on his knees with an expression filled with despair. His forehead was dampened with sweat as he grabbed the hand of the beautiful woman cradled in his arms and started mumbling under his breath. Please wake up. His expression grew paler with each passing second after the hand in his grasp turned limp. The clothes draped on his body were torn from various places, with blood oozing out from the numerous injuries all around his body. He let out a disbelieving laugh and screamed, "No way, no way," but Lara's eyes remained shut, even after he poured many healing potions into her mouth. He could only watch as thick, dark lines slowly crept up her neck, threatening to steal her last remaining breaths. How could this happen? After everyone scattered due to the circumstances, Alec and Lara, along with many other old individuals, were assigned to protect the western part of the East Continent. He thought everything would be fine as long as they didn't admit defeat, but nothing was fine. The sky above him was shrouded in darkness, emanating from the whip of the woman floating in the air. Diora let out a sad sigh, but her eyes were twinkling with mirth. She looked at the blue-haired man kneeling below her, fluttering her thick lashes. She was alone, with just a small army of 1,000 people by her side. Hay and the other powerful individuals, along with the remaining Third Shadow General's army, were launching attacks on the planet from different places. Diora came here to settle a past grudge with the blue-haired man because, even after so many days, she wasn't able to locate that old dwarf. But who could have guessed her opponent would fall so easily? Well, she would be lying if she said the man didn't have any potential to grow stronger than her. The moment she fought with him, she knew he could achieve a lot. She let out a smirk when Alec raised his head to glare at her. What? You're standing on the weaker side, a side that was destined to fail the moment Master wanted to conquer this whole universe. Diora wanted to have a bit more fun with her prey, but then Alec closed his eyes and a faint voice escaped his trembling lips. Stop, you want to harm me, right? So please don't kill her, please. The woman's lips curled into a snarl, her shoulders trembling as laughter threatened to escape. She couldn't believe that the proud man who fought her head-on despite being weaker was now pleading to save the woman in his arms. She placed her finger on her lips and smiled at Alec. What if I don't want to? How about begging a little more? Alec's eyes trembled a little, but then he gazed at Lara. However, at that moment the sky shook violently and a tremendous amount of mana gathered in a faraway place. Diora lifted her head, gazing into the distance. Her eyes widened, and in an instant she fell to her knees. Her previous arrogance and elegance vanished in the presence of the person who had just arrived on the planet. Not only her, but all the people fighting alongside her also dropped to their knees as the petals on their foreheads glowed brightly. Alec's grip on his sword tightened as he stared at Diora with a blank expression. In his mind there was only one thought: he needed to kill her and everything would be fine. But his breath hitched when a figure zoomed toward him and Diora, moving so fast that he couldn't even see a blur. The sword in his hand was flung backward as the person solidified in front of them. Alec spat out a mouthful of blood when his eyes met a pair of mesmerizing sapphire eyes staring directly at him. He thought the man was looking through his soul, and his mind went completely blank for a few seconds, only to be jolted awake when the system window rang out with countless warning signs. He gasped and abruptly closed his eyes because the ethereal glow in the man's eyes was somewhat eerie. The dust flew around as Diora let out a faint, welcoming cry, calling out to the man with utmost respect. Alec slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the man when he turned around to face the woman kneeling in front of him. So this is what a shadow general looked like. The man looked just like a human with the pristine brown robe hanging loosely on his body, or maybe he was a human, except for the blooming 5-petal flower in the middle of his forehead. His eyes flickered with annoyance when he saw Diora, who for some reason didn't dare to make eye contact with him. Then he gazed at Alec, who tightened his grip on Lara and moved back a little with gritted teeth. But what happened next made Alec's scalp go numb. The man actually offered to help save Lara's life, but the smile at the corner of his lips was anything but good as he landed in front of Alec. You know. There's a saying, if you want something, you should give something in return, right? Alec's eyes widened when a familiar red crystal appeared in front of him. He stared at the floating crystal with dilated eyes. It was the same crystal that harmed Kyle, the one who devoured Kyle's soul. The man glanced down at the crystal, and it trembled a little. I just found the person who dared to steal my belongings and remained hidden for so many years. He deserves punishment for the crime he committed. But I was astonished when I saw the brimming and pure divine energy in the soul-consuming crystal. So before killing him, I asked him to tell me where and whose soul the crystal consumed. The man paused and grabbed the crystal before staring directly at Alec with his sapphire eyes that glowed faintly to captivate the young man. I know the person whose soul was eaten is dead, so tell me, where is his body? Chapter 368, Enthrall. The man waited for Alec's answer, but after a few seconds his patience ran low. Alec gasped when a sharp pain traveled throughout his body. Despite that, he shook his head and kept his mouth shut, not daring to reply. But then his eyes widened when the man attacked Lara. Wait, the man stopped with an O and gestured for him to spill everything. Otherwise, he would kill them both and dig into their skulls to search for the location of the person's dead body. However, he didn't want to dirty his clothes. Plus, the chances of finding something useful after digging out their skulls were only 5%. He wasn't willing to take that risk when he was here to find something ethereal. How can someone have such a powerful soul, with energy strong enough to equal at least 10 divine beings? I am sure that person had something special in their body. Maybe he was mistaken, but even if there was a small chance that his prediction was right, there was no way he would let the opportunity pass by. Alec gazed at Lara and asked the man to save her first, then he would tell. The man raised his brow, and just with a flick of his finger, the dark lines on Lara's body disappeared and her complexion returned to normal. He stared at Alec, impatiently waiting for an answer. Alec gazed back and closed his eyes for a second. His body is buried among the countless dead bodies of people who lost their lives under your army. Just head north and you will see a big graveyard. The man narrowed his eyes. After a few seconds, he let out a chuckle and a glowing paper with a pen appeared in front of him. Not my army, it belongs to the third general, who happens to be the laziest among us all. If I were the one who attacked this planet, it wouldn't still be standing. It would have already crumbled into countless pieces. The man blinked and Alec's hand went against his command. It started moving and grabbed the floating pen with faint symbols. Alec tried to pull his hand back, but the man in front of him clicked his tongue. Now, no need to struggle, it's just a precaution. I don't like going back on my word, so I won't kill you now. Just sign the paper, that way if I ever want a loyal follower with a pure soul, I'll be able to call you. He smirked when Alec's expression crumbled and his hand holding the pen started trembling. The system's voice kept ringing inside Alec's head, telling him not to sign the paper, but he could do nothing but watch as his hand moved on its own. After the paper was signed, it vanished into thin air with a faint glow. The man started floating and gazed at Alec from midair. Congratulations, you just sold yourself to the devil. Don't worry though, you will gain strength in return. Strength that can help you protect your people. Well, at least until I'm occupied. He let out a chuckle and vanished, heading in the opposite direction to search for the body he had come for. Alec gazed at the back of his hand, where a faint black petal appeared. A tear trickled down his cheek, landing softly on Lara's face. Diora, who had been watching from the sidelines, let out a frustrated groan. She knew she couldn't kill Alec anymore since he had become the possession of the fourth Shadow General. Enthrall, the fourth Shadow General, arrived above the graveyard. His gaze scanned the area, and after a long minute, a frown formed on his face. The piece of paper that Alec had signed had long been rolled up and thrown into a large chamber filled with similar papers. He closed his eyes and a dark aura spread from his body, enveloping everything around him, but he found nothing. Don't tell me that bastard lied. It can't be. I would have sensed it if he did. However, even after a few minutes, he still didn't find anything. An angry vein bulged on his forehead. Seems like my prediction was wrong, and the body I'm searching for belongs to an ordinary individual who just happens to have a strong soul. His eyes grew emotionless as he stared at the pulsating crystal in his hand. In the next moment, the vast graveyard below him crumbled into dust, as if it had never existed. Enthrall wanted to obliterate at least a big part of the planet before leaving, but all of a sudden, the flower on his forehead began to glow. What's up with Second now? Why is he calling me? It's been so many years and the war on the other end is still ongoing. It's not like we can leave this universe, so why doesn't Master just step forward and wipe the struggling ones completely? He looked at the space around him. Despite its abundant resources, the planet was not vast. It was one of the smallest in this area, so he knew the third general would handle it, even though the latter was rather lazy. Nonetheless, before he left, he raised his hand with a smirk and sapphire-colored particles filled the air. Now, I don't need to worry, third is useless, but even if he didn't take care of this place, it would wither on its own if the air isn't cleaned on time. The already polluted environment of the planet grew even darker within just a few days. The ones affected by the air were none other than the monsters inside the dark forest. The monsters were on edge because of the sudden arrival of so many people on the planet. However, after the sapphire particles seeped into their bodies, they lost their minds and began attacking everything around them, without any regard for their own lives. The scenario was similar to before, the only difference was that this time they were not controlled by a monster lord. Chapter 369. Finally, Alec entered a serene and quiet room where gentle curtains gracefully adorned the windows. The air inside was icy, with a delicate layer of frost casting an ethereal glow. His gaze wandered until it settled upon the majestic bed, positioned at the room's center. Alec walked up to the bed and stood in front of it, his gaze fixed on the peaceful figure lying there, half covered by a flowing fabric. Overwhelmed with emotion, he dropped to his knees, unable to contain the words that escaped his lips. "If only you were awake, would everything have been better?" Alec couldn't help but let out a chuckle as he wiped the tears that had welled up in his eyes. Kyle's eyes were tightly shut as if he was lost in a dream world. His skin appeared even paler, and a delicate layer of frost covered his body, softly shimmering in the dim light of the room. "You were always carefree. But whenever you were around, you never let anything happen to those close to you. I remember when we were in the secret realm, you once said that it wasn't your duty to step forward and help if the world was in danger. But how strange, you always ended up helping others." Alex stood up in front of the bed, brushing off his clothes even though there was nothing on them. "Don't worry, Bia is fine. It took a lot, but Yue and Mia managed to calm her down. Right now she's helping the others, and let me tell you, she's gotten a lot stronger. So please wake up, or else she'll be angry, you know. I lied to save your body, so you owe me now." He rubbed his hands together because the air around him was so cold that he could see his breath. "Bastard, always so lazy. How long are you going to sleep for?" Alex shook his head and began to leave the room. But just as he turned away, the person lying on the bed made a slight movement. It was so subtle that no one noticed it. The moment Alex stepped out, he noticed another figure squinting in front of the door. The man with red hair had messy clothes and his face was hidden in his knees. Alex shook the man's shoulder with a serious expression. "Giant. Why are you here?" Giant let out a long sigh, his usually sparkling eyes devoid of any emotions. "It's been 2 months and he's still sleeping." He waved Alex's hand away. "Just like you, I came here to cry. After the king's death, Kelvin could have taken the throne, but given the circumstances, he gave up. He said we should follow the Central Continent's orders. That way we would be able to save a lot of people." Alex stared at Giant, realizing they had all been through so much in such a short time. Many people from the older generation sacrificed themselves to save the younger generation. His eyes paused when he noticed a strange white bracelet on Giant's wrist. "What's that?" Giant raised his wrist and frowned at the bracelet. "I don't know, found it among the treasures in the bag that old dwarf left with me. The bracelet was trapped in a bottle, but when I opened the bottle, it jumped out and wrapped itself around my wrist, and now." He waved his hand roughly. "It's stuck like a leech." Alec narrowed his eyes at the bracelet. He tried using the system appraisal skill but didn't find anything suspicious. "You sure it's not harmful?" Giant grabbed his knees and stood up. "I think it's just a normal bracelet, except it won't let go of my wrist." His sentence was interrupted when the bracelet on his wrist suddenly glowed and leaped in the opposite direction. Giant's eyes widened as he quickly jumped and grabbed it in his fist, but then white smoke sizzled out from his fingers. Alex stared at Giant's hand as he opened his fist, but the bracelet had vanished into thin air. "What the hell just happened?" The duo was interrupted when Alex's communication crystal buzzed. He sighed and pulled out the crystal, then looked at Giant. "We need to leave. The ones who retreated are attacking again." Giant furrowed his brows. The West Continent had fallen completely, and the East Continent would have fallen too if it wasn't for Alec forcing Diora to retreat somehow. Now all the remaining kingdoms have decided to unite and create a single continent, with 4 kingdoms representing each race. The elves, the dwarves, the humans, and the demi-humans. As for the sea continent, it hasn't shown up even when they called for help. Giant gazed at Alec and massaged his temples. "Are you sure it's okay to let a stallion be the king of the human race? You know I don't like him." "Why didn't King Cedric say anything? He is the last surviving king of the East Continent." Alec floated midair as he replied with a tired voice. "We don't have a choice. I don't know how he did it, but he created a massive shield around his kingdom that can gather mana from the air to attack enemies. Right now, the safest place to build the new continent is right in the center of the Central Continent." Giant turned around and glanced at the door behind him. "What about Kyle? Should we move his body to a safe place?" Alec chuckled and shook his head. "I thought you would have noticed." He paused for a moment, scanning the corridor they were standing in. Despite the entire continent being attacked from different directions, this massive castle hasn't been touched by anyone. It's hard to believe they overlook such a huge place as if it doesn't exist at all. Giant's eyes widened slightly as he understood the meaning behind Alec's words. It couldn't be a coincidence. He gazed at the faint icy layer slowly spreading from Kyle's room. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Once he wakes up, I want to know the rank of his luck stat. The duo left together, but after they left, the bracelet that had vanished into smoke crawled out from behind a shadow. It traveled toward Kyle's room before slowly seeping into the cracks. Soon, the bracelet crawled up to the bed and paused above the man sleeping peacefully on the bed. A hoarse voice echoed in the room. Ah. Finally, chapter 370, I am not here to cry. The bracelet slowly crawled towards Kyle's wrist and with a click snugly settled itself around his wrist. Instantly, a wisp of white smoke hissed out from its surface, causing the icy layer on Kyle's wrist to melt a little. However, only after a minute, a faint cry pierced the room, and the bracelet was flung in a different direction. Countless tiny blue particles gathered around Kyle's wrist, and once again, a delicate layer of ice formed on his skin. Another frustrated voice resonated from the bracelet as it crawled back towards the bed. Yet the peculiar cycle repeated itself, and the bracelet was once again forcefully flung away from Kyle. This pesky mortal. Once again, the bracelet crawled its way toward Kyle's wrist, but this time it wasn't flung backward. Instead, the blue particles around Kyle's wrist seeped into its body, and a crack appeared on its surface. Fuck! A loud curse filled the air, and this time the bracelet distanced itself from Kyle on its own. The blue particles tightly clinging to Kyle's skin finally calmed down and settled on his skin once again. No way! What's wrong with this bastard? Doesn't he know how much I've suffered under that dwarf for the past few years just to reach him again? I do want to eat his lifespan, but how am I going to enter his consciousness? After grumbling for a while, the bracelet tried once more, but once again it failed. Nevertheless, the delicious treat right in front of it was too tempting to resist. And so, the cycle continued for a long time, until the room door slowly creaked open and a beautiful figure stepped inside. The bracelet next to Kyle's hand completely stilled as it watched the figure slowly approaching the bed. Her amber eyes had a faint coral color in the center, and her hair flowed down in long, lustrous waves. The strands shimmered in the soft light, like spun gold cascading over her shoulders. The attire she wore was crafted with intricate details and exquisite fabrics, almost as if she had just come from a grand occasion. It hugged her figure in a way that accentuated her grace and elegance. And in her hand, she carried a silver crown adorned with delicate jewels that glimmered in the dim light. She sat down beside Kyle and looked at him with a faint smile. It's been a while, right? Yue hummed softly and placed the crown beside Kyle. Her eyes were faintly red, but she didn't say anything for a while. She silently stared at his face. I remember, she raised her hand and touched Kyle's forehead. It felt cold, even colder than she remembered. Her fingers slowly traveled to the tip of his nose. We have met before, haven't we? A long time ago when we were kids. It took me a while, but I remember. Once again, there was silence in the room, which was broken by a faint sob. She didn't want to cry, but she had experienced too much in such a short time that it felt a little unbearable. I'm not crying, okay? I know Alec and the others come here when they want to cry, but I'm not here for that. She wiped her eyes and looked at Kyle. I'm just here to see you. After another pause, she started speaking again, trying to tell the man beside her that she had lost her father. The newly constructed Elven Kingdom was named after her father because he had sacrificed his life to defeat a powerful enemy. You know, Dad left behind something special. Those 2 porcelain bracelets, do you remember them? They were actually pieces of an artifact. He collected all the parts and left behind another divine artifact for me. A tear trickled down her cheek, but she quickly wiped it away. Now I have 2 divine artifacts. The first one was given to me by my brother before his death. But they're not useful at all. More tears trickled down her cheeks, and she bent down to place her forehead above his. Now that Mom and I are alone. The elves crowned me as the new queen because the Elven King died. Also, I just reached the SSS Plus rank. You might be wondering how I did it when my talent was lower. It's because of the artifact Dad left behind. The artifact is a little bit different. It didn't give me power. Instead, it summoned someone from a faraway place. She closed her eyes and a few tears dropped onto Kyle's face. The layer of ice on his face cracked a little, and one of his fingers twitched slightly. However, the elf beside him had her eyes closed. The bracelet, which had been observing everything from the sidelines, quietly leaped out and clung to Kyle's wrist the moment it noticed the small crack in his defenses. Yue raised her head slightly and let out a faint smile. Just look at me crying beside you when I said I'm not here to cry. She stood up and smoothed out the faint wrinkles in her clothes. I won't be able to come see you for a while. Maybe the others won't come as well. We have a lot of work to do, don't be lonely. Ah, right, Bia, she also reached SSS Plus rank recently. Now she has the authority of a monster lord. She wanted to come see you too, but as one of the guardians of the new continent named Coexes, she has been staying around the border with your family to control the monsters, who, for some reason, have lost their minds. She paused in her tracks and once again bent down to drop a fleeting kiss on his forehead. Ah, your skin is cold. Well, it's not like you will know. Yue stepped back and left the room, wearing a faint smile. She had a lot of work to do, and after she was done, she had to leave for a faraway place with that woman who appeared after she activated the artifact. Chapter 371. I hope this works. Inside a vast, empty expanse stretching as far as the eye can see, a thick layer of ice covers everything in a cold embrace. The many glowing skill cores floating in the air froze in their spots when the icy flames flickering everywhere touched them. A mesmerizing glow enveloped the whole space, and in the center of it all, an icy cocoon covered a small area. The ice around the cocoon cracked little by little, and it started to fall with faint clicks. Instantly, the ice stretching across the vast space began melting, and the frozen skill cores started moving again. However, the process stopped when another layer of blue particles gathered around the cocoon to make it even sturdier. A pair of beautiful green eyes peered at the layer of ice everywhere around him. Kyle raised his hand and stared at it. The crushing pain all around his body had subsided, but he had been trapped in this place for maybe a few hours. He wasn't sure because his mind went completely blank when the pain became unbearable. Kyle had just opened his eyes when he felt the familiar sensation of warm tears falling on his face. A faint memory of countless people crying around him appeared in his mind, and he jolted with a gasp, only to find himself trapped inside a layer of ice. Well done, Kyle, just well done. How could you crumble so easily, that bastard? I didn't even see his face. I swear I am going to skin him alive, tear him into countless pieces. How dare he? He clenched his fist and banged it on the icy layer. But every time he managed to chip away a huge part, the countless blue particles around him would scatter and reconstruct the layer again. Kyle's eyes were cold, enough to send chills down the spine of those who dared to look his way. He wanted to destroy everything and find that person who dared to harm him. Tearing them into countless pieces would not be enough to make him calm down. After another minute of unsuccessful tries, he took a deep breath and looked down at his body, or rather his consciousness. He stared at his legs. No, he was missing one leg, and the blue particles floating around him were trying to construct it. An angry vein popped up on his forehead, and he punched the layer even harder. That bastard. If I could find you just once, that would be enough. I would put that same crystal in your body and make sure it devours your soul until there's nothing left. Kyle closed his eyes and tried to control the particles because he was fed up. He wanted to leave this place. Damn it, I can't sense Bia. A lot of people were crying when I lost consciousness. If I don't get out of this place soon and wake up, they're gonna worry a lot. Or maybe they'll pour hundreds of unknown potions in my mouth. The sour taste of that last potion hand poured into his mouth still lingers on the tip of his tongue. He definitely doesn't want to wake up and see his master drowning him in countless potions. Kyle groaned, not sure how much more time it would take for the particles to construct his leg, or more specifically, heal his soul. But he was damn sure that once he got out, he was going to make the person who harmed him regret ever being born. His eyes lit up when he managed to control the particles, albeit barely. He sensed as the speed at which his leg was reconstructing increased. However, he realized with a furrowed brow that the process was too slow. Kyle blinked, and after thinking for a minute, he raised his hand to consume the particles instead of using them to heal his soul. I hope this works. He waited patiently, and only after a few seconds the particles trembled before zooming toward his body with lightning-fast speed. Instantly, a pinprick of pain spread throughout his body. Kyle didn't notice because his eyes were closed in concentration, but a faint silver layer appeared around his body, merging with the faint, almost invisible golden particles within him. He snapped his eyes open when he sensed a foreign presence in his mind space. A cold expression appeared on his face. Someone had the audacity to enter my mind space. Maybe they don't know that I can crush everything here with just a flick of my finger. He moved his legs and gazed down. Finally, I have a complete body. Kyle took a break and clenched his fist, ready to punch the ice layer once again with all his strength. However, before he could, a faint, hoarse cry echoed in his ears. He paused for a second and listened to the cry, which grew more painful with each passing second. Eventually, the owner of the voice started begging to be saved. Help me. Help me, these flames are going to tear me apart. Oh my gosh, I'll lose all my strength just because I wanted to devour a few years of lifespan. Kyle's lips trickled upward into a snarl. Of course, I am coming out to help you. Just give me a few seconds. He punched the ice layer, and with a loud cracking sound, all the ice around him shattered into countless fragments. Kyle stood up on his feet and gazed at the old figure that was dancing inside his mind space with a panicked expression. Kyle raised his hand, and the blue flames chasing the figure vanished into thin air. The man with horns dropped to his knees with a sigh of relief. I almost thought I was going to die. He wiped his forehead and gazed at Kyle, only to retreat with a scared expression. Countless ice spears appeared in the air, surrounding him from all directions. Kyle blinked with a cold smile and cracked his knuckles. So, let's hear the reason why you entered my mind space. Chapter 372. How about we talk a little? A cry of pain echoed in the vast icy space as the horned man, draped in a dark robe, was chased by countless floating ice spears. The man stumbled and fell when one of the spears grazed his leg. But as he saw the other spears closing in from behind, he crawled and tried to run again. Kyle watched with a bored expression, observing everything from the sidelines while seated on a familiar throne adorned with gems. The throne had some cracks on its surface because he used it a few times in the secret realm as a weapon. But despite the cracks, it still had a malevolent and strong presence just like before. Kyle wanted to finish off the man who claimed to be a divine being that had lived for 1,000 years, but there was a small problem. The man made him realize that he couldn't leave the mind space. Damn it, this is my mind space. Why am I unable to leave? Last time I went out so easily just with a thought. He closed his eyes and once again tried to leave, but again a powerful force held him back, a force that strangely felt very familiar. Kyle massaged his temples and stared at the man who had been crying and running around for a while. I'm not going to believe that you're a divine being. If you are, why are you so weak? His voice echoed in the space, and the sharp spears following behind the man halted in their tracks. The man wiped the sweat rolling down his forehead. He wanted to curse so badly. Of course, he would be weak because right now, he's standing inside a space that completely belongs to someone else. Not to mention the edgy blue particles around him that, for some reason, want to tear everything that dares to get close to Kyle. It took me so many days just to find a small opening in his defense. I thought it would be a good chance to sign a contract with the mortal because he would be weakened, but who could have guessed the otherworldly thing inside his body would become so aggressive? And just what the hell did he do with his soul? It's not divine anymore. It seems I have to change my tactics because there's no way I can fight him in his territory with only my consciousness. Kyle stared at him and raised his hand. Well, if you don't want to tell me anything, just die. Anyway, I'll find my way out of this space on my own. After all, this place is mine. The man's eyes dilated as towering flames surged all around him in an instant, ready to envelop him in a dangerous embrace that would definitely destroy his consciousness. No way, he couldn't let it happen. His years of hard work would just vanish into thin air, and his dream to achieve transcendent strength would be gone. He leaped and started floating in the air before white smoke sizzled out from his body. Kyle paused the flames for a few seconds and watched as the white smoke gathered together to form countless projections. He gazed at them with a yawn. Oh, so this is your final shot at survival, huh? Well, hate to break it to you, but it's not working. His sentence was cut short when a familiar figure appeared on one of the screens. He jumped off the throne and watched the scene reflected on the first projection with wide eyes. It showed the time when he and the others were fighting with Alec over who would kill the monster lord. Then suddenly, another projection lit up, showing the scene where everyone was calling his name and trying to wake him up. Kyle watched as his body dropped to the ground with a low thud, and Bia went out of control with anger. The phoenix soared in the sky and started destroying everything around her. Yue and his brothers were crying above him, only to retreat when his master took out a healing potion and started pouring it on his bloodied chest. His breath grew heavy as he locked eyes with the horned man. The man smirked in return. I believe you're willing to talk now, right? However, his smirk froze when Kyle vanished, and in the next second he was sent flying backward by a lightning-fast punch to his face. Kyle blinked down at him and spoke with a cold expression. I really can't stand it when someone threatens me. He wanted to go and beat up the man even more, so the man would know that he had enough power to take him down in seconds if he wanted. But he froze when another projection lit up, showing Alec, Giant, and many others chasing the crystal that had sprung out from his heart. Kyle watched as a pair of golden eyes appeared in the projection. The eyes stayed emotionless as the person owning them grabbed the crystal and disappeared before Alec could stop them. Kyle chuckled, and everything around him shook slightly. He clenched his fist and punched the projection. In an instant, the projection turned into smoke and disappeared into thin air. I finally know who you are. I'm going to track you down no matter what. However, another projection lit up behind him. He turned around and his eyes trembled as the sky above Alec cracked and shattered like glass fragments. No way, Kyle moved back, but another projection appeared next to the one showing the cracked sky. It showed two figures with sinister smiles on their faces. The duo wreaked havoc and killed countless people. Kyle glanced at the next projection, which showed how Alec, Giant, Carcel, Yue, and many others tried to stop the duo but failed miserably. His heart sank as Giant's screams echoed in the air around him. With dilated eyes, he moved closer to the projection, witnessing the woman with ears atop her head raise her whip toward Giant. Wait, Kyle shouted, but his hand phased through the projection, which turned into smoke and vanished into thin air. He stared at the dissipating smoke and turned around to see the other projections, but they all turned into smoke too. Then a familiar voice echoed from behind him. How about we talk a little? Chapter 373. It's not true, right? Kyle snapped back and stared at the man who had a smug expression on his face. It's not true, right? The man rubbed his hands and neared the distance between them, only to retreat in the next second when he sensed the murderous aura around Kyle. Of course it's true. All this happened while you were in this place. Kyle's expression hardened, and he clenched his fists even tighter. He thought he had only spent a few hours in the mind space, but the situation inside the projection told him a different story altogether. How much time has passed? A week or two? The man blinked and raised one of his hands. Kyle glanced at his fingers and stared at him with bated breath. 5 weeks. However, the man shook his head and raised his second hand as well before showing him 8 fingers. No, it's been 8 months. Kyle vanished, and the man freaked out when Kyle grabbed his robe with dark eyes. No way, you're lying. The man grabbed Kyle's hand and quickly pushed him back. I am not. If you can't believe me, just stay stuck in this place for a long time until everything outside ceases to exist. Kyle's hand trembled as he landed on the solid surface beneath him. He hid his eyes with his arm for a second and sucked in a deep breath before staring at the man with gritted teeth. Show me the projections again. I want to see what happens next. A smile appeared on the man's face as he landed in front of him. Keek, finally got you. I can do it, but you know there's a saying that if you want something, you have to pay for it. How about 100 years of your lifespan? Kyle stared at his face. He so badly wanted to kill him but controlled the urge because right now he needed information. Information about what's happened to his friends and his family. 100 years. How about I promise not to tear you into countless pieces? That should be enough for the information I need, or else I can just beat you up until you're willing to speak. The man's eyebrow twitched violently. You think I'll stay here until then? Wah. He jumped back when Kyle raised his hand toward him. Kyle's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Don't fret, I know you can't leave this space, not until I want you to. I know I'm stuck here for some reason, but in the end this place belongs to me. Just give me the information I want, or else don't blame me for the bleak future that awaits you. The man's eyes widened. Kyle was right. After he entered his mind space, he had been trying to leave, but even after countless attempts, he wasn't able to. He wanted to hide the fact behind an aloof facade, but who would have thought the person in front of him would figure it out so easily? The man wanted to protest, but he knew he was at a disadvantage right now. All right, first swear on your soul that you won't harm me. If you ever break it, you'll suffer the consequences. Just swear, hurry, Kyle nodded. I swear not to touch your consciousness. You're completely safe in my mind space. However, if you attack me first, I won't hesitate to fight back. Only in my mind space, though. The man's smile widened and he quickly arrived beside Kyle. In the next second, many similar projections appeared in the air. Kyle watched as the whip neared Giant, but at that exact moment, an old dwarf appeared out of nowhere and saved Giant, Alec, and the others. Kyle let out a sigh of relief. He stared at the old dwarf's back as the latter fought with the enemies and couldn't help but feel a strong sense of familiarity. After a minute, he remembered where he had seen him before. He's the one who gave me the old scroll before I entered the Tower of Opportunity. After the dwarf's body crumbled into particles and disappeared into thin air, the projection vanished once again. But it was enough. Kyle just needed to make sure his friends were all okay and alive. Now the question was how he was going to leave the mind space. Actually, why the heck was he stuck here in the first place? He looked at the man next to him and narrowed his eyes. The smile on your face says you already know what I'm about to ask, right? The man blinked and let out a groan, slapping his hand over his mouth. Are you expecting me to know without you telling me? And now that I'm safe, do you really think I'll give you information for free? Kyle furrowed his brow. 100 years of lifespan. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like too much. I'm willing, but no more than 10 years. It's because I don't want to wake up in an old body. The man burst into laughter, staring at Kyle with astonishment. What are you saying? Don't you know your body can't age after your divine soul reached the transcendent rank? Oh, wait, don't tell me you still have no idea about the otherworldly thing inside your body. He saw Kyle's serious expression and expressed his shock. Oh my gosh, how can one be so ignorant? The moment I saw you, I knew something was wrong. After all, nature was clinging to you like you're the most precious thing in the whole universe. Kyle blinked and processed the huge amount of information he had just learned. The first thing that clicked in his mind was that he had a divine soul, but it had reached the transcendent rank. The second thing that clicked in his mind was that he couldn't age anymore. As for the nature thing, he had an idea that the man was referring to his luck stat. Kyle stared at the man as the latter paced around with a grin. He thought for a long minute, and before the man, who had a big grin on his face, could speak, Kyle spoke up with a deadly expression. I'll give you 10 years of my lifespan. In return, tell me everything you know about the otherworldly thing you are talking about. Also, let me know how I can leave this place. This is my first and final offer. If you want more, then let's stay in this place together for a long time. Chapter 374, I need to run away. In the vast space, Kyle stared at Nisus, the horned man who had achieved true consciousness and a physical form after 1,000 years of hard work. No, more specifically, the latter had consumed a lot of people's lifespans to reach the divine rank. Kyle found out about this when Nisus pulled a piece of paper out of thin air and placed it in front of him with a smile. But Kyle didn't even look at it. Instead, he tore the paper and burned it right in front of Nisus's eyes. There was no way he would sign a contract with something that feeds on the lifespan of others. Kyle patiently waited as Nisus placed his fingers on his wrist. After his threat, the man agreed to answer his questions in exchange for only 10 years of lifespan. After all, if he didn't, he would have to stay stuck here with me for a long time. A sharp pain traveled through his body, but it disappeared as quickly as it came. Kyle saw it clearly when white energy emerged from his skin and entered Nisus's head, which glowed brightly. I said it would be okay to give away 10 years of my lifespan, but I still feel bad about it. Well, once I'm out of this place, I'll take it back. And if I can't, I'll just destroy his true body as compensation. His eyes turned cold, but they returned to normal when Nisus opened his eyes wide with pure shock and astonishment. The man even distanced himself from Kyle, his forehead sweaty. Kyle raised an eyebrow, surprised. Did he somehow figure out what I was thinking? Nisus took a moment to pause and wiped his forehead. However, the gaze he gave Kyle had completely shifted. If before, he wanted to take Kyle's lifespan because of the otherworldly thing inside his body, now he wanted nothing to do with the human in front of him. Not after learning about his past. Just as I told you, I can't see your future, but I have already taken 10 years of your lifespan. Not only that, I have also read everything that you've gone through up until now. So I'll fulfill my end of the deal. He spoke with a calm voice, but his trembling fingers revealed his true feelings. I need to run away. This person isn't dangerous, but the celestial essence inside him is too terrifying. How did it make him stay alive for so many years when his body couldn't even contain such vast power? The first time Nisus saw Kyle, he knew the human had a strong soul and a powerful bloodline in his body. He wanted to devour Kyle's lifespan because after consuming his last contractor's lifespan, normal human life energy no longer gave him power. Yet, never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that the human's fate would be blank. Not to mention his past. It's been too strange to say. It's like whenever the human was in danger, the celestial essence inside him would conjure up something entirely different to make him avoid the dangerous path. So he could stay alive for a little while longer. Or rather, he could have a bit more time to get stronger, so his body could finally have enough strength to truly contain the tremendous power within him. And the essence has been successful because, after so many years, its host had finally gathered enough power to truly possess a part of it. However, in all its attempts to steer clear of the most dangerous path, the other paths weren't exactly safe either. Ultimately, no matter which path it chose, there was always some level of danger. So in the end, instead of avoiding danger altogether, it shifted its focus to avoiding death. If Kyle noticed Nisus's trembling fingers, he didn't say anything and just gestured for the man to answer his questions. Nisus stood up, his expression growing paler by the second. After all, now that he had harmed the owner of the same essence, the consequences would surely come back to haunt him in the future. I only took 10 years of his life, but gained strength equivalent to consuming 100 years from a divine being. However, he knew the essence inside the human had already marked him as a threat. If only I had read his past before taking his lifespan. Now I need to get as far away from this human or else I'll lose my life, and the reason could be anything. Nisus opened his mouth, but what came out was far from pleasant. Your body should have withered the moment you were born, and the essence within you should have returned to nature. No, you weren't supposed to stay alive in the first place. He paused because the pair of brilliant green eyes staring at him narrowed dangerously. Nisus sensed the faint blue particles trembling around Kyle's body and quickly shut his mouth with a loud click. Now I'm not sure if nature is favoring him or if the essence inside him is forcing nature to compensate for the fact that it didn't write his fate. Nisus went up to Kyle, feeling a bit scared, but he knew he had to answer the human's questions if he wanted to leave. He put his middle finger on Kyle's forehead. Kyle furrowed his brow, but he didn't feel any danger, so he didn't stop him. How about seeing your past from my perspective? Kyle blinked but nodded. He also felt the blue particles on his skin getting a little restless, but he wanted to know. He wanted to know everything about himself. The moment he thought about it, the particles calmed down a bit and let Nisus do what he wanted to do. Instantly, a white light emerged from Nisus's finger and entered his forehead. Kyle closed his eyes when a worried voice echoed inside his head. Kyle opened his eyes and found himself floating inside a room he recognized. It was his father's room, a place he had seen many times before. His gaze paused on the beautiful woman sitting on the bed. She had a worried expression, her eyes fixed on the newborn baby lying beside her. Kyle couldn't look away as the woman grabbed the arm of the healer who was checking the baby. What happened to my son? Why isn't he waking up? Chapter 375. It's something that naturally belongs to you. Kyle jolted when Nisus materialized beside him. The man gazed at him and hummed. Did you recognize this place? Kyle looked at the woman, the old healer checking the baby, his father's familiar figure standing behind the woman. He then glanced at the two familiar kids peeking from behind the room door and his expression softened. Nisus tapped his shoulder and pointed at the baby draped in a soft fabric. It's you, the time when you were born. Did your father never tell you that you didn't cry when you were born, nor did you move for a long time? The only thing that kept the couple going was that you were breathing and your heart was beating. Kyle looked away from the woman. It's been a while since he saw his mother, but he knew she had gone to a better place, so he focused his gaze on Nisus. I believe we're not here just to watch all this, Nisus nodded. You're unresponsive because you possess the celestial bloodline. It's something that naturally belongs to you, a power that ignited within you the moment you were born. However, your body was too weak to contain it. That's why your life force was slipping away with each passing second. The healer is not even strong enough to fight a true monster. How could he understand what's wrong with you? Kyle kept his gaze fixed on the man. The realization that the bloodline naturally belongs to him brought a faint smile on his face. It's good that I didn't inherit the bloodline from the Ice Enchantress or anyone else. It's good that it is mine. Now I don't have to worry about someone coming and demanding it back or making me work for them in exchange for the power they gave me. Nisus noticed the faint smile forming at the corner of the human's lips. He narrowed his eyes in contemplation upon hearing the name Ice Enchantress. The Ice Enchantress, I'm not really sure who she is, but when I got my first contractor, I did hear her name a few times. Ah, now it all makes sense. That's why I felt traces of another power in your body and why you survived after birth. Kyle's face, which had a faint smile, quickly turned solemn, so the moment he had been dreading had finally arrived. The dark history of his ancestors. After today, I am going to pretend I don't know the Ice Enchantress. I don't want her tragic love story to haunt me or my family. Nisus continued to explain about the other power within his body, and the more Kyle listened, the more his expression grew downcast. Kyle glanced at his father and massaged his temples. So basically, every descendant of the Ice Enchantress carried a trace of her inheritance within them, but the power remained dormant because it was too small. That woman made sure to scatter her unique power everywhere. So if a strong individual ever emerged from her descendants, they would be compelled to right the wrong she did. How cunning! He didn't even feel a bit grateful towards the woman and looked at Nisus with a deadpan expression. You mean I would have died after birth, but before I lost my breath, the celestial essence inside me forced the dormant, nail-sized power of the Ice Enchantress that I inherited from my family to awaken. Then the bloodline consumed the nail-sized power to lock itself within me. It also forcefully increased my luck stat so I could survive. Nisus's eyebrow twitched violently when he heard the words nail-sized. He so badly wanted to confront the human because, even though it was nail-sized, it possessed incredible strength. But he managed to control himself. After all, he needs to distance himself from this human as much as possible and as soon as possible. Let's continue. He waved his hand and the scenery in front of them changed. Kyle frowned as he watched his younger self leave the house with Neon after their father asked them to play outside. He remembered that during this time, his father's condition wasn't good because his mother had just passed away. He stared at the two kids, one young and the other a little older, who stood in front of their house. Neon wanted to go to his favorite weapon shop. However, Kyle stopped midway and insisted on going to the park in front of their house. Just because he felt like playing there. Neon agreed with a groan, but sighed when many little kids surrounded them at the park. He left Kyle there and went back home to check on their father. Kyle watched as Sen and a few more kids around his age started picking on him in the park for no reason. I know what happened next. It was the time when that man with the golden pupil appeared and made me swallow something strange. The same man I saw in the projections you showed me. You know, my memories aren't blurry, so there's no need to watch all this. Kyle glanced at Nisus, who pointed to another scenario. The same shop where he and Neon were originally supposed to go appeared in front of him. He watched as the shop crumbled into dust because a fight broke out between two adults. The duo was strong enough to destroy many buildings, and a lot of nearby people died. Huh, Kyle blinked because he had no idea something like this happened. After all, he was bedridden for a few days due to the high fever he contracted the moment he returned home. His breath turned uneven as he watched many familiar scenarios where he would just change his mind to avoid dangerous events. He couldn't believe his whole life was filled with so much danger, and he had no idea about all of it. Nisus changed the scenes in front of him from time to time so the human could see how the essence inside him had been protecting him, even after knowing that his fate was blank. Chapter 376. No one is allowed to control me, so all this while, I've been doing so many things that I don't even want to, Kyle chuckled as the scene in front of him changed again. It showed how he didn't want to practice, train, or work just because he thought his talent was weak. Or was it because Sen and a few others made fun of his low talent? But he lived in a small city where almost everyone had average talent except for Sen and his two friends. So why did he think that way? Nisus looked at the scene and shook his head. No, don't see it like that. The essence wanted to protect you, so it interfered with your thoughts. It was just trying to help you avoid death. Kyle shut his eyes for a few seconds, and when he opened them again, his bright eyes gleamed with a dangerous intensity. It doesn't matter. No one is allowed to control me, not even something that is a part of me. His words echoed in the air, and he noticed that the blue particles on his body became eerily still. As if sensing his sour and frustrated emotions, a strangely soothing cold sensation spread across his skin. However, Kyle's mood didn't improve. He fixed his eyes on the scene in front of him, where he was eating breakfast with his family, and Neon suddenly suggested that he should go and take the Royal Academy entrance test. Nisus gazed at his face and started speaking again. If you had trained hard before your talent awakened, there was a chance that the powerful bloodline in your body, which had barely locked itself, could have been forced to move. But since your body was even weaker than an ordinary human, you would have died due to the overwhelming surge of energy in your veins. The moment you awakened your talent, which was only by rank, the bloodline within you moved a little. But at that time, the thoughts that had influenced you for so long made you completely accept the fact that no matter how much you tried, you would never be able to achieve anything big in your life. That's why the bloodline paused its movement. It knew that changing your thoughts too much would have consequences that could be anything but good, but it had no choice. In the end, it gave you enough reasons to accept Neon's suggestion. Nisus locked eyes with Kyle and asked him a question the human couldn't answer. Do you think if you didn't want to take the Royal Academy entrance test, your family would have forced you? Or maybe you thought, what's the worst that could happen, and it would be fine to participate just for the sake of your family, even though you knew you had almost no strength? Kyle stayed silent and imagined the scenario if he had refused to take the entrance test. No doubt Neon and Ray would have made a fuss and given him a bit of a hard time. He would have received a little scolding from his dad too, but he knew things would have gone back to normal after a few days. He would have just gone back to his laid-back, ordinary life with not much to achieve. However, he agreed so easily, as if he didn't care about the consequences or the possibility of danger during the test. And to top it off, he passed the test with little to no strength. Should he thank his luck stat that was increased after consuming the Ice Enchantress essence? No, he knew he shouldn't. After all, the tiny essence of the Ice Enchantress inside him would have never awakened if not for his bloodline. Nisus's next words sent chills down his spine, and he clenched his fists tightly. If you hadn't entered the academy, you would have died under the group of monsters that attacked the city in your absence. Kyle, you were weak, but am I wrong to assume that you would have jumped into danger to save Neon and Ray? So entering the Royal Academy was the best course of action for you at that time. Nisus was hesitant, but he told Kyle that his fate was blank because he was destined to die the moment he was born. That's why it remained empty even though he survived. He wanted to say more, but Kyle asked him to stop the scene playing in front of him. In the next second, Kyle opened his eyes and found himself sitting in the same place inside his mind space. He slumped to the ground and tried to process all the information he had just acquired in such a short amount of time. Kyle stared at the empty air around him without blinking. So all this time, the essence inside me chose the path that would help me gain enough strength to accommodate it, or the path that was safest for me. Nisus didn't say anything and just listened quietly. So meeting 9 Alec and all my friends wasn't fate. After all, my fate is not written. It's blank, right? What about Bia? She had a divine strength within her. I know it's somehow connected to me. Nisus sat down beside him and after contemplating for a few seconds replied, Bia's only parent gave you its essence, something that's very dear to all types of legendary beings because it takes them a lot of time just to form it. That's why in return the essence within you accepted Bia as your bonded companion, and as a gift when you formed a contract with Bia, it increased her strength a little so the phoenix could accompany you for a long time. However, it couldn't affect Bia a lot or it would have given more harm than good to the unborn phoenix. Kyle stared at the air and a long silence fell between them. Nisus felt uneasy when he saw Kyle's eyes, which had a bright glow to them. But contrary to his expectations, the human let out a chuckle. Now I know everything, just give me one more answer. Is the essence still going to interfere with my thoughts, or will it make me forget everything I just found out? Chapter 377, The Protector. Nisus paused for a moment and looked into the distance. From what I have seen in your past, the bloodline stopped interfering with your thoughts after you turned 18. The lock on your bloodline was lifted, and it gave you the power of blue flames. But because you were still weak, it could not move freely in your body. You were safe and making progress on your own. You started getting stronger really quickly, so there was no need to interfere. Eventually, the essence just started floating inside your body, waiting for you to become even stronger and fully accommodate it within you. However, when you came out of the secret realm, the bloodline sensed danger on your path again and tried to make you change your mind, to make you retreat to safety. But it failed this time because your emotions were too troubled. Maybe it was because you didn't want to leave your friends in danger. I'm not sure, but you resisted the urge to retreat and kept fighting alongside your friends until the incident you had been dreading finally happened. Kyle stared at Nisus. He knew the man was talking about the incident where the crystal ate a part of his soul, and he had already mentally marked that golden-eyed man as his biggest enemy. He would go out and hunt that man even if he had to travel to another planet to find him. So, it will not interfere until I am in grave danger, Nisus nodded in agreement. It won't, after all, it is a part of you. Now that you know, I believe it won't go against your wishes, but if you are in a dangerous situation, it would try its best to inform you, or maybe. He paused and didn't say it, but from the expression on the human's face, he knew the latter understood. That if he ever went through something that could potentially take his life, the bloodline would do everything it could to save its host. Kyle let out a sigh and motioned for the man to continue. Nisus opened his mouth and started speaking again. I'm not sure about the extent of a celestial's powers since I have never seen one myself, but I can tell you that you have only tapped into a fraction of the power within you. Maybe in the future, you would awaken more skills related to your bloodline. One of them might even be the ability to foresee the future, but I can't say for certain. You will have to wait a long time to figure it out on your own. However, with your fate blank, I can't guarantee that you will survive until then. The essence is doing its best to protect you, but who can stop death if it naturally comes knocking at your door? Kyle hummed death. It's been around him for so long, but he's still alive. So does he still need to worry about death? As long as he keeps chasing strength and keeps moving forward, he knows he can live for a long time. He smirks and looks at Nisus with a raised brow. You say you're not sure if I'll survive, but you have taken 10 years of my lifespan so easily, haven't you? That means I have a very stubborn and strong life force, and not to mention the fact that now I have a body that won't age. Do you really think I'll die halfway just because my fate is blank? No, it's actually a good thing. Now I get to write my own fate. Kyle jumped up and stretched his body with a faint chuckle. Nisus stood up as well beside him, watching the peculiar human with an unknown expression. The man couldn't figure out a lot of things since he was just a divine rank artifact that gained true consciousness by consuming many people's lifespans. However, he knew one thing for sure: the essence within the human could manipulate nature to some extent. He just hoped that it would forget about his tiny, fleeting presence once he ran away to a faraway place. Kyle blinked and gazed at Nisus. Now, tell me why I can't leave this place. My soul has recovered and gotten stronger, and I am not weak either, so why am I being forced to stay here? I need to go out. I don't really care about others, but I don't want anything to happen to my family. Not just my family, there are a lot of people important to me out there. They are all experiencing so much, and I am just sitting here doing nothing. I believe it is time for me to become the protector of the planet for a while. Right? Kyle's nose wrinkled a little at his own words. No matter what, he knew being a hero could never be his thing, but he didn't mind doing it for a little while. Just until the real protectors, Alec, Carcel, Giant, and the others who had the tendency to help others, could stand up as the strongest on this planet. They would be the real leaders who could protect this place for a long time. Then, I need to get my revenge on the man who placed the crystal in my heart. I must become stronger as well so I can fully control the bloodline within my body. Along the way, I will perform a few good deeds and eliminate the third Shadow General and all the people associated with him. Kyle doesn't know what's going on beyond this planet, but if he lets those people live, his family and the planet will always be in danger. A familiar, beautiful face suddenly flashed in his mind. The last time he saw her, she was crying beside him. Well, now I am safe and I know exactly what I need to do, so I'll go see her. If she agrees, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have someone come along with me on my journey. He looked at Nisus with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. He wanted to ask Nisus if the latter knew anything about the Shadow General attacking the planet or Azazel. But to his disappointment, Nisus shook his head. The man had only heard their names and didn't know who they were. Nisus had been focused on increasing his own strength after all. Kyle let out a sigh and grabbed Nisus's shoulder. The man had been quite useful. Just tell me why I'm stuck here and how can I get out of this place? The sooner the better. Chapter 378, You Have My Permission. Nisus looked at the human in front of him, pausing for a moment to think. He blinked as if trying to come up with the right answer to the human's question. I think it's because of the hole in your heart. Once it's completely healed, you will be able to leave this space. Huh? Kyle blinked, feeling a little confused and unsure of what the latter meant. A hole, then it hit him. Right, the crystal was inside his heart, and when it sprang out, he sustained a dangerous injury. But it's just an injury, shouldn't it have healed with the amount of healing potions I consumed? And the essence, it should have healed me, right? Nisus wriggled out of Kyle's grip, feeling the tightness on his shoulder. The man rubbed his shoulder. Even though it wasn't his true body, he still felt the pain. You're right, it should have, but that soul-eating crystal was a sinister artifact. The dark energy it left behind messed up the healing process in the injured part of your heart. Those potions, they stopped the bleeding and healed the outer injury. But they couldn't heal the injury deep inside your heart. And your bloodline, it was focused on healing your soul, the most important part of you. Kyle's expression turned solemn as he scanned the man from head to toe. So how can I leave this place? Don't tell me I have to wait for my heart to naturally heal. Or should I try guiding the essence to cure my injury? Nisus's eyebrow twitched, and he quickly stopped the human before he did something irreversible. No, don't do that. The essence is too strong and it could harm your heart. Your body may not age now, but it's still not strong enough to handle the immense power. Plus, if the bloodline could heal your heart without any harm, it would have already done it. After all, it healed your soul and even increased its rank. Kyle gave the man an impatient look. The reason was clear. It didn't matter why he was stuck here. He needed answers on how to leave this place. Nisus felt like crying. The man who had drained the life force of countless people never expected to find himself in this situation. He so badly wanted to slap his past self for being so greedy and getting involved with a mortal who possessed something so dangerous inside his body. After hesitating for a moment, a faint glow appeared in his eyes. I can help you with the injury, but you have to let me leave this place first. Kyle raised his brow, not trusting the man one bit. What if he let him go and the guy just ran off without curing him? Nisus had a speechless expression on his face, but Kyle's next words almost made his mind go blank. Right, take out another contract. This time, write inside that I'll let you go outside and in return you'll cure my heart. If either of us breaks our word, we both suffer consequences. Kyle paused for a moment, a smirk forming at the corner of his lips. And if Nisus tries any tricks while Kyle is unconscious, his consciousness will explode and he will die instantly. Nisus heard his words loud and clear and protested with a wronged expression. However, blue flames appeared around Kyle and his lips curled into a snarl. You think you have a choice? You have taken 10 years of my lifespan. No way I let you go so easily. Nisus dropped to his knees, but then the blue flames around Kyle formed a round shield around both of them. The man looked at the human in front of him, who looked just like a devil, and reluctantly agreed with an aggrieved expression. A thin piece of paper appeared in the air, and Kyle quickly grabbed it. The human turned around and started reading all the terms. After reading them at least 10 times, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then he went back to the man and asked him to sign first before he would sign. Nisus complied with a blank expression. Well, his fate was already sealed when he laid his eyes on this human, so what more could hurt him? He would be happy that he could somehow save his life just this time. He promised himself he would never even dare to follow someone so casually again. The horned man signed the contract with trembling fingers. It was an unfair contract that he had only made others sign before. Who could have thought that one day he would experience the same thing he had put others through? Kyle didn't even bother to glance at him. After reading the contract with narrow eyes one last time, he signed it and sealed the deal. He stared at Nisus and took a deep breath. Go, you have my permission to leave the mind space. However, before the man's face could light up and he could run away, Kyle stopped him with a deadpan expression. The human paced around him before stopping right in front of his face. I need to make sure you didn't take anything from my mind space. You know, there's a lot of valuable stuff in here. Nisus blinked, watching Kyle's eyes scrutinize his robe. He couldn't believe this pesky human was accusing him of stealing when all he did was run to escape those blue flames. He would be lying if he said he was not tempted to steal a few treasures under the human's nose. But darn, this mind space is so vast that if he really did start looking around for the treasures, the flames would have killed him even before he found a single one. Kyle smiled when he didn't sense anything precious with the man. He nodded and motioned for Nisus to get lost and do his job. After all, he needed to leave this place as soon as possible. The horned man wiped his eyes, which had become wet for some unknown reason, and quickly disappeared from the mind space. Kyle kept an eye on his surroundings and sat down with crossed legs, impatiently waiting for the man to do his job. Chapter 379. Another crack. Nisus appeared in the room where Kyle's unconscious body lay. His figure was blurry, but he wiped his forehead with a trembling hand as if he had sweat on it. Today was the worst day of his life. He glanced around and almost freaked out because the room, which had a faint layer of ice before, was now completely frozen. Thick ice covered everything and even the curtains had stopped moving. Then he looked at Kyle's body and saw that ice had completely enveloped him in a tight embrace. Nisus cried out when he saw his original form, the bracelet from which he emerged. It was also frozen into ice on Kyle's wrist. He quickly bent down and started breaking the ice. No way, he was gonna stay here after completing his end of the deal. After all, he knew that even if the essence let him go, there was no way the cruel human would. The man hissed when the ice seeped into his fingers as he tried to reach the bracelet, freezing his skin completely. I can't admit defeat. He summoned all his strength and white smoke emerged from his forehead. Nisus grabbed the bracelet and as the ice started to melt, he snatched it away. However, his eyes widened as a loud and clear cracking sound echoed in the air. The man stared at his original form and dropped to his knees. Oh my gosh, another crack, how am I going to repair it? It's going to take at least 50 years. Nisus stared at the human, but first, he formed a small portal midair and quickly tossed the white bracelet inside. He wanted his original body to be in a faraway place. He sighed with relief after securing himself. Now I will just heal his injury and disappear before he wakes up. He hurriedly sat down beside Kyle. His heart ached at the thought of the amount of energy he would waste, but if he didn't, his consciousness would explode. He had no other choice. Damn it, it's gonna take me days just to remove the icy layer above his chest. His eyes glowed and white smoke emerged from his body, gathering above Kyle's chest. To his surprise, the ice above the latter's heart moved on its own, giving him enough access. Haha, why does it feel like I've been scammed? The essence is making way for me so easily as if it already knows that I don't have the guts to harm its host. Nisus laughed, but his eyes were filled with regret. He easily passed through the dormant blue shield on Kyle's skin and guided the white smoke toward the human's heart. The man closed his eyes to concentrate. After all, if he made even the tiniest mistake, he would die instantly. Yes, it was hard to admit, but he knew it wasn't the human who would die. He would be the one suffering the consequences. After just a few minutes, he discovered the small hole in the middle of the human's heart, where dark red energy had stopped the surrounding area from healing the center part. A lot of faint blue particles were surrounding the energy, but they weren't daring to move too violently inside the human's heart. That's why they could only slowly try to destroy the energy so as not to harm its host. After an hour, the mana in the room shook violently, and the ice around the majestic bed in the center cracked loudly, scattering into large chunks. Kyle's heart, which had stopped beating for a long time, finally made a low beat like a gentle breeze. Then with each passing second, the beats grew stronger and more frequent. Some faint sounds echoed in the room, and after another minute his heart found a steady rhythm full of life. It was a bit weaker than before, but as time passed, it picked up its pace until it finally found the perfect rhythm. The room echoed with the sound of a harsh breath, and Kyle's fingers began to move. He couldn't open his eyes because of the layer of ice, but he noticed it starting to melt as soon as he moved. A lot of familiar yet unfamiliar knowledge appeared inside his head, and he momentarily paused in his actions. Dazed, Kyle blinked away the drops of water clinging to his lashes and gazed up at the frozen ceiling. It was completely covered in ice. He let out a deep sigh. Finally, Nisus, he called out, but there was no response. The bed creaked as he shifted his body to a more comfortable position, sitting up. He looked around the room, adorned with many antiques, but found no other presence. Huh, don't tell me that bastard ran off, Kyle snarled, realizing that guy was pretty sharp. The man had actually left before he could open his eyes. He did check my past, and I guess he would have sensed that I wouldn't let him go so easily. He shifted his hand slightly, feeling his muscles twitch a bit. Well, it was to be expected after being immobile for so many months. Kyle clenched his fists and closed his eyes, channeling the mana inside his body. Slowly, he regained some strength and removed the frozen blanket draped over him before stepping onto the floor. His feet were bare and he felt a cold sensation from the icy surface, but it didn't bother him much. Kyle gazed at the window in the distance and moved his hand. He wanted to try melting the ice around him, but he knew it would be better not to exert too much strength abruptly, especially since he had just woken up. I still can't sense Bia. He closed his eyes, and after a few seconds he did sense the presence of the phoenix in a faraway place, but it was very faint, almost as if their connection was barely holding on. It seems like I was completely isolated from the outside world. That's probably why I felt like our connection had been broken. I can still sense it weakly. It might take some time, but I believe it will recover if she stays near me for a while. Chapter 380. Rank SSS+. Kyle glanced at his stats from the corner of his eye and raised an eyebrow. A faint smirk played on his lips. He received new knowledge in his head the moment his consciousness came out from the mind space. But who could have guessed that when his soul's rank increased, all his skills would also get a boost in their ranks? Well, after going through so much, it's only fair to gain at least this much. Stats: Name, Kyle Bloodline, Celestial Rank. SSS plus Strength. SSS plus Mana, Unknown Divine Energy, Unknown Agility, SSS plus Talent, Unknown Rank Soul Rank, Unknown Rank Luck, S plus Unique Ability, Nature's Favorite, Unlocked due to S plus Rank Luck, Skill. Bloodline Ability. Blue Flames unranked to Unknown Rank. Blue Flames acquired due to the presence of an ancient bloodline. The user can manipulate the flames with his will by consuming mana or any type of energy. User can melt the things frozen by the flames with divine energy. Fireball F rank to a plus rank. The user can use mana to create multiple fireballs. The fireballs would be more destructive, causing greater explosive destruction, resembling a raging inferno, a furious and unstoppable blaze. The size of the fire's rage would increase according to the amount of mana consumed. Ice Dragon Inherited Skill. Ice Domain S rank to SS plus rank. The user can call upon a domain in a specific area, locking and freezing it. No one can detect or enter the domain without the user's permission. It would be an invisible barrier that separates the enclosed area from the surrounding space. Inside the domain, all the user's stats will increase significantly. Water and ice-type attacks will be ineffective against the user, and enemies will have all their stats reduced by a rank. The user has the authority to freeze everything within the domain unless the enemies are stronger than the domain's rank. Fire Phoenix Inherited Skill. Fire Resistance Passive B rank to S plus rank. Any fire or temperature lower or equal to S plus rank naturally won't affect the user. It would also provide resistance against all fire-type attacks equal to or lower than S plus rank. Thunder Arrow F plus rank to a plus rank. The user can tap into their mana reserves to summon a deadly barrage of thunder arrows from the sky. The more mana the user pours into it, the more destructive and wide-ranging the skill becomes. Fear, A rank to S plus rank. The user can instill fear in all the targeted individuals lower rank than themselves, making them unable to think straight during battle. By activating the skill, an illusion effect would automatically trigger, showing the targeted individuals their darkest nightmares. Mana isn't required for this skill. Ice Spear B rank to S plus rank. The user can create numerous large ice spears by using mana. The ice spears would shatter into fragments upon impact, injuring everyone within their range. After the ice fragments hit the targets, they would melt and seep into their bodies, causing even greater damage. Scent Perception Pseudo-Divine rank to Divine rank. This skill grants the user the ability to detect hidden scents effortlessly. They can track down elusive creatures or special objects without any obstacles through their sense of smell. The user can leave a mark on a target and track them even if they leave the realm. Mana isn't required for this skill. Ice Armor B rank to S plus rank. This skill lets the user enclose themselves in an invisible veil of ice. The veil provides resistance to physical and magical attacks. The user can also absorb the ice armor into their body, using the ice to heal minor wounds. The user can form ice armor around someone else from a distance. Fire Rain B rank to S plus rank. The user can harness mana to create a sea of fire that descends directly on the enemies from the sky. The more mana they use, the larger the range of the attack. The fire that is ignited through this skill can be controlled by the user's will. Black Skeletons S rank to S plus rank. The user can harness mana to create skeleton warriors. The more mana they use, the higher the rank of the skeleton warrior. They can even summon an entire undead army with enough mana. The countless summoned low-rank skeletons can combine to form a sturdy skeleton with a higher rank. Instant Teleportation A rank to SS plus rank. The user can teleport within a few meter radius at lightning speed. The more mana they use, the farther they can teleport. They can even cover thousands of miles within mere seconds with enough mana. The user can teleport freely to move in and out of all the realms without any restrictions, as long as the rank of the realm is equal to or lower than theirs. Swift Steps S rank to S plus rank. This skill can be activated by using mana, and once activated, it increases the user's agility stat. The user can become as fast as lightning, making it impossible for enemies to see their silhouette before they're defeated. Aqua Ball F rank to S plus rank. The user can conjure a sea of water out of thin air by using up enough mana. The water summoned by this skill can be controlled by the user's will. Kyle saw all the question marks in his stats and let out a sigh. The connection he made with the planet core after entering the Royal Academy couldn't calculate his strength anymore. It had increased beyond what the planet could measure. I need to find something stronger to calculate my strength. He got out of bed and stretched his body for a few minutes. His feet felt ticklish from the cold floor as he looked at himself. He was wearing a loose dress. Kyle glanced around the room, which was filled with frozen furniture. It definitely wasn't his house, and he couldn't help but wonder why there was no one else around. He was practically buried in ice, but there was no healer to check his condition. Or did Nisus make them run away? In the distance, he noticed two doors. One of them seemed like it could be the way out, while the other one probably led to the bathroom. He approached one of the doors and tried to turn the handle, but it was frozen. So he kicked the door and it flew open with a loud noise. Kyle stepped into the bathroom, only to find everything completely frozen. No worries, I have got a water-type skill. He quickly tossed his shirt aside and cleaned himself while controlling the floating water around him. Kyle wiped the ice off the wide, golden-framed mirror hanging in front of him and stared at his reflection without blinking. Oh, my hair isn't silver anymore, it's turned gray. I know now it'll take some time for it to go back to its original color. Not to mention his eyes, well, instead of dimming, they were shining with an even brighter green color, almost like emerald gems. Chapter 381. There's a supreme being sleeping inside. Kyle sighed and grabbed a new set of clothes and a pair of shoes from his mind space. Soon, he walked out of the frozen room and stood in the empty corridor in a suit made of soft fabric in a rich shade of midnight blue. The suit jacket fit him perfectly, hugging his broad shoulders, while the impeccably tailored trousers draped elegantly down to his shoes. The color of the suit beautifully complemented his skin tone and his bright green eyes. It was such a serene and beautiful sight, but everything changed when Kyle let out a curse and looked around in frustration. Why am I all alone in this huge place? Did everyone forget about me because of the situation? He quickly walked away from the corridor, which was covered in a thin layer of ice. The ice must have come from the room where he regained consciousness. Kyle noticed a nearby window and decided to jump out instead of aimlessly walking in this vast, empty place. His body stumbled a bit since he hadn't used his mana for months, but he quickly regained his balance midair and looked around. Instantly, a large garden entered his sight surrounded by towering walls, but all the plants and greenery in the garden had withered. There was no sign of a fight, though. Only after a few seconds he knew he was inside Kingdom Escalante Royal Castle. He had visited this place once before, so he remembered the familiar layout. Suddenly, a loud metallic noise echoed in a faraway place. Kyle raised his head and saw a cloud of smoke rising in the sky. It seemed like someone was fighting. His ears twitched a little when he heard many faint noises mixed with the metallic sound. He furrowed his brows and activated his scent perception skill to check if there were any humans nearby. To his relief, he sensed two presences in front of the castle gate. Kyle blinked and vanished. In the next second, he appeared above two weak-looking humans wearing armor similar to guards and holding weapons. However, before Kyle could speak, one of the guards looking in the direction of the metallic sound let out a high-pitched noise. Then he roughly grabbed the calm guard next to him and shook him with a tear-filled face. Why are we stationed here? I don't want to die, I want to go see my grandma." The other guard, who was being shaken back and forth, looked at him with narrowed eyes. He slapped the crying guard's hand away. "Don't worry, you won't die. This place is the safest, even safer than the newly formed continent." The crying guard, who had just started his duty today after arriving here through the teleportation array in the castle, stared at his fellow in disbelief. "There's definitely a fight happening in the distance, can't you hear the noise? We're going to die, we're in the middle of a kingdom that has been conquered by the enemies. Do you think they'll overlook this huge castle?" The other guard clicked his tongue and grabbed the crying guard's shoulder, leaning in to whisper in his ear. "Listen, lad, the pay is good. You and I both know the whole planet is in danger, but do you know why this majestic castle has survived for so long? It's like it doesn't even exist. Let me give you some insider information. I heard it from the young guardian giant who visited a few months ago." He grabbed the crying guard's face and forcefully made him look at the majestic castle behind them. "This place. It's even more dangerous than the enemies attacking us. Do you know why? Because there's a supreme being sleeping inside, so even if everything else gets destroyed, this place will never be attacked. I've been here for 2 months and not a single person has come to try and attack the castle. Do you think I would lie?" The crying guard blinked, and as he processed the words, a stunned expression appeared on his face. He quickly realized that even though the fight was happening nearby for a while, they were still safe and sound. He looked at his partner and nodded solemnly. So that's how it was. Little did they know that the same supreme being they were talking about was floating above their heads. Kyle's eyebrows twitched violently, and a speechless expression appeared on his face. "Damn giant, what rumors did you spread about me to make these people stay in such a dangerous place? And a new continent has formed. I just slept for a few months, how could things change so much?" The guards looked up when they heard a faint voice, but the owner had already vanished before they could spot him. All they felt was a fleeting cold breeze that passed by their heads. Kyle appeared above the place where he heard the metallic sounds. He gazed down and saw a round stage set up in the middle of countless ruined buildings. On the stage, two individuals with scaly lizard-like skin, pointy ears, and long tails were locked in an intense spar. They were dressed in tight outfits that covered their entire bodies. Around the stage, there was a crowd of people who looked just like them. They were all standing, cheering, and placing bets on who would come out as the winner. Kyle narrowed his eyes and noticed the black petal engraved in the middle of each individual's forehead. "I remember the people Alec Giant and the others were fighting against also had similar petals in the middle of their foreheads. So these people belong to the enemy side. I have to admit they are rather ugly." In the center of the audience, there was a luxurious chair draped with blue curtains. Sitting on top of that chair was a female with the same lizard-like scales all over her body, and she had a big grin on her face. However, unlike the others, she had two petals right in the center of her forehead. At first, Kyle didn't see anything wrong, but his eyes chilled when he saw a few chained humans in tattered clothes being dragged toward the stage. The female sitting on the luxurious chair stood up and announced that the winner would get to have the humans as their slaves. Kyle's face turned cold as he watched the three females and two males being dragged toward the stage. He cracked his knuckles with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. It looks like I need to start the cleanup. Anyway, I need to make my body more comfortable for intense movements so these people can be a good warm-up. Instantly, everything around him went silent and a layer of ice emerged from the air, completely engulfing the stage and the cheering crowd. The lizard-like woman stood up from her chair when she saw ice flakes falling from the sky. What's happening? The sky is clear with a burning sun, so where did the snow come from? Not just her, but the chained humans and everyone in the crowd stared at the beautiful ice flakes. However, their eyes widened when, with a loud bang, a massive icy structure descended upon them from above. Kyle looked at the ice domain he created and felt its strength. It had become much stronger, especially its ability to completely seal off an area from the outside space. He disappeared and then reappeared on the stage, capturing everyone's attention. The duo fighting on the stage and the lizard-like woman, who had just stood up from her chair, looked at him with a cautious expression. She immediately commanded her minions to attack the person who had dared to come here. However, only after a few seconds, countless pained cries filled the air inside the icy structure that didn't even flinch from its place. The chained humans watched as the strange, gray-haired man in a blue suit effortlessly crushed everyone around him almost effortlessly. Chapter 382. Is it Kyle? A freshly built colossal border encircles a vast expanse stretching as far as the eye can see. Many individuals are overseeing the construction in various areas of the new continent xperrif. Despite being in the same location as the former central continent, the new continent still needs a lot of work. So those who sought safety could adapt to this new space. Not to mention the people who lost their loved ones or those who left their families behind. The grief still lingers and many are mourning. However, all the races have come together, knowing that they must unite and fight back against the enemies, for xperrif is their last hope. Because if they don't, no one will survive. The border is made up of towering walls adorned with intricate carvings and symbols. These symbols are used to activate the largest array around the continent. However, the array was deactivated after the big attack the continent experienced last month. Strangely, Diora, Hay, and the army under their command have quieted down for some reason. But everyone knows the duo might be getting ready for the ultimate attack that could wipe out the planet's last hope completely. That's why all around the border, many individuals, young and old, adorned in heavy armor, were stationed. The entrances of the continent were strictly guarded to ensure no enemies would enter. On the eastern side of the border, the air was filled with a lot of metallic noises. A few familiar faces were facing off against the monsters emerging from the forest, surrounded by many men in armor. However, the monsters, for some strange reason, were too aggressive. Sinon furrowed his brows and gazed up at the sky, or rather, he fixated his gaze on the magnificent fire phoenix. Bia's vibrant feathers were ablaze as she gracefully hovered in the air. Bia, if you've managed to recover your mana, could you please make the remaining monsters retreat? I'm feeling exhausted and I'm sure the others are too. The phoenix looked down and the crimson flames around her body danced and flickered. I need more time. The monsters are getting more aggressive and it's getting hard for me to control them. It's like they're completely losing their minds and the monster lord's authority isn't working. Mia, who was floating above the border, gazed at the phoenix with a soft expression. Don't worry if you're tired, leave it to me. She raised her hand and formed intricate patterns like fiery ribbons swirling in the air. Before long, a large mouth made of air and fire opened up and swallowed a bunch of monsters. The monsters cried out in pain as the air currents around them wreaked havoc on their bodies. Bia stared at the beautiful woman and quickly joined her side. Where are the others? Are they still trying to summon the guardians of the Tower of Opportunity? I don't think it will work. We've wasted too many resources and we can't even communicate with the people inside the tower. Mia softly caressed Bia's head. She knew they didn't have any option. Just recently, Alec informed everyone about the true strength of the otherworldly ranks that surpassed what they believed was the strongest. The man had suddenly offered that they should summon the guardians inside the tower for assistance, but they were unable to communicate with them. No, they came back after another failed attempt. Right now, they're selecting talented youths who should enter the special training program open to all races. We have plenty of resources, thanks to the old dwarf who left behind a bag filled with countless treasures. We've also harvested the earth layer that Kyle found in the dark forest. It's better to use them in the right place. After all, who knows how long we can keep fighting, right? Bia fell silent upon hearing Kyle's name. Mia noticed her somber expression and tried to comfort her by gently rubbing the phoenix's head. However, Bia abruptly raised her head high, staring off into the distance with narrowed eyes. Mia saw the distraction in her eyes and looked at her with concern. It had taken a lot of effort from both her and Yue to calm the phoenix, so she didn't want to see Bia in the same state again. "What's wrong?" Bia hesitated for a moment before finally responding. "Nothing, it's just—" She trailed off and swallowed her next words. "I just felt like someone tried to sense my presence." "Is it Kyle?" Bia let out a sigh and shook her head before joining the fight with Sinon and Regius. Neon and Ray were also fighting alongside the duo. The two brothers decided to stay near the border because it was the closest place to the castle where Kyle was sleeping. Unlike them, Baron Ohan insisted on staying with his son after seeing Kyle's condition. However, after only a month, the old man fainted due to stress, so they had to persuade him to stay in a safe place. Bia's senses didn't fail her. Kyle did try to sense her. He stood beside the countless glimmering ice statues that turned into particles and drifted off in the air. Kyle gazed at the chained humans who were trembling in a corner. Maybe it was due to the cold, or maybe it was because of what they had just witnessed. He sighed, and blue flames crawled up the chains around the humans. The 3 females and 2 males were startled, but the flames didn't harm them. Instead, the chains around their bodies turned into bright particles. They blinked at each other, but when they turned around, the gray-haired human who saved them had already vanished into thin air. The humans all came together and hurriedly headed towards the royal castle, the one that was announced to be the safest spot in the ruined kingdom. Moreover, right now, the castle was the only place with a teleportation array, so they could only escape this dangerous area through the castle. Chapter 383, Do You Need Help? Kyle traveled through the ruined place that was once called Kingdom Escalante. He killed many groups of people with black petals engraved on their foreheads. But no one will ever find any proof of what he did because he wiped away all the traces of the fights using his flames. After some time, he eventually reached the huge border that stretched across the vast area. He glanced at the crowd of people, humans, elves, demi-humans, and a few dwarfs, all trying to enter through the border gates that appeared recently constructed and join them. Kyle followed the crowd, but the guards at the gates didn't even ask for his name. They just checked his body for any black petal markings using a gem-like artifact that was crafted by a skilled dwarf. After confirming he was clear, they allowed him to pass through the gates along with many others. He would be lying if he said he wasn't shaken after seeing the state of the East Continent. No, now there was no East Continent anymore. Now there was just one continent, Coexes. He wandered through the streets looking at the many people who, like him, seemed lost. They must have recently arrived and were searching for a place to settle. Kyle let out a sigh, but then a 5-year-old boy tugged at his shirt. The kid blinked at him, and Kyle's eyes traveled to the old wooden sword in the latter hand. "Hey, big brother, you look strong. Can you help me find my parents? I got lost and I don't know where they are." Kyle stared at the kid who offered him the old wooden sword. "You can take this, okay?" Kyle looked at the sword and took a deep breath. He bent down and pushed back the little hand before looking into those innocent eyes with a faint smile. "There's no need, but would you like to come with me? I'll see if I can find your parents." The little boy looked at him but didn't agree. After all, he shouldn't follow strangers, right? But for some reason he was drawn to Kyle, so he nodded his head after careful consideration. Kyle scooped up the kid and started floating. At first, the little boy got a little freaked out, but after a minute, he settled down and began taking in the breathtaking scenery with a look of pure amazement on his face. Kyle's eyes gleamed as he sensed the air around him. He could smell a few scents on the kid's body, and among all the people, he tried to find the latter's family. His grip on the kid tightened when the thought that maybe the latter's parents had passed away crossed his mind. But he sighed with relief when he caught a familiar scent. He landed behind the worried couple who had been looking for their son and set the little kid down before telling the latter to go toward his parents. The kid blinked at Kyle, smiled, and said thank you. Then he dashed off toward his parents. Kyle stared at the disappearing figure, but just as he was about to go, he heard some cheering and noticed a small crowd gathered on the street. He walked over to the crowd and looked in the same direction as everyone else, only to see a group of elves dressed in elegant clothes flying in the sky. His eyes paused when he saw a familiar face among the elves. Yue wore a long, flowing white skirt with intricate golden patterns engraved on it. She also had a silver crown adorning her head. Kyle stared at the elf but blinked when he overheard someone in the crowd saying that she had been crowned as the new elven queen. He also heard that the elves were heading towards the western side, where a strange monster had suddenly started banging its head against the border walls. Maybe Kyle's gaze was too intense because the elf suddenly stopped in her tracks. She looked back at the crowd and Kyle flinched when their eyes met. Yue stared at him, but she jolted when someone from behind asked her what happened. She raised her finger and pointed towards the crowd, but then hesitated when she didn't spot the same face again. She took a deep breath like she was trying to steady herself. No way, I couldn't have been mistaken. She wanted to land in the middle of the crowd to check things out, but Anli, the elf who was flying behind her, urged her to keep going. Yue snapped at the man. The border wasn't crumbling, couldn't he wait for a few seconds? Anli went quiet and she turned around to fly in the opposite direction. Once I'm done here, I'll go check on him. She arrived above the border with all the other elves, but apart from Anli, there wasn't a single familiar face with her. Regius and the others were busy on the eastern side of the border, so she couldn't call them here. Lara and Carcel were with her a few days ago, but they went with Alec to once again try to summon the guardians of the Tower of Opportunity. Yue took a deep breath when she spotted the hideous monster with 3 large tails ruthlessly attacking the border. Also, the monster wasn't alone. There were many similar, albeit shorter, monsters howling around it. She gazed at Anli and the other elves behind her with knitted brows. Did the people examining the monsters' bodies figure out what's wrong with them? This is already the 6th time this month. She stopped when she heard a familiar voice beside her. Do you need help? Her eyes trembled a little and she quickly turned her head towards the voice. The other elves were a bit confused, but like Yue, Anli's eyes also widened in shock. How long had it been since he last saw this man? Even though his hair had lost its silver shine, how could Anli not recognize the face that appeared in front of him? Chapter 384. What about 9? Kyle halted in his spot as a pair of arms wrapped tightly around his neck, pulling him into a tight embrace. But his initial surprise quickly transformed into a soft sigh. He hesitated for a split second before wrapping his arm around Yue's waist. Kyle noticed with a hum that Yue's body felt warm against his cold one. The elves floating behind Anli stared at the scene, their jaws dropping in disbelief. They couldn't believe their eyes as they witnessed their beautiful queen, who had always been so graceful and composed, embracing someone else in front of so many eyes. Anli let out a faint chuckle and shook his head. He knew Kyle didn't particularly like him. After all, he had observed the kid before and noticed that Kyle tended to hold grudges. Yet he couldn't help but smile at the scene unfolding before him. Kyle may not be the strongest, but he is strong. It's good to have a connection with him, especially in such a dangerous situation. Yue paused when she finally realized what she had done in front of all those people. She blinked once, twice, and slowly wanted to back away, but the arm around her waist tightened. Her grip on Kyle's neck loosened. The moment she saw him, she couldn't hold back and just wanted to touch him to make sure he was really there. She tilted her head back and raised her eyes, only to find a pair of bright green eyes staring right at her. Kyle smiled, but he noticed the slight moisture in her eyes. He tapped her nose with his finger. Despite not exchanging words, he understood that she had gone through a lot. It wasn't just Yue, but all of his friends. They had gone through a lot during his absence. So do you need help? Yue blinked and opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. The arm around her waist held her tightly, and she felt the familiar cold sensation on her skin, but it didn't feel bad. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed beneath them, and Kyle looked down at the large three-tailed monster that had just disturbed him. Yue noticed the faint annoyance in his eyes and blinked once again, unsure if he was the same person who barely talked to her before. Kyle furrowed his brow as he sensed the monster's rank. It was only an SS+ rank, but the numerous monsters surrounding it were a bit troublesome, just a bit though. He finally let go of her waist, and the beautiful elf floated back a bit to create some distance between them. I know you don't need help, but just give me a moment. Yue looked at him, but he disappeared suddenly. She couldn't help but touch her nose, feeling the lingering cold sensation. All the elves floating behind Anli gasped at the figure that suddenly appeared above the three-tailed monster. Then they frowned because how could one person defeat so many monsters? That's why they wanted the queen to join, because they knew they altogether couldn't handle it. After all, recently the monsters have gone crazy and gotten even more aggressive. But what happened next left them stunned. Even Anli was shocked to see that instead of getting weaker, Kyle had gotten stronger, not just a little but a lot stronger. Kyle looked at the monsters, and instantly the SS+ rank monster leaped out to attack him. But instead of fighting back, blue flames emerged out of thin air and scattered in all directions, covering everything around him. All the monsters near the flames cried out, but Kyle frowned when he saw that instead of retreating, they actually jumped toward the border even more furiously. There's something wrong with them. I know low-rank monsters lack intelligence, but they all retreat if faced with death. He looked at the howling three-tailed monster, and suddenly countless ice spears appeared in the air. The spears shot out and pierced the monster's massive body from all directions. Kyle glanced around, and all the low-rank monsters around him froze into glistening statues when the flickering blue flames touched them. After just a few minutes, the battle that would have probably taken hours to finish was over. The air was filled with bright particles floating away with the breeze. Kyle appeared beside Yue, who had a faint smile on her face. The elves standing behind Anli stared at him with shocked and wary eyes, but they were glad to have another strong person to protect them. Kyle ignored their presence as if they didn't exist and focused on Yue. He needed to know the situation before taking any action. He couldn't fight the enemies alone in a full-blown war, right? Yue led him to the nearest resting place and they sat face to face. She began telling him about what was happening on the continent. Alec, Giant, and Carcel were trying to call the Guardians from the Tower of Opportunity because the enemies suddenly quieted down last month. She wanted to tell Kyle about the power structure above SSS plus rank, but to her surprise, he already knew about all of that. I think Diora and her companion Hay have already reached the divine rank. Last time they attacked, they just watched from a distance as their army fought against us. Kyle listened attentively. He asked about Bia, only to find out that the Phoenix is currently fighting alongside Mia near the human kingdom. Yue hesitated as she spoke her next words. King Estalion, the current king of the human kingdom, asked Bia for her blood. I don't know why, but he gave her a lot of resources in return. Kyle furrowed his brow. Bia was influenced by his bloodline, which is why the Phoenix's talent increased to the divine rank. Does she have divine energy in her body? The celestial essence inside him had only given Bia a small boost in her talent. She's still far from reaching the true divine rank. Maybe, like me, she also has a little bit of divine energy in her body even before reaching the true divine rank. But regardless, why on earth did Estalion want Bia's blood? Kyle mentally marked the man, even though he politely asked Bia for blood in exchange for resources. It could be because Bia got strong and now Estalion can't easily mess with her. Not to mention the dark shadow Kyle saw with Estalion. After talking for a while, Kyle finally asked the question he had been wanting to ask. What about 9 and the Sea Continent? You haven't mentioned anything about them. Chapter 385. Your little companion still remembers me. Kyle's face turned serious when he found out that the Sea Continent sealed itself off as soon as the shield guarding the planet shattered into countless fragments. And 9, Yue only knew that 9 passed out after asking Ray and Neon to rescue Kyle. Later, an old man from the Sea Continent took 9's unconscious body away. Since then, 9 hasn't been in touch with anyone. Kyle asked about his family and Han and sighed because they were all okay. However, Retrick and all the kings, along with many older individuals from the former East Continent, passed away in battle. Yue looked at the man in front of her, nervously playing with her fingers. She wasn't sure if she should tell him about the artifacts she had. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by a little cry coming from behind Kyle. He turned around and saw a familiar lynx resting comfortably in Anli's hands. As soon as the lynx spotted Yue, it yawned, jumped down from Anli's arms, and quickly climbed up Yue's legs to rub its head against her hand. Kyle's eyes narrowed as he locked gazes with the lynx. The two of them stared at each other for a moment, until the lynx let out a scared purr and tried to hide itself in Yue's arms. But before it could, Kyle reached over and grabbed it by the neck. Oh, it seems your little companion still remembers me, huh? The lynx wanted to struggle and escape from the grasp of the person who had once tried to cook it, but it sensed Yue's emotions. She was happy after such a long time. That's why it stopped struggling and allowed Kyle to do whatever he wanted. But the way its scales drooped and its pale blue eyes filled with devastation indicated its dejected mood. Yue couldn't help but giggle and Kyle looked up at her. She quickly took the lynx from his grasp. Don't bully Nox, he's been working hard to get strong so he can be with me all the time. He can increase his size like Bia, but he's still quite weak. Kyle hummed and stared at the lynx, feeling an unexplainable dislike towards the creature. It would have been much better if Yue had just cooked it into a delicious dish. As if sensing Kyle's thoughts, Nox shuddered and quickly leaped away from Yue, scurrying back towards Anli, who stood in a corner with 2 other elves. Kyle looked away from the monster and locked eyes with Yue. He drew a symbol and a faint, transparent barrier appeared around them. Then he placed a glass vial on the table between them. The vial contained a single droplet of gleaming golden liquid shimmering brightly. Yue stared at the vial, unsure of what it was, but Kyle's next words left her stunned. It's divine essence. I can sense that you've reached the SSS plus rank. I don't know how you surpassed your talent to achieve a higher rank. And I won't ask if you don't want to share, we all have our secrets. He pushed the vial toward the beautiful woman sitting in front of him. Normally, it would take you a lot of time and effort to reach the pseudo-divine rank. But with so many dangerous enemies around us, we don't have that much time, so increase your strength. Yue hesitated, unsure if she should take the vial. It was too valuable and Kyle seemed to be giving it to her so easily. She was touched, but her thoughts were interrupted when Kyle placed more similar vials on the table, as if he had just bought them in bulk from a nearby market. Her eyebrow twitched, but she cleared her throat and kept her thoughts to herself. Kyle stood up from the chair and looked at Yue with a serious expression. Give one to each of them, Alec, Lara, Mia, Carcel, Regia, Sinon. I believe all of them, just like you, have reached the peak of their talent. It doesn't matter what their talent is, I'm just giving them a chance to reach the pseudo-divine rank. Then 2 blooming crimson flowers appeared above his palm. The flowers trembled slightly, surrounded by a faint fire as he placed them on the table. Give these to Jayan and Bia. They both have a lot of fire-based skills, so I think the duo would be a perfect fit to consume the flowers. It will help them enter the ascendant state. After that, just like the others, it's up to them if they can reach the pseudo-divine rank. Kyle's heart ached a little as he gazed at the flowers. He had been chased by a horde of fire eagles in the secret realm after stealing the flowers, but now he was just giving them away. He rubbed his chest gently to calm his emotions. Yue, make sure to remind them that the divine essence and the scarlet flowers are very expensive. No, they can't buy them with money. They should be grateful, Yue chuckled and got up from her seat. The corners of her eyes lifted with amusement. She couldn't believe Kyle was entrusting her with such an important task. Does that mean he completely trusts her? She quickly closed the distance between them and crossed her arms over her chest. What about you? Don't you want to give this all to them yourself? Kyle tilted his head and surprised her by lowering his head slightly to meet her gaze. You give it to them and tell them to get ready. If the enemies are being quiet, we'll attack first this time, and not just attack, but completely wipe them off this planet. Another veil with a golden droplet appeared in his hand, and he let out a faint smirk. As for me, well, I just remember in the secret realm, 9 asked me for the divine essence, so I am heading to the sea continent. First, to meet my friend who can see the future because he knew what was going to happen, even before I went into a coma. Second, to see how long the merpeople can hide underwater. He paused for a second and the smirk playing on his lips grew wider, when everything around them starts to freeze into ice. Chapter 386. I declare today a holiday. Yue stared at the face that was too close to hers and took a step back. The tips of her ears turned red because Kyle had been behaving too differently from before. Yet she couldn't help but notice the smile on his lips and let out a smile as well. She had not smiled since her father passed away, but his presence alone brought a smile to her face. She flinched a little when Kyle took a step forward and held out his hand. Give me a new communication crystal so we can stay in touch. Yue blinked and took out a communication crystal from her storage ring before placing it in his hand. Kyle tossed the crystal in his mind space, then suddenly raised his hand and touched her nose with his finger. Her skin felt warm just as always, and he had to say that he didn't dislike the feeling. Okay, I am leaving for now. He wanted to say more, but well, he wasn't much of a talker to begin with, so he just stopped there. His body hovered in the room, and after glancing at Yue one last time, he vanished from the room. Yue blinked and stared at the place where he vanished. She would be lying if she said she wasn't caught off guard when he suddenly touched her nose out of nowhere. Did he just smile at me before leaving? It seems like he's finally ready to take a step forward toward me, but her smile faded as she thought about the place she had to leave for soon. Ah, now that he's ready, I can't stay. I want to tell him, but the words just won't come out. What if that woman who wants me to go with her harmed him? Yue waved her hand and placed the vials and flowers on the table into her storage ring. Anli approached her. The man wasn't able to hear what the two of them talked about after Kyle built the barrier, but he noticed the flowers and vials. But instead of responding, Yue started to float. She looked at the elves, her previous soft expression turning distant. I'm leaving for a bit. Make sure to protect the people from the monsters while I'm away. Anli wanted to know more, but she left without saying anything else. However, even before Yue could tell the others about Kyle, news of a powerful gray-haired and green-eyed man mercilessly killing hundreds of people within just a few minutes spread like wildfire in the newly built human kingdom. This was thanks to the few humans that Kyle had saved. The humans described the details of the gray-haired man to the 2 guards stationed in front of the royal castle, where Kyle was supposed to be lying unconscious. The guards were stunned, and the one who called Kyle the Supreme Being instantly rushed into the royal castle and checked the icy room only to find it empty. The guard took a deep breath and shouted, "The Supreme Being has woken up." He immediately took out a communication crystal to contact Jayan. After all, the young guardian had strictly asked to be informed the moment there was any sign of movement inside the castle. And now, the person he was supposed to keep an eye on had vanished completely. Jayan sat atop a boulder, observing the numerous youngsters standing in neat rows before him. He wasn't the only one looking at them, though. Several elderly individuals, including King Estalion, Alec, Lara, and Carcel, floated behind him. Jayan, Alec, Carcel, Lara, and Estalion had arrived here after yet another failed attempt to summon the Guardians of the Tower of Opportunity for assistance. Now, after selecting countless capable individuals who will undergo intense training under the guidance of powerful elders from each race, they were all giving words of encouragement to the youngsters. Jayan wore an annoyed expression on his face. He could never comprehend the mindset of the older generation. Despite the dangerous circumstances they found themselves in, the elders insisted on nurturing new talents. He scoffed inwardly. I feel like the planet would be no more when these young people actually reach a high enough rank to fight alongside us. Jian's mood soured with each passing second, prompting Alec to shoot him a glare. The blue-haired man secretly gestured for him to stand up and offer some words of encouragement to the youngsters. After all, Jian was among the people who were crowned as the guardians of the new continent Coexes. Reluctantly, Jian rose to his feet and cast his gaze over the countless youngsters, including elves, dwarfs, demi-humans, and humans, standing before him. He then turned his attention to the setting sun, before looking at the wooden walls encircling the vast grassy field. Jian took his sweet time to float in front of the countless youngsters, who all looked up to him with awe and respect. Alec grumbled a bit and shot him a glare, hoping he would just wrap up his part without any more drama. But the red-haired man brushed off his glare and cleared his throat. "So, I believe you all know I'm Jian, the most powerful person in this continent." Alec and Carcel rolled their eyes. The duo almost wanted to say they had no relationship with this shameless man. However, amidst the speechless looks he was getting, Jian didn't even flinch and continued with thick skin. "I'm the guardian who has not placed any hope on you all, after all." His sentence got interrupted when something buzzed in his storage ring. "Geez, who is it now? Don't they know I'm a busy person and my time is precious?" He waved at the rows of people standing in front of him. "Hold on a sec, kids, let me check who's contacting me first." Alec was about to go and knock some sense into him, but Jian ignored everyone and took out the communication crystal. He listened to the voice that came from the communication crystal, and after a minute, his eyes widened with shock. But the shock quickly turned into a boisterous laughter that echoed in all directions. Alec and everyone around Jian looked at him with surprise. It's been a while since they've seen Jian smile so happily. But before anyone could ask him what happened, Jian raised his fist with a wide grin. "I declare today a holiday because the only person stronger than me has woken up." Chapter 387, "You're not allowed to leave." Bia let out a chuckle, her eyes filled with fury. "That bastard, so he woke up, huh? Yet he didn't come to check if I'm alive or not." Mia placed the communication crystal in her hand inside her storage ring and smiled at the furious phoenix. Bia huffed and stared off into the distance. "Just let me see him again, I'm going to beat him up. How dare he? Hold on a second. I'll go search for him myself." The phoenix soared in the sky with a powerful flap of her wings, determined to find the person who had caused her so much worry in the past few months. She needed to see Kyle to make sure he was really okay. But before she could leave the area, two SS+ rank monsters leaped out from the forest. The monsters let out angry roars and glared at the people around them with crazy eyes. In the next second, they jumped toward the crowd without any care for their lives. Bia stopped in her tracks and looked at Neon, Ray, Sinon, and the others before letting out a curse. "I want to go find him, but I can't leave everyone alone. The number of monsters is increasing with each passing second, and everyone's already exhausted. If anyone collapses while I'm gone, no one will be able to control the monsters." She looked at Mia, and after complaining inside her head for the umpteenth time, decided to stay. "I swear the moment I see him, I want answers as to why he didn't come and meet me and his family first. And if he doesn't have a good reason, well, hee." Upon hearing her wicked laughter, the people around the phoenix quickly moved away, creating some distance between them. However, amidst all the things the phoenix said, there was pure joy and happiness twinkling in her eyes. Completely clueless that a certain phoenix was fuming because he didn't go to see her, Kyle paused above a vast expanse of glistening blue water. It stretched out as far as the eye could see, and the water shimmered under the dim glow of the sun. He jumped into the water and traveled deeper and deeper before pausing among the countless little fish swimming around him in a calm manner. However, he didn't find any structures or any signs of the sea continent. "It's gonna take me a while to find the exact location of the sea continent." Kyle clicked his tongue and traveled through the vast space. He spread out his scent perception skill in all directions and smelled the countless scents around him. But with so many small creatures around, it was getting hard to maintain the skill. He paused when a white fish with rectangular fins appeared above him. "It's quite big." Strangely enough, the fish even had some symbols engraved on its skin, a peculiar sight indeed. Kyle watched the fish closely and got curious about the symbols. It's not normal for an animal to have symbols on its body, so he knew it was unusual. He quietly followed the fish as it swam deeper into the water and raised his brow in surprise because the fish seemed to know where it was going. It effortlessly crossed through a bunch of different colored plants, but then it disappeared. "Huh." He raised his hand and touched the spot where the fish disappeared, causing ripples to form in the water in front of him. "Oh," Kyle's lips curled into a smile as he activated his scent perception skill and detected numerous scents in front of him. Along with various presences, he also caught whiffs of delicious aromas from well-cooked food and the faint scent of flowers. "Looks like I found the place I was looking for, rather easily." Deep beneath the sea, encircling a colossal, glistening castle that is partially submerged in water, countless unique structures are crafted with a blend of natural materials. They include intricately woven seaweed, sturdy coral bricks, and delicate seashell accents. The sea continent isn't the biggest because it only has one kingdom belonging to the merpeople. Also, to remain hidden from outsiders, the entire continent is covered with a transparent shield, making it invisible to those on the outside. In stark contrast to the outside world, which is currently going through a major crisis, Kingdom Gylexia is bustling with lots of activities. There are lots of merpeople gliding through marketplaces with the help of their tails, which are adorned with scales that glowed in the sunlight. So many of them are engaged in trading, while others are busy purchasing from the colorful stalls overflowing with sea plants, seashell jewelry, and clothes. The air carries the delightful scent of saltwater, and you can hear faint laughter from the people inside the kingdom. However, unlike the bustling atmosphere outside, a loud crashing sound echoed from one of the biggest rooms in the colossal castle at the center of the kingdom. The curtains on one of the curved windows were lifted, revealing a luxurious room adorned with colorful chandeliers, beautiful artwork crafted from pieces of coral and sea glass, and driftwood furniture. A graceful middle-aged woman, wearing a long blue robe adorned with golden patterns, sat on a throne. She stared at the people standing in front of her with an angry expression, particularly the man with golden eyes resembling hers. 9. I told you that you're not allowed to leave this place. No means no, can't you understand, or should I impose another house arrest on you? 9 let out a chuckle. He wiped the blood trickling down his cheek with the back of his hand. He had a silver accessory on one of his ears, and its strings flowed down, touching the white fitted jacket he wore over the loose gray trousers. No matter what, he could never believe that the woman in front of him was his mother. After all, which mother would throw a glass so hard at their child's head? It's a good thing he moved away in time, and only a shattered fragment grazed his cheek. Otherwise, he was sure he would have lost consciousness from the impact. He stared at Seraphine, who was standing beside the woman's throne, and he had the urge to wipe the smile off her face. But he controlled himself because there were many people around. This was already the 7th time he was captured while trying to run away. The kingdom didn't want to help the people living on the land, so why couldn't they just let him leave? The queen closed her eyes and waved her hand at one of the middle-aged men standing behind 9, telling him to take 9 back and lock him up in his room. She could have let 9 go, but by the time he woke up, the sea continent had already set up an array to isolate itself from the outside world. Now she couldn't let him go, or else the risk of the sea continent's location being revealed would be too high. The queen looked at Seraphine and let out a sigh. I could have made an exception and let him go. Is there a reason you want him to stay here so badly? Did you have another vision? Seraphine blinked and flashed a sweet smile. There's no way she would spill the beans to the queen that she was seeking revenge on 9. After all, he left her all by herself in the secret realm when she wanted to join him. And let's not forget, because of him, she had a not-so-great impression on Kyle. No, mother, it's dangerous outside. I'm just worried about my brother. Chapter 388. Did my words just come true? 9 slammed the door of his room, fed up and frustrated. That's it, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to try running away again. He glanced at his room and hurriedly approached the only window. But before he could jump out, an older figure appeared out of thin air and stared at him with deep eyes. 9 chuckled, a vein throbbing on his forehead. He really wanted to smash every piece of furniture in his room, but he knew he wouldn't get new ones because of Seraphine, so he resisted the temptation. I just hope. Some gigantic sea creatures appear out of nowhere and break the shield around the kingdom, so I have a chance to escape. Before he could finish his sentence, a piercing cry echoed outside the castle. The old man guarding his window stared at the transparent shield surrounding the continent with wide eyes. One cry turned into 2, and when 9 looked out, he couldn't help but curse in shock. Did my words just come true? No way, I never knew my words had so much power. The man guarding his window had already started floating, so 9 jumped out and watched the scene. Countless people in the kingdom screamed as the transparent shield hovering around the entire continent began to crack. A lot of older merpeople, including the queen, came out of the castle and were shouting because they couldn't believe what was happening. How could the shield that had been glowing so brightly around them for so many years suddenly crack? But then everyone froze when ice flakes started falling from the sky. The queen reached out to touch one and it melted on her finger. But when she looked up again, the cracked shield shattered into countless pieces like weak glass. The phenomenon was just like what happened in the outside world, but now it's happening right here on her continent, right in front of her own 2 eyes. No way, she muttered and yelled at the people around her to move to do something. They all rushed towards the spot where the shield symbols were engraved, but they knew it was too late. The shield around the continent was already shattered. Now they have to deal with a swarm of sea creatures flooding into the kingdom from all directions for at least a year until they rebuild the barrier. And to make matters worse, the invisibility barrier that hid the kingdom's location also disappeared with the shield. At a distance, far away from the chaotic mess, Kyle blinked as he looked at the cracked symbols in front of him. He swore he just wanted to scare the merpeople a little by spreading his ice domain above the shield, but who could have guessed that the symbols forming the shield would be so weak and crack so easily? No way, it wasn't his fault at all. He quietly left the location before anyone could find him. It was lucky that not all merpeople were in their original form, at least half of them were floating around with legs, so he easily escaped the crime scene. But while gliding through the panicked individuals, he noticed a familiar figure floating in the water. Nine's lips were twitching violently as he watched the scene around him, with mirth dancing in his eyes. He even had the nerve to enjoy the ice flakes falling everywhere. Kyle looked at Nine from head to toe, not sure what to make of it. The clothes Nine wore were way more luxurious than his own. He wanted to approach Nine, but before he could, the latter quietly started moving in the opposite direction. Kyle watched as Nine took advantage of the panicked crowd and landed between the many buildings. Then Nine quickly went towards one of the smaller buildings and entered without a care. Kyle raised an eyebrow because the building turned out to be hollow inside, with only a large array drawn in the center. Nine scattered mana stones on the array like a skilled person before stopping in the center, maybe waiting to teleport away. But even after a minute, nothing happened. He stared at the array beneath him with wide eyes. What's wrong with this array now? The last time I checked, it was working perfectly. Kyle couldn't help but let out a little chuckle when he saw how Nine, who didn't know anything about arrays, tried to start the teleportation array but failed even after many attempts. He wasn't hiding or anything, he was standing right in front of the door that Nine came in from. However, the brown-haired man was so focused on the array that he didn't even notice Kyle's presence. So Kyle cleared his throat and spoke up, albeit slowly, but due to the enclosed space his voice echoed loudly in the air. The array needs more mana stones, I guess. Nine's eyes widened with realization. Yeah, right, thank. Huh, only then did he snap his eyes up and stare at the place where the voice came from. Nine blinked when he saw Kyle standing in front of him. Kyle smiled and stepped onto the array. Of course, who else? How have you been? Nine closed his eyes for a second and then broke out into a huge smile. You bastard. Do you even know how worried I was? He was really worried because he did not even get a chance to see Kyle before he was taken back to the kingdom. He stood up and wanted to hug Kyle but stopped when it dawned on him. Hold on a second, it was you who broke the shield around the continent, right? Kyle blinked innocently as if he had no idea what the latter was talking about. What shield? Nine burst out into laughter and punched his chest. Don't worry, I don't really care about this place, plus the queen has enough resources to build the shield again. Kyle nodded and let out a relieved sigh. Nine laughed at his face and shook his head before scattering more mana stones on the array. Let's leave before anyone notices my absence. I also need to go check on my girlfriend. I haven't been able to contact her since I arrived here. Chapter 389, Is it really that painful? Nine gasped as the harsh air entered his lungs. He looked down at the vast expanse of shimmering water below him and couldn't help but chuckle. Kyle appeared beside him, and his eyebrow twitched violently when he realized that they had teleported above the sea continent, only outside the water. You should have told me that the teleportation array wasn't long distance. I could have just drawn a portal and teleported us directly onto land. Nine raised his eyebrow with a smirk. That array is really expensive. I paid an old man to draw it so I can leave the sea whenever I want. He took an exaggerated breath. The air outside sucks, but at least it's not suffocating. Nine didn't finish his sentence and grinned at Kyle. Well, I kind of knew that you would find out through Bia, your little spy, but how long have you known that I'm not human? Kyle blinked. Bia did tell me, but I found out on my own even before she knew about it. Also, it's been a long time, even before we entered the secret realm. Nine's lips twitched and Kyle's next words made him smile dryly. You can see the future, right? Or is it just a prediction skill? Nine extended his hand and directed his finger towards his pale golden eyes to show Kyle the delicate thread encircling his pupils. It's something we inherited from our ancestors. Not all merpeople have this unique skill. Currently, in the entire sea continent, only Seraphine, the queen, and I possess it. It's called the spiritual gaze. He let out a sigh. Who could have guessed there would come a time when he would share knowledge about the spiritual gaze with someone else without feeling threatened. But mine is a lower-ranked one, so I have zero control over it. That's why it sometimes gets activated when I directly touch someone's skin. Since I met you and Alec, it has been activating more frequently. Just recently, an old man from my kingdom examined me and warned that if the skill activates again, it could pose a threat to my life. Kyle listened intently, his brows furrowing because, despite Nine's words, he still smiled. Nine quickly reached out and caught the glass vial tossed to him. He looked at the shimmering golden droplet inside the vial and glanced at Kyle. What's this? Divine essence. It's the last vial, so be grateful I saved it for you. Nine raised an eyebrow in surprise and shook the vial. Is this the same divine essence you found in the secret realm? Kyle nodded, but only after a few seconds. Nine tossed the vial back to him and let out a sigh. I don't know how to use it, plus I have already reached the limit of my talent, so I don't think it would be useful to me. However, Nine regretted throwing the vial back at Kyle the moment he heard what the divine essence was used for. Since Nine was taken back to the sea continent unconscious, he didn't have any contact with anyone else and didn't know what happened in his absence. So he had no idea what the divine essence was used for. He only knew it was precious because Haley emphasized its importance in the secret realm. Nine chuckled and with a quick and precise movement snatched the vial back from Kyle. So this little thing could help me reach a rank even higher than SSS plus rank. He fixed his gaze on the glittering golden droplet, suddenly finding it incredibly tempting. I just need to consume this, right? Nine opened the vial with excitement dancing in his eyes. But before he could toss the droplet into his mouth, Kyle grabbed his wrist with a solemn expression. Nine, it's not a guarantee that you'll reach the pseudo-divine rank. Moreover, it's going to be extremely painful. And after you enter the ascendant state, you'll only have a minute, maybe even less. Once the divine essence enters someone's body, it needs an exit or else the body will explode. Kyle paused for a moment, but since you've reached the end of your talent, it wouldn't endanger your life. Just remember, it's dangerous, and every second after consuming the divine essence is precious. Nine smiled, but instead of taking his time to think about whether he should consume the divine essence or not, he pulled his wrist away from Kyle's hand and asked a very important question. Have you experienced it yourself? Is it really that painful? Also, I have been meaning to ask, what's your rank right now? Have you reached the… Kyle shook his head. No, not yet, but I can sense divine energy in my body. So I believe I'll naturally reach the pseudo-divine rank in a week. I just need a little push. Nine's lips curled into a smirk. So if I reach the pseudo-divine rank, I'll be stronger than you. How about we spar once I am done? Kyle rolled his eyes, observing the man in front of him. Well, he hoped that Nine would overcome the challenge. No, he believed that Nine could do it. The spiritual gaze Nine mentioned didn't seem ordinary at all. It felt more like a dormant power within him. Otherwise, how could Nine see the future multiple times with just a low-rank skill? Nine took a deep breath and raised the vial, allowing the golden droplet to fall into his mouth. He furrowed his brow and tightly shut his eyes, preparing for the pain Kyle had mentioned. However, even after a few seconds, nothing happened. Slowly, he opened his eyes and cautiously touched his body with his hands. Don't tell me the divine essence isn't working because I don't feel anything. Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp, stinging pain pierced his abdomen. Nine clutched his stomach, his expression instantly turning pale. In the next second, he lost his balance midair and plunged into the water. Kyle wanted to grab him, but he paused when amidst the pain Nine raised his hand to stop him. Soon, painful screams filled the air and Kyle could only watch with a hard expression. He quickly grabbed a few healing potions from his mind space, ready to jump in, the moment Nine signaled. But then a bright light encircled Nine's lower body in a mesmerizing way. Chapter 390, The Ascendant State. Nine could feel the essence coursing through his body, moving quickly and creating chaos as if searching for something within him. He had just consumed a droplet of divine essence. However, the impact has been devastating so far. It's painful. That was the last thought in Nine's mind when his vision blurred and everything around him turned into a haze. But he dug his nails into his palms to stay conscious. Because he knew that the chance Kyle gave him would be his last opportunity to gain a strength he could have never even imagined in his whole life. Nine didn't even realize when he started to transform into his original form. He hardly ever used his tail because he just preferred having a pair of legs. Also, for some reason, he wasn't as good with it as Seraphine and his other siblings. At first, the light around his lowered body was faint, but then it shone brightly before the sound of water around him quieted into hushed silence. As the sun's gentle rays touched the calm water's surface, Nine's legs transformed into a tail, a beautiful shade of brown that seamlessly blended with the water. The tail narrowed to a faint golden shade at the end, but with each passing second, the golden shade deepened until his tail's fins glowed with a radiant golden aura. Crystal-clear flukes appeared around his hips, and the thread inside his eyes encircled his pale golden pupils in a restless manner. Kyle backed away in midair as the water around Nine began to tremble. Suddenly, without any warning, it burst upward, enveloping the latter from all directions. Kyle blinked and looked at Nine with anticipation and a bit of nervousness. Did he enter the ascendant state? Nine closed his eyes, wearing a serene and calm expression. The air around him started humming softly as if sensing that he had entered an ethereal state. The time he spent in that state was not more than a minute for Kyle, but for Nine himself, it felt like an eternity. Because the moment he entered the ascendant state, he found himself in front of a towering wall that extended upward, reaching a place he couldn't even see with his eyes. A wild laughter escaped Nine's lips as a thought emerged in the depths of his mind. He realized he needed to break this wall, this tall, towering wall, that seemed to have no end, in order to break free from the constraints of his talent. It's not like he thought it would be easy. He only had an S+ rank talent, but he wanted to reach a rank that no one on this planet had reached in the past hundreds of years. Nine clenched his fist and banged it against the wall, but it didn't budge. But he didn't give up. He kept banging the wall again and again, even though his fist went numb. He just couldn't stop because he couldn't fail, especially not now when he had a chance to get stronger. If he failed, he would never be able to stand up against his so-called mother when she forced him to obey her orders. And he couldn't admit defeat because if he did, Seraphine would make his life difficult just by her presence alone. Nine punched the wall harder with each thought. And most importantly, he couldn't admit defeat because he needed to change the future where he saw Alec harming Kyle. He had to be there to make sure those bastards didn't go down the wrong path. He needed to become stronger because he had to protect his future wife and help all his friends who were in danger. Nine's knuckles ached, but he did not stop and just started banging the wall with his other hand. After all, he knew that if he did, he would fail and would be kicked out of this space. Amidst all this, he failed to notice, but the golden threads in his eyes tightly wrapped around his pupils as he banged his fists on the towering wall. Different from Nine, who had no idea what was happening to his body outside the space where he was desperately trying to break the wall, Kyle panicked when he saw blood dripping from his eyes. It only took a second and Kyle arrived beside him, opening his tightly shut eyes with his fingers. "Damn it, what's happening?" Kyle loudly called out Nine's name, but the man's eyes were completely blank as if he couldn't hear his voice at all. Kyle looked around, he had no idea what to do. But before he could make Nine swallow every healing potion and treasure he had, the latter gasped and an otherworldly glow appeared around his body. Kyle felt a powerful force around Nine, and he was pushed back in the distance. He stared at Nine, who sucked in a deep breath as if he hadn't breathed for a long time. Kyle blinked when countless little sea creatures in the surrounding circled Nine as if sensing something powerful. Nine opened his eyes and stared at the sky, breathing unevenly. The golden glow around him didn't scatter in the surroundings. Instead, it entered his body once again, merging within him. His eyes shone brightly with a deep golden glow, and the threads encircling his pupils moved back to their original position. However, they went eerily still, as if they had exhausted their strength. Nine laughed and a curse slipped out from his mouth. "Fuck, I almost thought I failed." Indeed, he thought he failed when he dropped to his knees in front of the tall wall, completely drained, but then a sudden burst of enlightenment appeared in his mind. Nine focused his unwavering gaze on the wall in front of him. One particular spot on the surface had caved in because he had concentrated all his efforts there from the beginning. He raised his fist to strike that exact spot again with the thought, just one more time. But in that very moment, an unknown strength that he never knew he had enveloped his fist, and the power behind his punch increased. Instantly, a loud sound reverberated in his ears, and finally, the place he had been relentlessly pounding cracked. The towering wall, which stood before him like an impenetrable fortress, trembled as the crack appeared. Nine couldn't help but laugh as he watched the wall crumble down into countless pieces in front of him. Afterward, he had to crawl just to make his way through the rubble since he had no strength left in his body. But no matter what, he did it. He broke the unbreakable fortress and gained the strength he never could have achieved. Nine's wild laughter echoed in all directions, scaring the little creatures encircling him. His tail, which had completely turned golden from the end, was submerged in the water as he slapped his hand on the water around him with a loud shout, causing splashes to fly everywhere. "I did it." Chapter 391. "I think I can force them to agree." Nine turned around and saw Kyle staring at him with a smile. He wanted to go and share his happiness, but before he could, Kyle took out a communication crystal from his mind space and went to a distance to contact Yue. After all, Kyle needed to warn her that the divine essence would cause extreme pain. Nine's eyebrow twitched violently. He clicked his tongue and swam around in the water for a minute. Suddenly, a bright light flashed around his tail and he regained his human appearance. He grabbed a pair of clean clothes from his storage ring, and after putting them on, he started floating. "Damn, the world looks so much better now that I'm the strongest." He laughed and cracked his knuckles before staring at the gray-haired man in the distance. "Kyle, let's have a duel. I want to test my new strength." Or more specifically, he wanted to give the latter a little beating because who knows when he would get this chance again. An evil grin spread across his face as he zoomed in towards Kyle with a flash. So, Kyle raised his brow and his lips curled upward into a snarl. "Do you even have any energy left in you? What about the mana?" 9 paused. Oh, he had exhausted his mana in the process. Plus, his body was aching a lot from what he had just gone through. He laughed and quickly distanced himself from Kyle before the latter could agree to the duel. Let's fight another time. Anyway, I can't see my stats, everything's showing question marks. What's this? Wait, what the heck? Stats, name, 9 race, mer rank, unknown strength, SSS plus mana, unknown divine energy, unknown agility. SSS plus talent, unknown rank luck, E plus to D inherited skill. Spiritual gaze, low grade to SS plus rank. If the user touches someone's skin, they can see a split second into their future. However, this ability may cause pain due to its unique nature. The skill grade is too low, so it cannot be used frequently. It will activate itself randomly. The user can catch a glimpse of someone's fate once a month by touching them. Special skill, healing C rank to S plus rank. The user can heal others and himself with mana or divine energy. Skills, the rank of my inherited skill increased. 9 laughed, even his special skill rank had increased. He raised his fist in the air to show his excitement. Kyle looked at him and shook his head at his childish behavior. Then he narrowed his eyes at the man, seriously considering the duel proposal. It's been a while since I fought someone truly strong, so should I give him a little beating? The thought crossed his mind, but he quickly discarded it because if they started fighting now, the duel would take a lot of time to end. No, it's definitely not because he's worried he would suffer a little since 9 had reached the pseudo-divine rank. After all, he can use instant teleportation and vanish even before 9 could land a hit on him. Hee 9 noticed the faint smirk at the corner of his lips and crossed his arms over his chest with narrow eyes. What are you thinking? Kyle cleared his throat, and to change the topic, he looked down. It seems we attracted some unwanted attention. A few merpeople are heading towards us. They probably sensed the turbulence you caused. Oh, and your sister, what was her name? Yeah, Seraphine, she's with them. 9's smile faded as he stared down, but his eyes sparkled because his vision had improved with his rank. Now he could see clearly what was happening in the depths of the sea. He narrowed his eyes and could even see countless fishes swimming deep inside the water. His gaze paused on the outline of the sea continent. Seraphine, Kyle, I think she became a bit obsessed with you in the secret realm. She made me go through a lot just because she thought her first impression on you became worse due of me, so I'm going to get a little revenge. After all, now that I have enough power to shake the whole sea continent, why should I obey others? Kyle was a little taken aback because he didn't even remember her, except for the 2 or 3 interactions they had in the secret realm. Do you have a bad relationship with your family? 9 noticed with a raised brow. Did Kyle just avoid talking about his sister? He chuckled a bit. Well, he also didn't like her because of her personality. Not just bad, I don't think I have a relationship with them at all. He was surprised when Kyle suddenly grabbed his shoulder with a serious expression. 9, one of the reasons why I came here was to convince the merpeople to fight alongside the other races, but my plans changed after the shield accident. Now that you've become stronger, can you make them join forces with the other races? I know they might not have a large population, but I sensed many powerful individuals in the continent. 9 blinked. He knew the people in the sea continent were strong because they were all taught to fight sea creatures from a young age in order to protect themselves against them. However, the issue was that they were arrogant and cowardly, which is why they refrained from helping others, especially those who lived on land if it put them in danger. It's a bit hard. And I would have never guaranteed before that they would agree with me, but now with my strength, I think I can force them to agree. His lips curled into an evil smile, and Kyle nodded with a satisfied expression. 9's answer was just as he had expected from his friend. Now he could completely entrust this matter to 9. Kyle quickly shared his communication crystal coordinates with him so that they could stay in touch. Okay, contact me as soon as you're done. In the meantime, I'll go and check out the closest tower of opportunity. I heard the Guardians haven't been responding, even when Alec and the others tried to reach out for help. 9 didn't get some things, but he gave him an okay sign with a chuckle. Don't worry, go ahead, leave everything to me. I'll bring the entire Merpeople's army to fight alongside all of you. Kyle blinked and disappeared from his sight. 9 clicked his tongue. No matter what rank I reach, I am always going to envy his ability to teleport whenever he wants. He looked at the water below him, and after a few minutes, Seraphine and a few old individuals emerged from the water. His sister in name glared at him with an angry expression. 9. Mom asked you to repent for your mistakes, but you ran away the moment the continent faced a crisis. Now don't blame me because it's the Queen's order to bring you back for punishment. 9's raised his brow, his eyes filled with mirth as he gazed at the floating woman in front of him. Okay, let's go back. I also want to talk to the Queen about something, and if she doesn't agree, well then she can only blame herself for the disturbance I'm going to cause next. Seraphine furrowed her brow, unable to comprehend his words. She ordered the old figures around her to capture 9, and to her surprise, 9 obediently followed them. However, the old man assigned to watch 9 narrowed his eyes when he didn't sense the latter's rank. Instead, he felt an oppressive aura from 9. In an instant, dread crept into his heart, but he couldn't pinpoint the reason behind it. But he felt it very vividly the moment 9 reached the queen. Chapter 392. It's good to see you again. Kyle arrived in a location where everything was in ruins. The houses, shops, and stalls that once stood around the tower were destroyed, creating a scene of utter devastation. The debris and remnants of the collapsed structures were scattered throughout the area. However, amidst the destruction, the tower that reached the sky stood tall. It seems the towers of opportunity are made of very strong materials. The nearest place to him was the remains of the West Continent, so he entered the place and found the tower that stood proudly in the center of the whole continent. Kyle glanced around his surroundings because, on his way, he had come across numerous individuals with black petals engraved on their foreheads. Of course, he finished them all, which is why it took him so much time to reach this place. But he wondered where Diora, Hay, and all the other divine rank individuals who followed the duo were. After all, he hadn't encountered a single divine rank individual, even though he had traveled through the East Continent and now the West Continent. Kyle approached the tower and gazed down. The layer of earth around the tower was completely dark, as if it had lost its luster due to the tower's presence. He spread out his scent perception skill to check if any living beings were around. Instantly, he sensed a lot of scents opposite the tower. He blinked because some of the scents were familiar. He followed the scents and saw a lot of tents set a short distance away from the tower. Kyle looked at the tents. There were some guards in silver armor stationed around them. As he narrowed his eyes, he noticed that not a single guard had the dark petal engraved on their foreheads. Some of them are humans. Are they from the planet's side? His ears twitched when he heard a familiar annoyed and frustrated shout mixed with a lot of other voices from one of the tents. I told you it won't work this way. I've already checked this symbol, but we have to check this symbol on all the towers, maybe it'll work. No means no, we've wasted too many resources on this one. Kyle smiled and landed in front of the tents. Instantly, all the guards gathered around him and raised their weapons toward him with a wary expression. They were on the verge of attacking him, but he raised his hand and pointed to his forehead. I'm from the new continent. Look, there's no petal engraved on my forehead. The guards glanced at each other. One of them quickly fetched a crystal and asked Kyle to place his hand on it or they would attack. Kyle nodded and placed his hand on the crystal, but nothing happened. The guards lowered their weapons, and one of them, who had pointy ears, approached him with a solemn expression. Who are you, human? This place is restricted. You shouldn't have come here. Kyle handed the crystal back to him. He could have used instant teleportation to enter the tents, but he didn't want anyone to freak out due to his sudden appearance. I'm here to help. Now that you've checked, am I allowed to enter the tents? The guard with pointy ears furrowed his brows. You're not allowed, it's restricted, but if you want to meet someone, I can take you to that person. Just tell me who. Kyle nodded and looked at a specific tent. I want to see the old man who's shouting right now. The guard blinked, surprised to see a guest, especially in such a situation. He had only seen Alec, Carcel, and a few other youths who would visit this place every few days to check on the progress or offer help. Oh, you mean the array master. Come with me, I'll take you to the tent. But if he doesn't want to meet you, you'll have to leave. Kyle's lips curled into a smile as he followed the guard. The pair stopped in front of the tent, and at that exact moment, a furious shout reverberated from within as if the voice owner was fed up with everything. The guard hesitated for a moment, but he allowed Kyle to enter the tent before asking him to wait until the conversation inside finished. Kyle looked around at the many old figures, and his eyes stopped on the familiar faces of George and Han. George was sitting on the only chair inside the tent with his eyes tightly shut. On the other hand, Han had a frustrated expression as he argued with the other array masters around him, particularly with an old elven woman who had a deadly serious expression on her face. Kyle's eyes traveled towards the table placed between the array masters, and he read the symbols drawn on the papers scattered on the table. The guard beside him was surprised when he suddenly started moving toward the table. Instantly, the man with pointy ears reached out to stop him, but Kyle was just too fast. Before the other could react properly, Kyle had already gone to stand in the middle of the many arguing old individuals. The guard's panicked eyes traveled around, unsure of what he should do because if Kyle disturbed the array masters, he knew he would be in trouble. Han slammed his hand on the table, startling everyone around him. I said it wouldn't work. Why do you all want to waste so many resources? Just last week we did a trial and these symbols failed. Kyle gazed at the frustrated old man standing just mere inches away from him and rubbed his chin. He looked at the symbols with narrow eyes. I also think these symbols won't work. Han nodded with a solemn expression. I said right, but the old man paused because the voice came from beside him, and strangely the tone sounded quite familiar. Slowly, he turned his head to look at the owner of the voice, and his eyes widened when he saw the familiar face. His words got stuck in his throat as he watched Kyle, who casually picked up a paper and examined the symbols before drawing a symbol midair. After only a few seconds, Kyle's voice echoed through the silent tent. I haven't seen these symbols before, but they're similar to the ones used to break restrictions placed on an enclosed place. So if we mix a few destructive symbols with these, maybe we will get the results we want. He held out the paper towards Han, who had his eyes glued to him. The tent was eerily silent, with everyone's eyes fixed on Kyle. Not many people inside knew him, except Han and another old array master from the central continent who had seen him after he left the secret realm. George sensed the atmosphere and frowned. He peeked out from one of his eyes and was also taken aback to see Kyle standing in front of Han. He stood up and approached the gray-haired man. Kyle, the guard who brought Kyle jolted, scared that he would suffer now. But to his surprise, Han's eyes turned moist as he raised his hand to slap Kyle's arm with a faint smile. You sneezy prick, when the hell did you wake up? Kyle hissed because the strength behind the slap wasn't something to scoff at. He grabbed Han's hand before the latter could slap him again. I just woke up recently, but master, why are you beating me? You know my body is still weak and your slaps can cause harm to me. Han rolled his eyes and slapped him with his other hand even harder. You rascal, do you have any idea how worried I was? The people around them were stunned, especially the guard who was ready for a big punishment. Kyle laughed and rubbed the old man's back to calm him down. George also arrived beside them and his eyes were filled with relief. Kid, it's good to see you again. Chapter 393, You Need to Compensate. Han led Kyle into another tent and asked him what had caused him to fall into a coma. George also joined the duo, leaving behind the other curious array masters who couldn't help but steal glances at Kyle due to his handsome appearance. It wasn't just his appearance that caught their attention. Nobody could sense his rank or even a hint of mana from his body. Kyle sighed as he stared at his master, who had a serious expression on his face. The old man even went as far as constructing an array around the tent so no one could hear them. Then he looked at George and waved his hand. You, leave the tent. Kyle is my disciple, so no one else should know about his weakness. George rolled his eyes and was about to leave, but Kyle shook his head and told the duo about the soul-eating artifact without hesitation. The same artifact that ate a piece of his soul and left his body when the golden pupil man called it back. The two old men were stunned, but then realization dawned on them. So that's why they weren't able to cure Kyle with normal healing materials. Instantly, Han grabbed Kyle's shoulder and moved him back and forth to check if the kid was all right. Only when Kyle confirmed for the 10th time that he was perfectly fine now did the old man sigh with relief. Kyle smiled, but from Han and George's haggard appearance, he knew the duo had been working day and night after Ritrick, the Royal Academy principal, passed away. Not just Ritrick, many people died. Kyle knew he couldn't change the past, but now he could at least prevent more people from dying at the hands of the enemies. After a short discussion, Kyle asked Han to gather all the other array masters. Now that he was here, he wanted to see how long the guardians of the Tower of Opportunity would ignore their call. Han rolled his eyes. Rascal, do you think it's that easy? All the array masters, including myself, have been trying for months to find a solution, but we have failed. Adding a few more symbols to the array won't help. Kyle raised his brow. Old man, you should believe in me. If the array really doesn't work, I'll use my flames on the tower and let's see if the guardians would still refuse to answer when the place they're staying crumbles into countless particles. Han clicked his tongue, a little annoyed at his confidence. But he nodded and looked at George before waving his hand dismissively. What are you waiting for? Go hurry up and call all those old jerks here. George's eyebrow twitched violently, and he barely controlled the urge to slap the old man who was treating him like a servant. In the end, he snickered and left, only to return with all the array masters. The array masters were annoyed, but soon the tent fell silent, with only Han and Kyle talking as if they didn't even care about the others around them. George would hum with knitted brows from time to time as Kyle effortlessly drew incomprehensible symbols in the air. The old elven woman who fought with Han before stared at Kyle with a deep expression because, unlike Han, Kyle had a way of making everyone understand what he was talking about. He explained the symbols he drew slowly and precisely. After Kyle finished, he asked the older individuals for their opinions. Han agreed instantly, too confident in his one and only disciple. George also nodded, though a bit slowly since he wasn't very familiar with arrays. He trusted Kyle, but wasn't sure if his suggestions would work. Some of the array masters wanted to say they wouldn't trust an unknown person who appeared out of nowhere. But before they could, the old elven woman raised her hand and instantly agreed with Kyle. All eyes turned to her, surprised that she who had argued with Han the most now agreed so easily. After the woman, the old man who had seen Kyle come out from the secret realm also agreed. Due to their agreement, the others also kept their mouths shut. But just like how there's always someone who loves finding faults, an old demi-human with cat-like eyes stared at Kyle with a strange glint. He flicked his robe sleeves and cleared his throat loudly. Kyle, right, if the symbols you suggested didn't work and we lost our precious time and resources because of you, I believe you need to compensate. Han narrowed his eyes on the man dangerously. All of them were stuck with a single symbol for so long, and finally someone as genius as his disciple was giving them some options, and this man had to butt in. However, before he could give the man a piece of his mind, Kyle stepped forward and stood in front of the demi-human. Compensation, huh? How about we make a bet? If it doesn't work, I'll compensate you with double the amount of resources we would have wasted. But if it does work, what are you gonna give me? The old demi-human turned silent. He gazed at the others, but everyone ignored him. That's why he raised his chin and scoffed at them. You think I'm scared? I'll give you 50,000 mana stones if you pull it off. But do you really have enough money to compensate double the amount of what we would waste? Kyle blinked innocently. Just 50,000 mana stones. The people around him were stunned at his words, blissfully unaware that he had a massive mind space filled with countless precious treasures and thousands of mana just lying around. How could someone entice him with only 50,000 mana stones? Han stared at Kyle and an old memory flashed in his mind. Instantly his gaze shifted to Kyle's fingers. More specifically, he wanted to take a peek at Kyle's storage rings. After all, the last time Han saw them, they were filled with enough treasure and money to make even the richest king jealous. And that was before Kyle entered the secret realm. However, he noticed with a frown that Kyle's fingers were empty. Don't tell me someone stole Kyle's storage rings while he was in a coma. But then his eyes widened because Kyle suddenly conjured a storage ring out of thin air as if he just took it from another space. Han stared at Kyle, who tossed the storage ring toward the old demi-human with a smirk. Kyle's next words echoed in his head as he stared at the kid, wondering just from where did he take out the storage ring. This is a supreme grade ring and there's an SSS plus rank weapon inside. Do you still think I wouldn't be able to keep my end of the deal? Chapter 394, so soon. The demi-human stared at the storage ring Kyle tossed at him, stunned. After that, no one dared to question Kyle and all the array masters started working. The guards stationed around the tents stared at Kyle's figure as he floated beside the tower with George to observe the array masters. After a while, Han wiped his sweaty forehead and looked up at the two figures floating leisurely above him. He rolled his eyes and tossed the mana stones in his hand toward the duo with an evil smile. You two better start working or else don't blame me for being cruel. Kyle caught the lightning-fast mana stone in his hand before it could strike his head. He took a deep breath, and before Han could toss another mana stone at him, he quickly landed on the ground and started helping the array masters. George looked at Kyle's figure and let out a laugh. It seems his lazy partner had run away. Now he needs to work as well. But just as he was about to land, another mana stone came flying at him and almost struck his head, but fortunately he grabbed it in time. It was already late in the afternoon when the array masters started working, and nobody noticed when the dim sky darkened with countless little stars twinkling above their heads. Kyle stood before the tower and stared at it. The other array masters had long settled in the distance to rest for a while. He hummed and closed his eyes, trying to sense the mana inside his body. Different from the usual mana he used, there was something more powerful coursing through his body. So this is divine energy. I don't know how it's different from mana, and if I use it, how should I replenish it just like mana? There were a lot of questions in his head because absorbing mana was easy. After all, he just needed to wait, and his body would automatically absorb mana from the atmosphere. So, what about divine energy? Kyle raised his hand and used mana to conjure blue flames on the tip of his finger. He waved the flames toward a small hidden area of the tower, and just as he expected, the flames couldn't break the hard surface. A faint, icy layer did appear, but when it turned into particles, the tower's surface remained intact. Then he tapped into his divine energy. The amount was much lower than his mana, but it was enough for now. He guided it just like mana, and another spark of flame flickered above his finger. Kyle waved the flames toward the same spot where he had previously experimented, and his lips curled into a smile because it worked. The small area of the tower where the flame touched instantly froze, and in an instant it crumbled into countless particles. If only I had enough divine energy to cover the entire tower, but the divine energy in my body is too low right now, so for now I'll have to rely on the array. He didn't turn around because he had long sensed Han hiding behind him. Not just Han, but the other array masters were also secretly keeping an eye on him. Kyle's lips twitched and he rubbed his forehead with a sigh. Just what the heck are they doing? He turned around, but all the people scattered as if they were never even there in the first place. Kyle shook his head and vanished from his spot. The few eyes that were still peering at him were stunned, but no matter where they looked, they couldn't find the gray-haired man. After the space in front of the tower fell silent, the area that Kyle damaged was covered in a layer of bright particles, only to revert to its original undamaged state. In the midst of it all, a tired and almost silent voice echoed in the air. "This prick. The Guardians are also dying to come out. You all just need to use the correct method." Kyle appeared above a boulder and lay down to stare at the sky. He wanted to close his eyes, but his communication crystal buzzed. Kyle grabbed the crystal and was surprised to see Nine's familiar face. "So soon?" Nine laughed and cocked a proud brow. "Who do you think I am? I'm a pseudo-divine rank individual. Haha, I didn't have to do much. The queen and the older merpeople around her were scared shitless when I released my earth-shattering pressure. She agreed to send her strongest soldiers, but Kyle, I don't think she would let the normal citizens join the war." He lowered his voice for some reason. "Oh, and by the way, Seraphine and a few old geezers are planning to poison me." Little did they know I could hear their scheming loud and clear, even from outside the castle, haha. Kyle shook his head at the man. "Don't you dare to swallow the poison just to test your strength. And as for the soldiers, I think they'll be enough. No need to involve normal citizens. That way we can avoid any unnecessary deaths. After you gather them all, head over to the new continent and meet up with Alec and the others," Nine hummed. "All right, leave it to me. What about you?" Kyle stared into the distance where the tower stood tall and proud. "I'll join you guys in a day or two." Nine nodded and ended the connection. Kyle paused for a second, then contacted Yue. She answered almost instantly and her face appeared on the crystal. "What happened, Kyle?" Kyle stayed quiet for a second, and before he could answer, a familiar voice echoed behind Yue. It was Giant, shouting that he had reached the pseudo-divine rank. Yue let out a soft smile and pointed behind her where Giant was jumping around. "I haven't seen Bia, Mia, Sinon, and Regius yet. However, Alec and I reached the pseudo-divine rank the moment we consumed the essence. But we didn't feel any pain. I think it's because we have already reached the SSS plus rank. After us, Carcel and Lara were also successful in their attempts." She paused for a second. "The two of them felt the pain you mentioned earlier, but everything went fine. Giant took a lot of time. He was a little grumpy that you didn't give him the divine essence, but the flower was enough for him." Kyle listened attentively and didn't interrupt as she talked about a lot of other things. In the end, when Yue noticed that he hadn't spoken a word, she paused. Kyle tilted his head with confusion. "Don't you want to continue?" Yue blinked and stammered a little. "It's not like I wanted to talk so much." "It's because you asked." Kyle nodded with a smile that went against his words. "Of course it's because I asked." The elf rolled her eyes and closed the crystal connection before Kyle could stop her. He let out a chuckle and closed his eyes to rest for a while. Chapter 395, he's trying to concentrate. Kyle drew another symbol and looked at the array masters around him. After working for another day, they were almost done. He looked down at the few pebbles near his feet and without thinking twice, kicked one of them away. But in an instant, an angry shout resounded in the distance. "Who dares to hit me?" The shout came from the same demi-human who asked him to compensate if he failed. The man was rubbing his neck with a frustrated expression. Kyle blinked and quickly walked away to avoid any potential blame. It just happened accidentally, all right. He approached the tower and subconsciously his gaze landed on the spot he damaged last night. Huh. A surprised expression appeared on his face because the spot had reverted to its original state. He quickly approached the place and bent down to examine it further. In the distance, Han noticed him and arrived beside him. "What happened?" Kyle looked at the old man, unsure if he should reveal the fact that he damaged the tower last night. "Nothing." He stood up and started floating to examine the tower closely. The dark surface, the countless symbols, and the faint purple hue. His eyes stopped on the round openings, the same openings where a purple ore would be placed to open the tower every 20 years for the younger generation. Instantly, Kyle vanished and then reappeared in front of one of the openings. He looked inside the hollow place and saw a pair of symbols engraved inside the circular opening. Those symbols looked quite familiar to him. Kyle searched through his mind and pulled out one of the array books he found in the tower. Flipping through the pages, he paused at a page where a pair of similar symbols was drawn. But these are just low-rank symbols used to connect or resonate with your surroundings. Kyle thought for a minute and asked the array masters, who were done with their part, to add the strange pair of symbols to the array as well. Some of the array masters groaned since adding new symbols to an already built array wasn't easy. But they kept quiet and swallowed their protests when Han gave them a deadpan expression. In the end, it took them 2 hours just to find a good place for the pair of symbols. After finishing the array, they placed countless resources above it. Then, all the array masters gathered together to discuss who should activate the array. Kyle landed in front of them and gazed at Han and George. "Let me do it." The duo did not refuse since Kyle was the one who designed a major part of the array. It would be better if he activated it. The other array masters glanced at each other and agreed as well. Anyway, if something went wrong in the process, it would be better for Kyle to take the blame. Kyle closed his eyes and felt the many symbols beneath him, arranged in rows within a large circle around the tower. After just a minute, the mana stones and other resources above the array were swiftly sucked in with lightning-fast speed. The ground beneath him trembled as the symbols started to shine and float in the air. Then they merged to form a glistening two-dimensional rectangular shape around the tower. But Kyle noticed with a frown that it wasn't working. He opened his eyes and stared at the pair of symbols that had been added at the end. The two symbols trembled when he supplied more mana to them, and at that moment a faint voice echoed in his head. Finally, Kyle took a deep breath. However, the people behind him were discussing that he probably failed because the array wasn't working. And to make matters worse, even the destructive symbols didn't activate to destroy the tower. Hand furrowed his brows and glanced at Kyle's figure. He raised his hand to hush the people around him. Geez, shut up. Can't you all see he's trying to concentrate? The demi-human who had asked Kyle to compensate sneered at his words and felt a sense of satisfaction. Tusk, I did say we shouldn't trust an unknown person so blindly. But at that moment the floating symbols began to move and attach themselves to the surface of the tower. In an instant, everyone fell silent and stared at the tower with bated breath because it had never happened before. They all had the same question in their minds. Did the young man succeed? Hans smirked and George wore a wry smile as he looked at the proud old man next to him. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke billowed from the tower, enveloping everything around it. A powerful tremor shook the surroundings, and with a loud sound, a flickering portal materialized before the astonished onlookers. Kyle glanced up and noticed that the portal wasn't unstable. But then all the symbols attached to the tower came together and merged with the portal, causing it to stop shaking. At that moment, a loud curse echoed through the air. Damn. I thought I would be crushed since the portal wasn't stable at all. A figure dressed in a dark outfit stepped out of the portal, and in an instant, everyone's gaze fixated on the short dwarf who had just emerged from the tower. The array masters held their breaths because even though Alec had told them that the Guardians would help them, there was a faint inkling in their hearts like, what if instead of helping, the Guardians attacked them? Kyle looked at the floating male dwarf with black hair and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Jan, the dwarf took a deep breath before furrowing his brows. Yes, it's Yannick, the one whose precious garden you and your friends destroyed. But why is the air so polluted outside? I expected it to be fresh. He gazed down at Kyle, then scanned the people standing behind the ladder. Just then, the portal behind him started trembling again, and he let out a growl. You all back off, I need to stabilize this thing so the others can come out. Chapter 396, I somehow survived. Kyle nodded at Jan and jumped back. The array masters behind him also quickly moved further back. Then, in front of their eyes, Jan grabbed the flickering portal and stretched it wider before a pulsating crystal appeared in his hand. The crystal energy was sucked by the portal and it finally stabilized again. Ah, now it's fine. He moved back and another figure appeared from the portal. Jan glanced at Susan, the guardian of the first floor of the tower, and clicked his tongue. Old man, hurry up and move. Give way, the others also need to come out. The white-haired old man straightened his wrinkled robe and glared at Jan before moving away. Kyle watched as many familiar figures appeared from the portal one by one. The cold-faced woman with crimson eyes who put an illusion on him, Giant and Alec. Jordan, the guardian of the golden stairway. The man with slit red pupils who made him and Alec Giant fight against thousands of fire skeletons. There were a lot of unfamiliar faces as well. Soon, 22 old and middle-aged figures floated in front of the tower, all peering at Kyle and the array masters around him. However, before anyone could speak, the tower trembled and with a layer of smoke, another portal appeared in the sky. All eyes turned to the portal, and the old guardian Susan let out a sigh. It seems Master decided to come out as well, even though he knows his consciousness would fade after he left the tower. The guardians moved aside to make room for the illusionary figure that stepped out from the portal. James looked down and his eyes immediately locked onto Kyle. So you managed to get rid of that creepy artifact from your body? His deep voice filled the air. Kyle blinked at him and started floating. Not exactly, but I somehow survived. James nodded, but then he looked down at his hands and they began to turn into particles. Young man, it seems I don't have much time. He looked around, his gray eyes turning solemn. It's really heartbreaking to see the place I protected with my life in such a state. He let out a sigh as if reminiscing about the past and fixed his eyes on Kyle once again. The Guardians will be my final aid to this planet. They will assist you all and provide the knowledge you lack, but in the end, whether you can win this war or not, it's up to all of you. Kyle smiled at his words. Don't worry, I'm not alone. Many people are standing with me and we all have the same goal to save this planet at any cost. And trust me when I say this, when we're united to fight the enemies, I don't think we'll lose even if they're hundreds of times stronger than us. The corner of James' emotionless eyes lifted a little, showing that he liked the confidence the young man had. If my real body is alive out there, he would be very surprised to know all this when I return to him, and I don't know why, but I have a feeling that we'll see each other again soon. His flickering body had already started vanishing into particles. He looked at the veiled woman standing with the guardians, the same woman who dragged Kazan, the guardian who harmed the tower climbers inside the underground punishment chamber. The woman raised her head and stared at James with her strangely glowing eyes. You and Susan are the only ones who have reached the divine rank in the past years. So take Jordan with you and use as many resources as you need to restore the planet's core energy. That way, you'll be able to rebuild the presence concealing shield around the planet. Lai gave him a quick nod and without a word tossed a white crystal toward Kyle. Then she grabbed the unsuspecting Jordan, the short man who was still processing James' words, and quickly vanished from everyone's sight. Kyle stared at the crystal tossed at him. It looked similar to a communication crystal but much smaller in size. He glanced at James, and the latter gave him a final nod before his illusionary body dispersed into countless particles that drifted away with the wind. After James' consciousness vanished, Jan stretched his body and ruffled his hair. The air is polluted with some strange particles. It seems like I have a lot of work to do. He looked at the guardians floating beside him and assigned a few of them to gather information about the enemy's numbers and base. The assigned people scattered in different directions to do their work. Jan and a few more guardians landed in front of the array masters. All right, let's go, we don't have time to waste. After seeing this desolate place, I am sure all the races have gathered together in one spot. I need to check the defense of that place. George and Han took the lead and quickly guided him and many other guardians to the new continent. The array masters followed them as well. They were a bit skeptical seeing so many powerful people, but in the end they had no other choice but to trust the guardians. But at that moment, Kyle grabbed the old demi-human with cat-like eyes because how could he let the man go before the latter paid him the 50,000 mana stones? The demi-human's face turned pale, but he quickly took off the storage ring from his finger and handed it to Kyle without any protest before floating away to avoid any more trouble. In the end, only Kyle and Susan were left in front of the tower. Susan introduced himself to the young man because, even though he had secretly watched Kyle in the tower, Kyle hadn't seen him. The old man with white hair looked at Kyle up and down, his eyes glowing a little as he sensed beyond the presence-concealing artifact the young man had in his ear. Kyle was startled at first, but he calmed down when Susan reassured him that he was just checking his body condition. I'm a divine rank individual, so I can sense that you have divine energy in your body. It's rare, but not impossible, to have it before reaching the pseudo-divine state. That's why I believe you can enter the ascendant state and break through to the next rank. Kyle shook his head with a sigh. I want to as well, but it feels like I need a bit more time. Chapter 397. Only for a split second, Susan narrowed his eyes and landed in front of the tower. Come with me, I'll help you, otherwise it would take you too much time to gain enlightenment. Kyle followed the old man, but an astonished expression appeared on his face when Susan waved his hand and a large part of the tower's surface crashed down, revealing an opening leading to darkness. Susan chuckled at his expression. It's normal. After the Guardians left, all the towers on this planet were open to the public. You should set aside some time to gather talented youngsters and let them explore the towers. There's still a lot of resources inside them. Kyle nodded and in the next second asked Susan to wait for a minute because he needed to tell the others about the towers being open to the public. Susan's eyebrow twitched a bit, but he let it slide because he was older and needed to see the bigger picture. After Kyle finished telling Yue about the open towers, he entered the dark space with Susan. In an instant, the duo arrived inside a familiar forest. Kyle looked around. It's the first floor, Susan nodded and asked Kyle to sit cross-legged midair. Then the old man fiddled with the storage ring on his finger and took out a large pulsating brown crystal, placing it in front of Kyle. Just place your hand on the crystal and try to guide the energy inside it into your body. This crystal is made of a special material that can't be found on this planet, which is why there's only one of its kind here. And you won't easily find anyone else with it either. The crystal's main function is to measure the strength of those who have reached the pseudo-divine rank and help them form an illusionary image in their mind by consuming their divine energy, so they can always see their strengths and weaknesses. But since you haven't reached the pseudo-divine rank yet, once you absorb its energy, it will help you step into the ascendant state for a split second. He didn't voice his next words out loud and just looked at Kyle, who was listening attentively. But only for a split second though. After Susan finished, Kyle took a deep breath and placed his hand on the crystal, which was almost the same size as his body. He closed his eyes and patiently guided the pulsating energy inside the crystal into his body. Time passed slowly, and after a few minutes that felt like an eternity to Kyle, a faint layer of golden energy surrounded his body, and he entered a trance-like state. Susan quickly took the crystal from his hand to prevent any damage. Then he distanced himself from Kyle to see if the young man would succeed or not. However, the golden energy around Kyle faded as quickly as it appeared, and a pale blue light enveloped his body. It trembled slightly and the air grew silent. At that moment, Kyle opened his eyes and found himself in a wide, white space. He looked around but didn't see anyone else, except for a small white wall in front of him. The wall was just up to his knees, as if trying its best to block his path. He blinked as a strange thought popped into his mind that he needed to break the wall. Oh, Kyle took a step forward, but instead of breaking the wall, he raised his leg and effortlessly jumped over it. If only the universe had a face, it would probably be speechless after witnessing his actions. Meanwhile, Susan gasped as blue flames appeared and enveloped Kyle completely. The flames had an icy aura and vanished as soon as Kyle opened his eyes, which sparkled with a brilliant glow. That was surprisingly easy. Kyle clenched his fists and felt his strength had tripled. He also sensed another energy in the air, totally different from mana. It was lower in quantity, but it started entering his body as if recognizing that he had reached the pseudo-divine rank. At least now I don't have to worry about running out of divine energy if I use it all. Kyle chuckled and stretched his body. In the distance, Susan had a bewildered expression on his face. It was the first time he had seen someone reach the pseudo-divine rank so easily. Not to mention, Kyle only had a split second. Damn, that much time isn't even enough to touch the realm of the divine. Susan approached Kyle and placed the crystal in front of him once again. I believe you've reached the pseudo-divine rank. Kyle nodded with a confident smile. It was easy, just had to cross a little wall. Susan's eyebrow twitched. It took him countless attempts just to enter the pseudo-divine rank, and now this young man was rubbing salt in his wounds by saying it was easy. He quickly cleared his throat to change the topic before his frustration got the best of him. Now that you're done, do you want to form an illusionary image in your mind to know your strength whenever you want? If yes, let the crystal consume your divine energy to create the image. The crystal is not connected to anything. It'll absorb your energy and form an image that will always measure your strength. Then whenever you think about it, the image will appear at the corner of your eyes to show you your current strength, and only you can see it. Kyle didn't hesitate. He placed his hand on the crystal and let it absorb his divine energy. Anyway, he was getting bothered whenever he saw so many question marks in his stats, but now he can finally see everything clearly without any issues. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes and glanced at the image that replaced his stats. Name: Kyle, race, human/semi-celestial bloodline, celestial soul rank, transcendent rank, pseudo-divine stats, strength, SSS plus mana, divine rank, divine energy, 3rd stage, average, agility. SSS plus current physique rank, pseudo-divine talent, celestial luck, S plus unique ability, nature's favorite, unlocked due to S plus rank luck. Skills: bloodline ability, blue flames unranked to transcendent rank. Blue flames acquired due to the presence of an ancient bloodline. The user can manipulate the flames with his will by consuming mana or any type of energy. User can melt the things frozen by the flames with divine energy. Chapter 398. Soon the number will increase. Kyle's brow furrowed as if he had just seen something unpleasant. Susan noticed his expression and asked what happened. Nothing, it's just that my divine energy is showing as average. It's too low. But before Kyle could finish his sentence, Susan grabbed his shoulder and shook him in utter disbelief. What? It's already average. Are you kidding me? Kyle blinked, unsure of why he was reacting so strongly. Yes, it's showing as average. Susan took a deep breath and stared at Kyle with a serious expression. It's not low at all, kiddo, not at all. Listen, after reaching the pseudo-divine rank, mortals gain enlightenment from the universe, which allows their bodies to absorb the divine energy around them. In the pseudo-divine rank, the divine energy stat is divided into 4 progressive stages: 0, low, average, and elite. In this rank, you accumulate enough divine energy to break through to the true divine rank. Once you reach the elite stage in your divine energy, you'll break through to the divine rank. Susan rolled his eyes at Kyle with a frustrated expression. Don't ever say it's low, okay? How can you say that? Just how? Kyle let out an "oh," so it's not that bad. Susan's expression turned blank. He turned around and waved his hand. Instantly, a portal appeared out of thin air, and he jumped into the portal without looking back. Kyle stared at his fading back and hurriedly followed him. The duo appeared outside the tower, and Susan tossed a communication crystal at Kyle. Then he turned around to leave so he could relax in a quiet place away from this young man. But before he could, Kyle stopped him and asked for that brown crystal he used a while back. Susan's lips twitched violently. Didn't I tell you it's really precious? There's only one of its kind on this whole planet, and you're just asking for it so casually. Kyle let out a sigh. He wasn't asking for the crystal to damage it. I'm not the only one who reached the pseudo-divine rank. Some of my friends reached this rank as well, so I wanted them to use the crystal too. Susan took a deep breath and gave him a curt nod. I can't give it to you. It's too precious, but I'll go with you so they can use it. Lead the way. Kyle hummed and the duo started floating toward the new continent. On the way, they encountered a group of people with black petals engraved on their foreheads, but Susan easily took care of them. Soon, they arrived in front of the tall border surrounding Coexes, the new continent where all the races were now living together. Kyle paused when he sensed a faint familiar presence in the distance. She is here. He instantly changed his direction and started moving towards the place where he sensed the presence. Susan stared at his fading back, dumbfounded. Hey, wait. You were supposed to take me to your friends who reached the pseudo-divine rank. His shout echoed in the air, but Kyle had already gone far. Damn it. A curse slipped out of his mouth as he followed the young man. Kyle paused in front of a place where countless individuals were fighting with monsters. He swept his gaze at everyone, and his eyes stopped at Mia. She was standing above the border with a familiar phoenix who had her eyes closed. Kyle glanced down and noticed his brothers, Sinon and Regius, fighting alongside them against the monsters. He felt the urge to join them, but then he saw Yue's familiar figure arriving beside Mia. And not just Yue, but Alec, Lara, Jian, and Carcel also arrived above the border. They all started talking with excited expressions, but Kyle could tell that Jian was boasting about his new strength. His lips curled into a smile, seeing that they were all doing well. Then, Jian let out a laugh and quickly began killing the monsters in front of the border as if they were nothing. Alec and Carcel exchanged glances and joined the red-haired man with a chuckle. Ray, Neon, Sinon, and Regius all dropped their weapons with relieved sighs after Alec, Carcel, and Jian joined the battle. Susan arrived beside Kyle and followed his gaze. Instantly, a surprised expression appeared on his face. I thought there would only be 1 or 2 pseudo-divine rank individuals, but there are 1, 2, 3, 5. A total of 5 pseudo-divine rank individuals. Kyle chuckled and shook the old man's shoulder. Soon the number will increase. Also, 1 is missing. He'll probably come with an army. Then he floated down toward the place where everyone was fighting and shouted loudly. Guys, do you need help? Jian froze in his place. Not just him. Almost everyone who recognized the familiar voice halted in their tracks to stare at the man who just appeared in the sky. Jian quickly floated toward Kyle for a hug with a big smile. Kyle, my bro. Alec, Ray, Neon, Carcel, Regius, Sinon also quickly moved toward Kyle with relieved yet happy expressions. But before anyone could grab Kyle, a huge dark shadow crashed into him with a loud cry. You bastard! Bia's eyes turned moist as she wrapped her wings around Kyle to completely envelop him in a warm cocoon. So you finally had the time to show yourself, huh? Kyle let out a big breath because of the tightness around him. The duo, 1 human and 1 phoenix, lost their balance mid-air, but Bia grabbed him and landed slowly on the ground with an angry grumble. Kyle patted the phoenix wings softly to loosen her grip, but Bia's grip on him tightened. Jian, who just arrived beside Kyle, gazed at Bia and then noticed Kyle's legs peeking through Bia's wings. Regardless, he didn't care about the phoenix and wrapped his arms around the cocoon. Well, he wasn't able to touch Kyle at all because of the wings, but it was enough. Kyle, you will never know how happy I am to see you again. Alec glanced at the people next to him who also wanted to meet Kyle or maybe give him a piece of their minds because Kyle had worried them a lot. He quickly shook his head because he wasn't as shameless as Jian, and he would never cling to someone in such an inappropriate way. But Alec watched as Sinon, Regius, Neon, and everyone around him jumped towards Bia to wrap the cocoon with their arms. He blinked and in the next second he also jumped and joined the group of people. In the distance, Yue, Mia, and Lara, who were standing above the border, glanced at each other. The girls looked at the bundle of people and started laughing. The monsters who were fighting with everything they had were also momentarily frozen at the strange turn of events. At that moment, Kyle's hand peeked out from between the wings that were too warm for his comfort. Bia, I remember telling you to use your shorter form if you want to do something like this. He grumbled a little, but the phoenix didn't even listen to him. Instead, she rubbed her head on his hair. In the end, Kyle let out a soft sigh with a smile on his face. Is there anyone who can help me? Chapter 399. Let's focus on defeating our enemies. Regius chuckled as he raised his hand to brush the dust off Kyle's shoulder. Kyle had finally come out of the cocoon, and the phoenix had changed into her little form. But she still held onto Kyle's neck tightly, as if he would leave if she let go. Kyle swatted Regius' hand away and rolled his eyes. Neon and Ray both looked at him from all angles, checking his body for any potential injuries. Only after confirming that he was fine did the duo stop and hug him, showing their concern. Jian, Carcel, and Alec exchanged glances. They nodded at Kyle and quickly went to eliminate all the monsters in front of the border. It only took them a few minutes to ruthlessly kill the monsters. The soldiers and other individuals in front of the border cheered and looked at the young guardians with respect and awe. Kyle walked alongside Neon, Ray, Regius, and Sinon as they made their way toward the border. He asked about his father, and Ray responded with a curt look, suggesting that this time the old man would surely give him a good scolding. Kyle let out a chuckle and shook his head. A lot of curious eyes discreetly glanced at him, wondering who he was to elicit such reactions from the strongest individuals on the continent. However, after battling the monsters for so long, they were too exhausted to go and follow the gray-haired man. Susan clicked his tongue and silently trailed behind Kyle, not uttering a word. He didn't understand why everyone reacted so strongly to Kyle's presence, but he didn't want to dampen anyone's good moments. Kyle looked up where Yue, Lara, and Mia were standing together. Noticing his gaze, the girls smiled and landed beside him. In the end, they all entered the gates built in the border on foot. As they walked inside, they were greeted by a diverse group of individuals from different races, all busy repairing broken weapons or skillfully sharpening them on large stones. The air smelled strongly of metal. The group waited for a bit, and soon Alec, Carcel, and Jayan joined them. Jayan threw his hand on Kyle's shoulder and urged him to share the reason why he fell into a coma. He also asked about the strange crystal that came out of Kyle's chest. The others around Kyle were just as curious, eagerly waiting for his answer. Kyle hummed and gently stroked the little bird clinging to his neck. But when the silence grew thick, he simply shrugged his shoulders. "It's a long story, let's talk about it once we've taken care of all our enemies." Jayan looked at Kyle's back with a blank expression as the latter followed Ray and known towards one of the nearby buildings where his father, Baron Ohan, lived with butler Ian. Carcel tapped Jayan's shoulder to offer some comfort, which would have been perfect if Jayan hadn't noticed his crescent's eyes. "It's all right, let's focus on defeating our enemies first." But as Carcel followed behind Kyle, Jayan couldn't help but burst into a smile. "Wait for me, I'm coming as well." Kyle knocked on the door of the building, which looked pretty ordinary, and waited. His father opened the door, probably thinking that Ray and Neon had returned after a long day. Ohan started crying as soon as he saw Kyle. He grabbed him and gave him a thorough look before pulling him into a warm embrace. Then he finally noticed the many familiar figures standing behind Kyle and quickly invited them all inside. "Come kids, it might be a bit cramped, but you can all fit in this house. Come on in." Kyle looked around and saw that the inside of the building was a bit plain. However, considering it was just a short distance from the border, it was pretty nice. Susan massaged his temples, unsure of what he should do, and simply followed the group of people without much thought. But he was stopped when butler Ian asked him who he was because Ian had never seen him before. Ian had seen all of Kyle's friends who would visit the border from time to time, but he had no idea who this man was. Only when Kyle waved at Ian did the butler finally let Susan in. Soon they all settled in the living room where a few chairs were placed around a wooden table. The chairs weren't enough, but Jayan had a whole set of furniture in his storage ring. The red-haired man chuckled and took out enough so everyone could sit down. However, when they finally sat down, the air turned silent. After all, who would have thought that after experiencing so much, they would be sitting together in a small room, casually talking? All who would have thought that after experiencing so much, they would be sitting together in a small room, casually talking with their friends. But they all knew it was very different from before because now they all had a lot of secrets to hide. Secrets that can't be revealed no matter what. Carcel gazed at Ohan as the latter asked Kyle countless questions. His eyes trembled a little as he recalled the moment when he heard the news that his father had passed away while protecting one of the borders. He clenched his fist. The anger and helplessness he felt at that moment hasn't faded yet. "It's okay, me and Casper will protect Mom in his absence." A wry smile appeared on his lips. He blinked when a hand softly touched his shoulder. Carcel looked at the person who had just arrived beside him. It was Mia, silently gazing at him with a smile. Her presence alone was enough to make him stop thinking about the past. "I am fine." He gently tapped the hand on his shoulder with a smile. Mia 135 nodded and pulled her chair to sit beside him, whispering softly, "I know you are, but it's okay if you feel like it's getting hard. I am here, and not just me, all of us are here."